para arriba, para abajo, para el centro, para adentro.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh, why can't I?
Wait a second. I was muted.
If happiness
That's okay, we'll start right over again. Every single name that I'm about to read is gay, or trans, or queer. I don't care. You don't have a choice in the matter. Palm Dad, Grouchy Ash Polaire, Dank Catlord Token, Brazilian JS, Masochist, Sprodman, Tipster, Intentions Nasty, Nia Tigra, Ugly Pie, Teeth Stealer, Breaking Time, This Person, Valhalla Vidya, Bennett for the Potato, Electo, Light Rays, Dust Aeon, Polaire, Biceps and Bikinis, Metroplex Asylum, Calamity Skullsy, Dokai Bling, This Person, Intentions Nasty, I don't know if I already read your name, but good to see you anyway, Bitewise Marissa, Aus Zenith, Small Sophie, Trans Girl Jade, Mika Niao, Paige Punk Corpse, The Posadist John, Killjoy 40K, River, Uncle Gumbald, Bennett for the Potato, Heavy Gretel, Wooly Felsen Forma, June Buggy, Grazitron, Gayfesh, Allium, Hippie Punk, Vines, Katarina, Mrs. Breaking Time, and from the YouTube chat, of course, not to be forgotten, Espen M, Alex Kish, Another Board Person, Paul M, Clayton Cook, Asiri, Leith, Brandy, Law K Butt Draws, Pedro CT, Tinfoil, Greek Prime X2099, Moose Watcher, LN, Ya Boy the Zooted, Luscious Lucia, Anthony Schuler, Eddie Spencer, Moss Meow, Mother of Mudkips, Buggy, Aquafractaline, Lillian, Camino, and anybody else who's hanging out in my chat right now who I may have missed. Congratulations, you are now gay. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. Falmer Flamingo says, recently my father found out I'm on HRT and freaked out. I'm an adult, but it still hurts, but I won't let it affect me. Happy Pride, y'all. It's okay if it hurts. We're going to talk about all kinds of stuff like that. I'm sorry that that happened, Falmer Flamingo. Thank you for supporting the show. And I truly hope that he chills the hell out and comes around. Sometimes people react very poorly at first, but are able to learn over time. Obviously not always, but oftentimes they do. And I hope that that is the case for you, because that's really rough to deal with. Stay strong. Yes, 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 my lovely imps. It is Pride Month. And today, we are going to be talking about pride. But before we can talk about pride, or anything else for that matter, I'm gonna need you to press the like button. Because we have a ton of people here. We have already almost 200... There's a fruit fly. No! A fruit fly got in here. Anyway, we have almost 200 people in here, and I would like all of your likes, because if we get all of your likes, we will almost assuredly get like 600 people viewing later. Every single like brings in a load of new people. The more likes we get, the earlier, the better. Always. So, the spider will take care of that fruit fly. Actually, we actually were able to rehome the spider. The spider that was in here, we managed to catch it and put it somewhere else. So, but yes. Yeah, so maybe that's revenge, but the spider was crawling all over the place, so we had to move it because it was distracting me. I try to be very nice to spiders. I really do try. I really do try. No, I didn't make it homeless. We just gave it a new home. We moved it out onto the back porch. So there you go. I noticed all the gay shit on the table. We have 1 million patches. We have all of these different, these were sent to me last year, but not during Pride. But as you can see, these are all thriving and liberation patches, and I thought it would be appropriate to put them out here just to show them off a little bit. They're really, really wonderful. They were sent by a very amazing fan, and it does mean the world to me. So, yeah. Also, this is the other cool piece of art that I have here. Take a look at this. This one I just ordered very recently. Look at that. It is a rainbow 3-headed sheep goat, and it's awesome. So there you go. There's another one that you get to enjoy hanging out there. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, right? Yes, I do have a little ponytail today. My hair is getting long enough that I could put it up. So, white name. Yeah, we're gonna have to, here's the deal, everybody. It's Pride Month, which means that this chat has to be painted many different colors. I want to see the red names, the purple names, the green names, the yellow names. Not just yellow either. You know, I know there's a lot of you piss people out there, but it's not just the pissers that have to be represented, you see? So people are gonna have to be generous this month, and they're gonna have to buy the nice fancy names, okay? We gotta, okay? It's just the way it's gotta go. The pissoids. The pissoids are welcome, but we gotta have other colors too, you know? Well, if you're broke, obviously you don't have to do it. I'm talking about the other people, the people who aren't broke, the people who got the money. There are people out there. I know there's fucking gay, rich people out there. We know you exist. Thank you very much, In League with Satan. I appreciate that. I'm just a little horse? Am I hoarse? Is that what it is? Did you watch some Star Wars stuff this week? I did watch some Star Wars stuff this week. I actually watched 2 Star Wars movies this week. Are you gonna talk about going to the range and your gun not having the right ammo? My gun did have, wait, what? My gun did have the right ammo. It wasn't an issue of the right ammo. That was the last time I went to the range, I didn't have the right ammo. The last time I went to the range, I had not range appropriate ammo. The ammo that I had was AP rounds, aka armor piercing rounds, which you're not allowed to use at the range. But I didn't know that because I just usually shoot at an outdoor range where they don't give a shit. But in indoor range, they don't want you to do that. This last weekend, though, I discovered one of my guns had a technical issue, which it's now going to have to be sent in to be fixed, which is unfortunate, but you know, whatever. It's how it is. That's just what happens sometimes. Yeah, I got the green tips. Yep. I met a rich gay this weekend and he was not fun to be around. Well, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Hey, thank you, Sheep. Appreciate that. Tipster with the incredibly generous 5 tier 1 subs. Amazing. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Thank you so very much. Did you see another trans hit the World Gender Center? What? Really? I don't know who this is. I'm not familiar with this creator. But that's cool. That's cool, and congratulations. Brandy says, orange is my favorite color, so have some for your gay tableau. Thank you very, very much, Brandy. That's incredibly, incredibly generous with a $20 super chat. Thank you so very much. It really does mean the world to me. I have been working very hard on this channel, which is actually the first thing that we're going to be talking about. The first thing we're going to be talking about today is this channel. And thank you for supporting it, because I've been putting a lot of work into it, and it means the world. The idea that I would be able to make a living and take care of my family off this channel. Right now, I make a comfortable, I'm like able to make rent. But my partners help with everything else. So, the more this channel grows and the more generous that you wonderful people are, the better of a life that I get to have and the more cool stuff that I get to make for you. So, thank you very, very much. All of you who are donating and supporting. Lock Hey Butt Draws with the unbelievably generous $20 super chat. I've had tons of trans and queer friends for decades, and over time I've noticed my sexuality expand out to more feminine genders myself. Maybe I can celebrate Pride as a pansexual and not just an ally this year. Based and cool-pilled. Very common thing that happens to many people. A lot of people spend their entire lives sort of inundated with a specific way that you're supposed to be, and once you find yourself in a more accepting environment, it turns out you're able to be more honest with yourself and your attractions and all kinds of things. So congratulations and based and welcome to the gay community. You are formally gayified now. Eat that. And also Dino Joe with the $5 super chat that says rainbow flag, rainbow flag, rainbow flag. Also amazingly based, and thank you very, very much. Thank you so very much. Palm Dad with the gifted two tier 1 subs. Happy Pride, indeed. Indeed, happy Pride. My voice sounds a bit hoarse. You all right? You've been singing too much? No, I guess I've just been talking a lot generally lately. No, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I have been doing really long streams lately. So like, even though I haven't been streaming as frequently, I've been doing like I did like an 8-hour stream last stream. The stream before that was a 9-hour stream. It's been really long ones lately. But yeah, I don't know. Trans Girl Jade with the unbelievably generous 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so very much. The white name genocide. Happy Pride. Indeed. Indeed. No. You're all good, Vines. You're all good. Everyone's clear. A short clip. Happy Pride. All right, let's see it. You're hitting us with the Kiniku Man right off the bat today, I see. All right, this is the Pride Kiniku Man. Let's see it. So this guy's a bear. Damn, this is some advanced sex techniques, I gotta say. No, they are not just friends. Are you telling me this is a friend? No, this ain't just friendship here. You telling me? Look at that. This guy's using all of his strength right now. He's giving him everything. Impressive. 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 Incredible. Showing us the advanced moves for this year's Pride, getting us right out. Look at that. And they said no kink at Pride. Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. I dread Pride every year now. Why? Never dread Pride. We're going to have a whole conversation about Pride, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We got to warm up anyway. We got to get comfy. We've only been going for like 10 minutes. 15 minutes? Yeah, 15 minutes. We got to take it easy and go slow. We can't jump right into the everything about Pride right off the bat. That'd be outrageous. Yeah, here we go. Here we go, everybody.
My fucking God. These bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them.
A classic. A classic. A fucking classic. These bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them. True. We got Metal Gear Solid Pride meme. Better be. Let's do it.
Snake, the Patriots raised the price of the Arizona iced tea.
We're gonna capture you and torture that white dick.
Let's have sex in front of the floating telepath.
The decisions we make are what makes us real. Our responsibility is to live for a better future. Wow. Thanks, Snake.
True!
Good one, Snake. Let's.
True! That is true. That's accurate. 100% accurate. My shirt is very festive. Why, thank you. Why, thank you. I need to get some more new shirts. My shirt wardrobe is a little bit limited right now. So I'm probably gonna go shopping relatively soon. Yeah, I haven't worn this one. I don't think I've worn this one since last Pride. I don't wear it all that often because it's also cold. If it's not warm, it is thankfully warm today, but this thing has no sleeves, so it gets chilly. I live in a northern state. It gets cold up here, okay? Rhodes, that's fucking awesome. Rhodes, that's fucking sick. Congratulations. Rhodes is graduating high school tomorrow. Poggers, that's based. I painted my first Space Marines yesterday. You better have painted one rainbow. If you didn't, all of your Space Marines are cursed to forever be defeated by Slaanesh. That's the way that you keep Slaanesh at bay. You have to paint one of your Marines rainbow. I should do that. That sounds like a great idea, this person. That's fire, Rhodes. That's fucking awesome. We should do, we have so much to talk about today. So today we're going to be talking about Pride. I'm going to do a big general Pride rant. And then I want to talk about the reaction to my atheism video. Many of you were already here for the live show where I talked about atheism and religion. And there was a very polarized reaction to that video, so I want to talk about it a little bit. And then afterwards, we're going to do Cooking Mama, because we haven't done Cooking Mama in forever, and I want to do Cooking Mama. Yeah, but I wanted to talk about all those three things. Now, I will warn you, tonight's stream might be slightly shorter than my recent ones, and that's just because my back is really, really sore. I don't know what I did to it. I slept in a different, on a different mattress than I usually do last night. And it kind of messed up my back a little bit. As many of you know, I injured my back twice in a row a few years ago. And so my back is very sensitive. So there might be a slightly shorter stream than my recent streams, but it's okay. You're still going to get fucking hours of content, so don't worry about it. Trans lion, we got a trans lion. Oh my god, that's so cute. What the hell? Happy Pride, everyone. Oh my god, it's a little sculpture. Look at that thing. That's so cute. That's adorable. It looks like it's got It's got like cake frosting mane. That's so cute. That's adorable. That's fucking adorable. Well done. Well done. Sapphic video that might appeal to you. Is it a short? Okay, let's check it out. Let's check it out. Here we go. We're going gay. Let's do it.
Wrong answers only. Jackie. Wrong answers only.
I almost flipped out the camera. I'm not gonna do that.
Athena. Wrong answers only. That's the right answer.
I don't know how to think on the spot.
Okay, let's try it again.
Okay.
Wrong answers only. Oh.
That's the right answer. That's the right answer. Are you kidding me? That was the right answer.
Wrong answers only.
Which? Did we get someone to... Wrong answers only.
Wrong answers only.
Okay, you're right. This is very gay. This has massive gay energy. Massive sapphic energy. True, it's just radiating. Incredible and beautiful. I support my Renaissance Fair queens. Listen, I'm not gonna say that Renaissance fairs are like 100% populated by, at the minimum, bisexual people. But Renaissance fairs are populated by like pansexual by pansexual people. That's it. Like everyone, basically everyone there. The least, I don't even know how to put this. The simplest you're gonna get is bisexual, and the most complicated you're gonna get is omni-xenosexual, okay? The like dragon fuckers, the wizard fucker. Wait, wizard, well, some wizards don't have gender, right? The minimum level of gayness. I'm not trying to say that bi people are like less gay. I'm just saying that like bi people usually are like, they're thinking about two options. Obviously not all bi people are thinking about two options. But I'm saying there's also the dragon fuckers and the space fuckers and the eldritch being fuckers there, okay? I thought wizard was a gender. It kind of is, you know? This one's been published for a bit, but it's on the theme. Oh, fire! Holy shit, this is so cool. What the fuck? This is so good. What the fuck? This is so good. Oh my God. Why is this so beautiful? And so hot. Keep close, keep close, keep close, keep close. What the hell? This is so fucking good. Oh, and here's the trans flag one. God damn nasty. God damn. That's sexy. That's sexy. Intentions Nasty is so fucking talented. Did I mention that we have like the best thumbnailer on the entire goddamn planet? Thank you, Hypno Amber. I appreciate that. Masterpiece. If you are here, by the way, since we last asked for likes, we have gained another 100 viewers. So if you're here, over 100 viewers actually. So if you're here and you haven't pressed the beautiful throbbing like button yet, please smack that like button. Your likes fuel this channel and guarantee that we get the most viewers possible, which is going to be valuable because we're going to be talking about a bunch of really entertaining, really interesting, and really edifying and enlightening stuff today. Oh, I missed your sub? Let me read that. Sorry if I missed one. I was a little bit distracted, to be fair. Hold on, Castrix. Let me bring it up. Where'd it go? What the hell? It must have flown past. I always double check the feed anyway. because sometimes I miss them. Hey, Demon Mama, I wonder what your thoughts are on the Steam Deck, as I was thinking about upgrading and finally being able to play the cozy games on Steam. Oh, Steam Deck is pretty good. We have a Steam Deck, and I quite like it. It's very useful and very good. It's pretty comfortable to use. It's more comfortable to use than the Switch, in my opinion. The screen looks really nice, and a lot of games run really well on it. So I like the Steam Deck. We have one, and we like it. Holy fuck, Demon Mama stream. Are we still in the comfy zone? We are still in the comfy zone. Zoe Vex says, we'd be glad to talk with you about atheism some if you'd like any conversation on the topic. We agreed with some of your take and disagreed in other areas. It might be fun content. Maybe. I've definitely thought about that. By the way, speaking of call-ins, I have an announcement to make. At the end of this month, I believe it will be, hold on, let me get the date real quick. One second. It will be the 25th of June. On the 25th of June, we will be doing a massive call-in stream. This is going to be primarily focused on content creators. So we're going to be sending out invites to content creators that we're familiar with. However, we will be also taking some calls from the community and calls from the team as well. However, you should all know we're going to be doing this gigantic Pride call-in thing. So if you want to see me get to talk to a whole bunch of other really cool content creators in this space and beyond, we are going to be planning that for the end of this month. The 25th of June will be our Pride Signal Night, is what we're going to be calling it, where we are going to be explicitly reaching out to talk to a bunch of really cool content creators, get a bunch of crossovers going, and we will also be taking in a limited number of community call-ins that night as well to fill space between callers. So be ready for that. Details will be coming. I'll be mentioning this multiple times throughout the month, but just mark your calendars because it's going to be really, really cool. The last one that we did was amazing. The last creator call-in that we did was awesome. We talked to so many cool people. We talked to people from all over the web, and it was really, really valuable, and people had an absolutely banger time. So it's going to be really cool. Remember, the 25th of June, the last Sunday in June, is going to be that one. By the way, Dank Catlord, thank you so very much for the gift, for the tier 1 sub. Couldn't make it to last stream because I was at FurCon. Thanks for the incredible content. You're very welcome, Dank Catlord. And did I miss another one? No, I didn't miss another one. Did I miss another one? No, I didn't miss another one, huh? Hold on. Somebody said there was a gifted one. Hold on. Did I miss a gifted one? I didn't miss a gifted one. Did I miss a gifted one? Maybe I missed one. Apparently somebody said Thick Boy gifted one. Why didn't that show up? That one's not showing up for me. Was that from a previous stream? Heavy Gretel with the incredibly generous gifted tier 1 sub. Oh, it must have been from a previous stream or something. Oh, it was from a while ago. Oh, okay. I see. And yes, Melodious Alien, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for the chunky membership. The Chunky Imp. Welcome the new Chunky Imp to the channel. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. We got a quick D&D meme. A D&D meme, huh? This is from a verified channel. Is this gonna, are they gonna strike me? Are they gonna strike me? All right, let's watch it. Is this gonna be, let's do it, okay.
Hey, do you wanna do some role play?
Yeah?
Okay. How do you wanna do this?
I guess I want to fool around.
18, looks like it's gonna happen. What do you wanna do next?
I take all your clothes off.
Ooh, natural 1. I put more clothes on.
What?
Okay, that's good.
I try to impress you with these flowers that I bought you today.
Natural 1, you're actually holding a gun to a baby's head.
What?
Well, what do you want to do now? Because I'm getting pretty freaked out.
Put the gun down, and I plan to return the child to its mother and I apologize profusely. Was that a 1?
Yeah, I called the police.
Put the baby down, you animal! I go to take the shot.
Ooh, natural 1.
No, 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 no. Oh my God!
So is it my turn to roll, or?
Okay, that was really good. That went a totally different way than I thought it was gonna go. That was actually really, really good. That was Hooking Up with a D&D Girl by Cracker Milk. Why are there so many channels named blank milk? Here's the link if you want it. All right, one more meme. One more meme.
Look at all this food.
Here, right here. All your needs will be met.
I'm hungry.
In a minute!
What? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't understand. What's that supposed to mean? I don't get it. It's okay. At least I'm sure some of you understood that, and those of you that understood it, I hope you enjoyed it. Demon Mama, when was the first time that you came out? Okay, so the first person I came out to, like a formal coming out, was to my girlfriend at the time, and that was a very difficult thing. She was accepting, though she was worried that our relationship wouldn't end up working out. And actually, it did end up continuing for at least a while, although eventually it did end up not working out. We ended up staying together for some time after that, even though she at first was very worried that it wasn't going to work out. It was a complicated thing. Coming out to my family was very weird. I came out to my mom first, and my mom was relatively open-minded at first, but then she sort of outed me to another family member, and that family member freaked out, and it created a chain reaction of people outing me against my will to other people until eventually my entire family knew. And it was really unfortunate. That part did not go so well. The first person I came out to was, you know, I mean, it was okay. Like my partner at the time was accepting. She didn't try to like stop me from transitioning, although she did say she didn't think she was going to be able to stay with me, which, you know, that's just reality. Sometimes people aren't down to like for that type of change in their relationship. Yeah. I'll probably talk about that more sometime. There's actually a really good video about it. Believe it or not, President Sunday did a video on this exact topic, on partners coming out, and I thought it was a really fantastic video that really resonated with me. Yeah. But yeah, when I came out to my family members, it became a disaster very quickly, unfortunately. My family, as many of you probably already know, given that I grew up in a cult, was not amazingly accepting of LGBT people. And actually it ended with me being pressured to go to a Christian therapist, which was a disaster. It ended up with me getting forcibly taken out of school. My entire family, basically, my dad, he cut off my finances because I had shared accounts with my father for schooling. He basically made it impossible for me to continue schooling. Then I had to go back home. I was pressured into going to a Christian therapist, and then I was eventually kicked out of my home entirely, which really sucked. I had a pretty rough coming out, which was mostly out of my control. Now, I will say, though, to my friends, all of my friends were supportive. I didn't encounter a single friend of my best friend was totally supportive. My best friend's partner was supportive. My other friends were all supportive. All of my friends were very supportive. It was my family who were very unsupportive. It's kind of odd about that. But yeah, not a single one of my friends was like even so much as had a mean word to say. They were all very, very supportive. And that made me happy. Yeah, so, you know, friends are a very powerful, I always say that I unironically believe, incredibly in the power of friendship. But truly, the friends that you make are often stronger even than familial bonds. Piftle Cakes with the unbelievably generous tier 4 sub. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Piftle Cakes. And also, Nuts with the tier 2 sub. It's that time of year again. The faggots will indeed be wildin'. True. We're wildin'. I did not hear about that, Gay Fish. Oh my goodness. And also, oh my God, Clyde950 with the 5 gifted memberships to the YouTube channel. Thank you so very much. That's unbelievable. Thank you so much. 5 new imps on YouTube. Amazing. And thank you so much, Clyde950, for supporting the show. Would you be willing to see if you could use any of the information in any of the videos on this channel? For what? Oh, I've seen this channel before. Maybe. I've seen this channel's videos before. I don't remember much. I don't remember the video. Maybe I didn't watch this video. Maybe somebody watched this video on the TV. But this looks like a cool channel. I'll check it out. Thank you. I appreciate that. Steto says, I picked one of the worst times to hit enter on my first message to chat, right as it got sad. Oh, it's not too sad. Look, I'm strong. I'm here. That's one of the first things we're going to talk about, actually. I'm still here. It's not sad. Happy to have you in chat. Very happy to have you in chat. I mean, my family made terrible decisions. And unfortunately, you know, it was bad for them as well as for me. Like, they lost out on getting to know me and staying connected with me. Like, I don't know. I was always a good member of my family. I always took care of my family members like crazily. I took my family obligations very seriously, but, you know, whatever. That's how it goes. My first time seeing you live, and it's for Pride Month. Based, incredibly based, at perfect time to come hang out because we have a lot of stuff to talk about. Look, I even changed the lights to circle through the rainbow. Isn't that sick? Isn't that amazing? I want to play Tears of the Kingdom so bad. It's really good. I have had a really good time with Tears of the Kingdom. Bud Light is working with more LGBTQ partners now. Yeah, of course they are. It's super funny. It's anyway, we'll laugh about that too, of course. Obviously Bud Light was never gonna stop like talking to gay people. The conservatives live in a delusional world, okay? They're completely delusional. They thought that because like Anheuser-Busch, the parent company that makes Bud Light stock, fluctuated by like $2, that they had killed Bud Light forever. They were literally like, we killed Bud Light. Like, I read off that Matt Walsh tweet where he was like, we have claimed the scalp of Bud Light. Let us move to our next target. And then if you go and if you just go look at the stock chart for the last year, they're still higher than they were a year ago. Like, it's so stupid. It's so dumb. Like, obviously, Bud Light is just gonna wait until they stop giving a shit and then send out more commemorative cans. Nobody gives a shit. Like, these conservatives, their boycotts are embarrassing and stupid. Remember when they were boycotting M&Ms? Did that do anything? No, they forgot, and now they're all eating fucking M&Ms again. They're now mad at Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, the company that they have been shelling their wallets out because they heard that one of the CEOs donates to like conservative organizations. And so every single fucking Saturday, every single conservative family in America eats Chick-fil-A regardless of whether they like it or not. They just go there and empty their wallet. And then it's like, oh, as it turns out, Chick-fil-A is a corporation just like any other corporation, and they want to have a diverse working staff. And then they're like, oh, and they're trying to pretend like they're gonna sink Chick-fil-A, the company that they've been giving all. It's so stupid, so dumb. Oh my God, Clyde 950 with 10 more gifted memberships. Oh my God, thank you so much. Oh my God, Clyde. Thank you so very much. Also, you have a really funny avatar. It's a cute little goat. It's an angry goat. I love it. Alexa6 says, I found you through the Illuminaughtii drama and I've been binging your content. This is my first live. Based, welcome. Happy to have you. I'm glad that you've just, oops, I didn't mean to do that. I'm glad that you've decided to come hang out. The live shows are awesome. And welcome. I just noticed your keyboard is covered in various gay. Yes, it is. Clyde is absolutely ballin' right now. But that's what happens when you're a goat. I guess goats just get to ball all the time. Sizteto says, the funniest thing about the Bud Light thing is the anti-woke beer that one guy made is just white label beer produced from an Anheuser-Busch subsidiary. It's literally just a grift. Most of the craft brewing industry is based and wouldn't put up with them at all. I'm one of them, making a raspberry sour right now. Ooh, raspberry sour, that sounds awesome. That sounds really good. Yeah, it's hilarious how much, guys, Donald Trump was selling commemorative coins to old folks. Like, these guys are the biggest grifters on the planet. All of the people who try to jump on this stuff, it's nothing about principle. They're trying to buy they convince their foolish followers into being more of a consumer as if that's some form of political activism, but it's not. It's just getting individual dudes rich. Buellsack says, this January, I realized after 30 years of life that I think I'm actually a dude. Awkward. I always thought I was somehow mentally deranged for being exclusively interested in MM relationships. But in hindsight, yeah, there were probably signs. Well, congratulations on your realization. These things often take time. And good luck. Welcome to the beautiful world of destroying the gender binary. Naomi Chance, I think it did, but just in case, since you're here now. Oh no! What did I do? Oh, hold on, I'll read it off again. Don't worry, here, I'll read it off just in case. Did we just see a live egg hatching? We may have! Congratulations! Where's Naomi Chance? Naomi Chance, hey ma, look, I'm on a live stream. Also, I'm in a band now, sorta. Hey, congratulations! That's awesome. Welcome to the trans mask adjacent club. Fire. One more meme.
Looks like we're in hell.
That's right. Now we're gonna battle in hell. I have my hell spider. Do you see these people?
What the fuck is this?
On the screen, these are all the people I've killed.
Give us the rest of your sin.
This is the coolest fucking moment of my afterlife, and I'm not gonna let you ruin it with your stupid egg-shaped dick.
Listen to me. I am in no relationship. I am neither single or taken. I am a gamer and I am in hell. Do you understand me? I rule this land. Welcome to the casino, bitches. I want big slots, big numbers, big numbers, big numbers.
What the hell is going on?
Baltimore, fuck you.
Ah!
Of course, the ultimate evil in the world. Gambling.
Bombs?
I don't want that.
True! The ultimate evil. Actually, gambling is one of the, like, unironic most evil industries in the world. Also, Zoe Vexed with the unbelievably generous tier 4 sub. Thank you so very much. You are amazing. You rock. People are being super generous. And thank you. This show is 100% viewer supported, so thank you very much.
Are yours, my friend? Wait, here, hold on. Well, if it isn't Rouge the Bat Shadow the Hedgehog.
Alright. Okay, that was a pretty good meme. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty damn good. That was pretty good. You can't spell gamers without gay. True! Proving Beetle 16 says, back in December, I took a good look back on my life experience and realized that I was on the ace spectrum. Since then, I've accepted who I am, and this Pride Month is quite special to me personally, since it's the first one I get to celebrate as my true self, and also become my fellow queers really need my help. I'm also going to be, because my fellow queers really need my help, I'm also going to be volunteering at the BC Forest Discovery Center in Duncan, BC, and I really want to propose having a Pride event there at the place. All I can say is stay safe and stay proud. Based and amazing. Good luck with that, and I truly wish you the best with that. I'm sure they'll be open to it. Most people, as it turns out, are super chill with Pride. That's awesome. That's super awesome. Do you also agree that The Bachelor in Pathologic 2 is serving cunt? Yes, I do. Of course. He's wearing a snakeskin jacket. Now, does he need a bath? Yes, he does. But does he have fashion sense? Yes, he does. Oh, yes, he does. He's also wearing platform shoes. That's true. Felson Former with the tier 1 sub. I'm doing my part. Thank you very much. I thought it was a trench coat. It's literally canonically a snakeskin coat. Hold on, let me show you. Here, I'll get the art of it so you can actually see. Here we go. Where's the actual in-game art with the snakeskin? Is it only in Pathologic 2 that he has the snakeskin? Yeah, here it is. Here's his model. Technically, it's only in Pathologic 2 that he has the snakeskin. But you can see it. It's a snakeskin coat. It's got the snakeskin there, there, and there. Sick as fuck. To be fair, I guess in Pathologic... Well, no, it is in Pathologic 1 as well. You know, look, they even depict it in Pathologic 1. Whoop. There's the snakeskin portions. Well, a very good place to do it, Bo Isaac. I realize I read your name wrong. I thought it was an L. So I thought your name was a joke of ball sack. But I realize now it's Bo Isaac. And I'm just stupid. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Oh my god. I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Listen, when you have been on the internet as long as I have, you realize just how many people make their names puns and euphemisms and dirty jokes, okay? Okay? Incredible. Did you see that the Are They Gay guy came out as a trans dude? I did see that. I'm not super familiar with the Are They Gay guy, but that sounds fitting and correct. Dirty jokes on the internet? Are they gay? A gay queer? So is he a gay guy? I imagine. Probably. I imagine so. Necro Reefer says, hey mama, I know it's Pride, but I have some objections to your recent atheism video. Okay, well, when I do my atheism segment, I'll be open to people who have critiques calling in to talk to me. If people really want to talk to me about my atheism video, we're gonna do that after the Pride segment. So as long as you can wait until then, I'm open to talking to people about it. So, yeah. Zoe Vex says, have you seen Nominal Naomi? And if so, what do you think of her content? She does a lot of debates and such. I really like Nominal Naomi, and actually Nominal Naomi came on my show during our last call-in stream, and we had a wonderful conversation together. I think that Nominal Naomi is a very good debater and also an incredibly skilled poster. Nominal Naomi has been running circles around Matt Walsh on Twitter the last week, which has been incredible to see. Big fan, which is, you know, big fan. Yeah, I don't catch every debate or anything like that, but I approve. Yeah, people got mad about the atheism stuff. We're gonna get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Mother of Mudkip says, the imps are the nicest community I've ever encountered. We have a unbelievably kind community here. Not just nice, but also genuinely kind. The community here is very, very, very good at taking care of one another and taking care of other content creators in the space. And that is something that I want to encourage more and more and more. Bo Isaac says, I have to backtrack and check out the atheist video for context. I only discovered Demon Mama after somebody's recommendation re the Illuminaughtii situation. A lot of new people have come in and become familiar with my content because of the Illuminaughtii, because of my rundown of the Illuminaughtii situation, which makes me happy because I put a lot of work into that, into making sure that it was a measured response, that it was still entertaining, but also informative. But yeah, please check out my content. I recently put out an atheism video that made some people mad, which is a little bit surprising to me. I knew it was going to make some people mad, but I didn't expect as many people to get mad about it, given that I was actually, I feel like I was pretty careful in what I had to say. We'll talk about that in a few minutes though, so yeah. 10-letter name says, legit, the imps always raid with love played a massive role in me not fighting with people online. I'm genuinely a healthier person because of Demon Mom and the imps. That's based, and that makes me feel really good to hear. Part of the reason why I constantly reiterate imps raid with love, and I constantly reiterate do not die, is because I think these are two things that if people remember, it actually will make their lives better. Beelzebub says, your Illuminaughtii stream was by far the best drama deep dive I've seen from any YouTuber that wasn't a documentarian tuber. Yeah, I am trying to get better at it, and I think I have. I think the Illuminaughtii videos have proven that I've gotten a lot better at long-form deep dives, and that makes me happy because it's something that I've been trying to hone. I have a whole lot of other drama mamas. If you go check it out, there's a whole playlist. Or if you just search Drama Mama with, you know, on my channel, Demon Mama, Drama Mama, you'll find all of my videos. And some of them I wasn't as good at. I was still learning a lot of stuff, but I've gotten a lot better. Yeah. I missed the video. Did Demon Mama come out as an anti-theist? Why are people mad? No, I very lightly critiqued anti-theists and atheists. I was explicitly not anti-atheist. I just critiqued anti-theists and atheists, and it made people frustrated. But we'll talk about that. Delance says, Iilluminaughtii put out a tweet that she is going to be using legal actions to protect herself, and she already issued a C&D against Wonder. Yes. I haven't found it necessary to do an update yet since we already did so many updates. But yes, as I predicted, Iilluminaughtii already issued a cease and desist order against Wonder. Interestingly, also exactly as I predicted, she is completely ignoring the click. Because the click's counter to her stupid video was so good. It was so lock solid. And also, the click is overseas, so she's just going to continue to torment Wonder, it seems, until she either makes the wise decision to give the fuck up and stop, or until she ruins her entire reputation. Also, great to see you interact with Olay. Would love to see you two talk sometime. I would absolutely love that. Olay is one of the people I will be inviting onto the end of the month call-in. So, yeah. Did you see the conservative TikToker Ethan Schmidt got outed on Grindr? He's the guy who goes into a store and bothers employees about queer merch and displays. It's really fucking funny because all of his Grindr DMs got leaked. It's a tale as old as time. Conservatives projecting their own insecurities about their own homosexuality onto the broader homosexual community. It's incredible, isn't it? It's incredible how often that happens. How frequently. It's almost like there's way more gay people than any conservative would ever like to admit. Heavy Gretel says, both you and her ex-partner called that would be the path of action. You're like Momstradamus. Sometimes I really do have an oracular eye, don't I? Is she going to sue Wonderstruck for breach of contract? Very hard to say. I mean, given her actions, given Illuminati's actions so far, I don't think it's unrealistic that she continues legal action. However, she might actually just not have the wherewithal to do it. Like, I don't know what her life situation is now, but it sounds like her life is pretty bad. Her partner has left her. Her entire team has disassociated, or her former team has completely disassociated with her. It sounds like most of her former lackeys have completely disassociated with her. People who were willing to help her get away with this stuff. So she might not actually have the oomph to pull off a legal case against Wonder, given that she no longer has minions to do her bidding, or she no longer has the same minions. She might have new minions, but I don't know. It seems unlikely that people are going to be willing to trust her, given everything that's been exposed. Also, supposedly Oz Media is working on a response to all of this BS. We will be reacting to that if that is true. If Oz Media puts out a response, that will be the next update. Yep. Wonder's GoFundMe already raised $12K, and he said he will post all receipts and give the money that is remaining to a queer organization. I saw that. Very, very based. In my headcanon, she started falling apart before she made the first video. It was already too late. Well, clearly it already was, because her and Oz Media had split ways before the drama even fully started. In fact, Oz Media was one of the people who said that the Legal Eagle false accusations, or the false accusations against Legal Eagle, were bullshit. So it seems like she had already begun alienating people by that point. Yep. Rhodes says, Demon Mama isn't magic, guys. She just has her finger on the pulse and knows what people do. Far more impressive if you ask me. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Plush Unicycle with the incredibly generous $22 super chat. Thank you so much. Just got my first full paycheck and a new job at a harm reduction agency and wanted to pass on a massive thanks for helping me stay sane through the last 2 years of school. So glad to be done with it and working again. Plush Unicycle, thank you, and you're welcome. I'm more than happy to have provided you entertainment and interesting topics, whatever else that I was able to provide for you. It truly means the world to me that you'd be willing to support me, and congratulations on your new job. That sounds amazing. I subscribed to Oz while your stream was still going on. Yeah, Oz seems pretty cool. It sucks that Oz was roped in so tightly for so long. That's a really painful experience. And it doesn't mean that, like, you don't have a responsibility to apologize for like, helping somebody hurt other people. However, when you're really close to somebody and they're constantly manipulating you and constantly trying to get you involved in their nonsense, and we already saw DMs, we already saw proof that Oz Media was constantly trying to reduce the anger and reduce the damage. Like, Oz Media was begging Iilluminaughtii to stop going after Wonder at one point. Yep. Well, I can't watch that one right now. We got to stop the memes. We got to get to the main stuff. The Palminator says, supposedly the person that outed Keffel's addiction was just accused by 2 people of sexual assault. I have seen that. I don't know if we're going to cover that. We may cover that. Some very detailed allegations have been issued against a Twitter user who is a relatively like a medium-sized public figure in the sex work space. However, I am waiting to get receipts. I know that there's a number of people who are investigating that already. Depending on the receipts that I receive, I may or may not cover it. I do think it's a very severe issue, as this person is like followed by a lot of people. Like, I know a ton of other people who engage with this creator, and yeah, it's gone pretty crazy. And there has been allegations of stalking, like as in the person who was accused of sexual assault got so mad and then allegedly, now this is allegedly, again, I'm still waiting to get all of the story, and I'm not going to make any final statements or do any videos on this outside of just what I saw. But allegedly she like drove over to her alleged victim's house and also was sending like messages like, I'm driving to your house, I'm coming over now, I hope you're fucking ready. Yeah, they sent them a photo of them driving to their house. I know, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It was deranged. But we're not, that's all that I can say is this is what I've seen. I have no final statement on this. I can't speak to the veracity of every single claim. I'm waiting to get all of the receipts together. I do have, like I said, it is something I'm keeping an eye on, but I am not yet willing to make any statements on it personally. Yep. It's a very, very, it seems to be a very tense situation is what I'll say for now. Killjoy says, did you see that League of Legends dropped its esports support? Yes. Oh, it was like in the most deranged anti-talent move that you could possibly imagine. Riot has completely lost its mind because the pro players in the League Championship Series, the LCS, which is like the League of Legends professional league, they basically said that their work conditions, like their pay conditions, were horrible, and so there was a unanimous walkout. All of the members of the league pro scene decided to stand in solidarity and do a walkout, and League's response was to kill League esports. It's actually off the rails. I mean, not super surprising coming from Riot, given that Riot is like an insanely anti-worker, insanely anti-talent company. They are like one of the most exploitative and disgusting companies, gaming companies in the world. But yeah, pretty deranged. We might cover it at some point, but also I try to stay away from League of Legends these days. The teams have to purchase slots in tournaments. It's absurd, like in the high thousands. Yeah, of course. It's always been a racket. Like, esports is full of just borderline scams. The way that these, like, imagine... It's horrible, okay? The exploitation is unbelievable. But again, keep in mind, League of Legends itself is a game that is built on fostering addiction and built on its core, built on gambling mechanics. From the bottom up, League of Legends is a massive pit of exploitation. Who plays League anymore anyways? Well, a lot of people actually. Yeah. Yep. A lot of people still do. Yeah. 150 million average players per month still. No way, Dasteon. That's deranged. No fucking way. That's too high. It can't be that high, right? Killjoy 40K says, I think it was Moist Critical who pointed out that most of esports are literally not profitable. Like, there isn't enough revenue generated for it to be profitable for the teams. Yeah, the teams are basically just... the teams just get exploited. Everyone just gets exploited. Now, some individual players and some teams are able to make money, but the way that they make money is by basically turning their players into celebrities. So, like, teams will make money not just from winning tournaments, but from they'll pad their losses from winning tournaments because the scoop will be big. But they make their money from having celebrity players who are able to pull in like incredible amounts of views. This actually is something that was a huge problem back in the day in specifically in North America. One of the problems was that North America teams weren't they weren't as good on the pro scene, and all of the pro players kept saying the reason is that we just focus on our streaming careers instead of getting really, really good at the game, because we don't need to win the tournament in order to make money. The way that we make money is by being good streamers. So the teams became streamer houses instead of actual professional teams. Like, they would still play and they would still go. They just didn't really care as much about winning because it was more about generating hype for their streams. That's to buy a team, it looks like. To purchase a team is that price. Yeah, I was thinking, it's funny, the team that I was just thinking of when I was talking about that was TSM, Team Solo Mid. Reported offers for TSM's LCS slot fall well short of the league's record sale price. TSM is seeking a world championship by moving to another region, with many believing that it will head east to the LCK or the LPL, but the organization is also seeking a buyer for its current LCS slot. The price TSM is looking for would double the amount it paid. No, they were. Holy shit, TSM was paying $10 million to stay in the LCS. That's insane. That's they were paying $10 million to fucking Riot just to stay in the league. That's deranged. For context, TSM, along with the other organizations that stayed in the LCS when it moved to a franchising model prior to the 2018 season, paid a flat buy-in fee of $10 million. Disgusting. Disgusting. That is so fucked. Lars, thank you very, very much. I'm really sorry to hear that, and you're welcome. I'm more than happy to stream to keep your mind occupied and entertained and informed. Is there really no money for the teams in, like, LoL esports? Don't those tourneys sell out stadiums? Also, I get it for other esports, but specifically for League of Legends. It's complicated, but the tournaments aren't where they make their money. The tournaments are where they get their fame. And then they use their fame to get sponsorships. Sponsorships are where teams make their money, not the actual tournaments themselves. The cut that like Riot will take for a tournament, or that the tournament hosts, depending on whether it's an official like Riot run tournament or otherwise, those guys are the operators of the tournament take the largest cut, and then they put the money into a pool for the winner. So no, most teams don't make their money from the tournament. Especially because the winner is the one who's getting the most money. They make their money from sponsorships, they get their fame from the tournament, and then they use their fame to make the team profitable. Octavia said, Riven from League of Legends helped me realize I was trans. Also, shout out to the unshowered, stinky high gremlins in chat. Go take a shower. It's worth it. You can still listen to the show. Just put it on your phone. Go take a shower, goddammit. Be clean. It's good. It's good for you. You'll feel better. I promise. Hey, Demon Mama, got any book recommendations concerning gay and trans rights? I want to learn how to better debate the far right. Oh, God. Off the cuff, books about gay and trans rights. I mean, for debate, I don't think I have any recommendations that would just off the cuff teach you how to debate better. Honestly, if you want to learn how to debate the far right better on gay and trans rights, I would recommend watching debates. There's a ton of them out there. There's a ton of people doing them. But I would have to think on that. I don't know. For debating specifically, there's all kinds of books I could recommend that are very interesting when talking about gay and trans rights, but debate specifically is a little more difficult. That's cute. That's cute, Proving Beetle. Oh, I do think, as for a really good video, Jangle's Science Lad has a really, really good video on trans athletics. If you look up the science, I think it's called The Science of Trans Sports or Trans Athletics. It's a fantastic video. Jangles is a graduate in sports medicine, and he does a very deep analysis of all of the current science around trans athletics, and it's a fantastic video. It's a absolutely fantastic video that is very, very useful. Yeah. All right, everybody. We've been chilling out for about an hour and a half now. Well, not quite. A little bit less than just about an hour. We've been hanging out. Oh yeah, Julia Serrano is fantastic, of course. But let's bring it in, okay, everybody? Let's bring it in because we're about to talk about Pride. If you are here, we have an amazing 400 viewers right now, which is absolutely incredible. Thank you all for being here. If you wouldn't mind, please go down there and press the like button on the stream. The last time I asked for likes, we had just over 200 viewers, and now we have over 400 viewers. So if you help press that like button, we will guaranteed get more people to come listen and learn about Pride, which is fucking awesome. Oh wait, there's actually one other thing I have to talk about before we do Pride, which is still Pride related. And that is how proud I am of my channel. I know, self-indulgent, but you'll have to deal with it for just a minute. First of all, we have officially passed 24,000 imps. That's right. You guys remember it was less than a month ago that we were at 23,000, and we have now blasted past 24,000. This channel is growing at a rapid pace, and it is awesome. It is the most encouraging thing I've seen in a very long time. I've been working at this channel for over 3 years, and it makes me very, very happy to see that the channel is growing. My channel has, some of you who've been here for a long time will know that the first, the like middle 2 years of my channel, I guess, were rather rough, okay? I had a couple of very large channels who really, really didn't like me, and they did basically everything in their power to ensure that my channel did not grow. My channel suffered multiple false mass reportings. My Twitch got mass reported. My YouTube got mass reported. It was a very, very, very frustrating experience, and as a result, it's been a slow growth. However, one thing that my channel has always succeeded in, and I mean like leaps and bounds above other channels similar to mine, is viewer retention. My viewers, you, the imps, stick around, and it has meant the entire world. We have an incredibly engaged and passionate community, and people see it. Other content creators recognize this. I learned this because other channels told me that they were looking at my analytics and were blown away by how engaged my audience really is. You guys leave more comments. You guys are more positive. You guys show up for more shows. It means the world to me that we have a passionate community that loves my stuff, and it really makes me feel good. So even though it's been a slow channel growth, the fact is that we have quality subscribers. My channel has never gone viral, okay? I've never had a video that went viral and just brought in 1 million people or whatever. And I don't really chase virality at all. I make what I'm passionate about, and people respond clearly, and that makes me really happy. And what that means is that this growth is growth that sticks. The slow and steady, well, I can't even call it slow, but the steady growth of this channel is full of people who really, really like me and like my stuff. And that makes me really, really happy. And I want to talk about another thing, because I recently just received a little update from YouTube about the details of what the growth of this channel has meant. And I want to talk about that. So, over the last 30 days, in the month of May, okay, we received 59.3 thousand more views than our average. We grew by almost 60,000 views over the average. That's not 50,000, that's not 60,000 more views. That's more than our average. That's huge for us, okay? That is massive. Just so we understand, we got 210,000 views in the last month. On the month of May, 210,000 people came and checked out the channel. That is fucking beyond awesome, okay? That is amazing, and it's so inspiring. But what's more than that, and this is even more, get this. This is where it goes really crazy, okay? This is where it goes really wild. We had 60,000 more watch hours than our average. So last month, 130,000 watch hours, okay? So I want you to think about that. The imps collectively spent 130,000 hours watching my content. That means that with 210,000 views and 130 watch hours, people stick around for a really long time. People start watching and they want to keep watching. So sick. It's just been so inspiring to see just how much people have been willing to engage and check out and end up loving my content. Makes me really, really happy. And it feels fucking good. So I just wanted to take a few moments before we talk about Pride the Month to talk about how proud I am of this channel. Being a YouTuber has been a very challenging job. It's a lot of work. Sometimes it can feel very thankless, but it hasn't been feeling thankless lately. It really, really is awesome. I'm really fucking proud of this channel. And not only that, I'm really proud of my team. My mod team, all of my mods, all the way up to my lead mod, Silent, my thumbnailer, Nasty, my editor, Danny, our shorts editor, Jazz Dog. It's been truly, truly incredible. It's just, everybody's been putting in their all and it's really been paying off. And I want to see this channel go really big. I want to be able to do some really ambitious stuff with this channel. Now, the simple truth is, despite all of these big victories, YouTube still doesn't pay all that well, okay? It is the people who donate, you imps who donate directly to me via super chats or via the website, which is the best way to support me, or via Patreon, which is the second best way to support me, including Boomer Bro Real with the $10. I took my wife to her first kink party this weekend and she had a blast, shocking the hell out of me with a borrowed wand. Happy Pride. That sounds fucking sick. I love shock tools. They're awesome. They're super cool. That sounds amazing, and thank you for supporting the show. I say this constantly, that my show is only able to succeed in the post-adpocalypse era of YouTube thanks to the support of viewers. You guys just throwing a few tips at me here and there means the world to me. You know, I always tell people, just treat me like a local band playing at your favorite bar. Throw a few bucks here and there into the bucket, and you will make sure that me and my loved ones live a comfortable life. Thank you for all of you who do support this show. Because unfortunately, YouTube itself does not pay very well, okay? Especially given that I talk about gay stuff all the time. Let me just tell you, a lot of my videos get demonetized, okay? Unfortunately, a ton of my videos get demonetized, and it really sucks. It really fucking sucks, okay? Yeah, so, thank you for those of you who support. And thank you for those of you who comment. You guys who say thoughtful comments. Lately, I've been receiving an unbelievable amount of very positive comments. Not just from regulars either, from new viewers. New viewers have been coming in to say, wow, I've never seen your stuff before. This video really hit home, and leave these big, thoughtful comments. And it feels awesome to be able to, for a long time, I just didn't engage with my comment section because there was so much negativity coming from communities that hated me. For a while, my enemies outweighed my supporters in the comment section, but that is not true anymore. My comment section is full of really thoughtful messages, of meaningful critique, of meaningful support, and it's been awesome. And also really, really good for my mental health, okay? It means a lot to be able to receive words of support from people who really like my content. So, thank you all. And here's to a banger of a Pride Month. This year's been a lot of work. I've been struggling to keep up with all the work this year just because it's been so much. As you guys know, we've finally reached the point where we are uploading a video every single day, and once in a while we even do 2 videos in a day, which is a lot of work. It's a lot of work to produce enough segments to be able to put a video up every single day and also have videos that are popular. But we've done it. We've managed to keep videos coming on a regular basis, and they've been getting more and more popular. So that's awesome. Put the screw in the tuna. Thank you very, very much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Here's to the Impy. Yeah. Brutus Magnuson with the incredibly generous $10 super chat. I forgot what I was going to say in this super chat. Well, that works. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have to be so dense with the quality. Yeah, I really try not to do garbage. I just don't like doing content for the sake of content. Obviously, I'm a streamer, so a lot of it is going to be kind of light, you know. Well, I guess not everything I do is really even that light, but yeah, anyway. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate your support. Seriously. Anyway. That's what I wanted to say. That I wanted to make sure I did a little segment shouting out the growth of the channel and the unbelievable passion of the community. Also, if you're here and you have never gone to the Discord is awesome. It's constantly bumping. The chats are always active on the Discord. Discord.gg/DemonMama. Please join the Discord. We would love to have you hang out. Also, the best thing about the Discord is that you always know when I'm going live because you can make sure that you get the live notifications, which is how most people find out because YouTube is not super reliable with live notifications. So there you go. Spyro Gal with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Mama Rising indeed. Thank you so much. Light Rays says, the quality really shines through. You've quickly become my favorite streamer because of your effort. I'm sure I've said so before. Well, that means the world to me. That really means the world to me. All right, everybody. Are we ready? I literally couldn't even see the stream on your channel till it started. Yeah, unfortunately, YouTube has some serious issues getting live notifications out. It really sucks. I really wish that they would fix it, but yeah. Yeah. It's nothing I can do about that. Except for use the Discord. The Discord is where everybody finds out that the stream is going to go live. Bongs Daily says, not gonna lie, your show is looking like the sort of basic framework I want to do on my own media stuff. Really good stuff. Thank you. I plan on taking it to the next level as well. This year, there's been some delays on stuff that I want to do. I'm going to be reworking the set eventually, but that had to be delayed for a whole bunch of reasons. But I have a whole bunch of plans, so you'll see. DemonMama is one of the only lefties that doesn't have disappointing half-baked analyses. Well, I'm self-conscious about it, okay? I don't want to put out a take that I'm not proud of. It makes me feel bad if I'm putting out a lazy take. I don't like that shit. What about the podcast with Xanderhall? Podcast with Xanderhall is being scheduled. There has been delays on Zan's end for the podcast because Zan moved this year and then had to move again. But soon. I know we've been saying soon forever, but I promise it's coming soon. All right, everybody. My lovely, lovely, lovely imps. It is time for us to talk about Pride. That's right. If you're watching this live, it is June 1st, 2023. It is Pride Month. That's right. It's Pride Month. Everybody's favorite month of the year. And we have a lot. I want to talk about there's so much stuff I want to talk about. Now, obviously, some of you may be watching this in the future. Welcome to the channel. It's probably a few days into June if you're watching the video version of this and not the live one. You should come check out the live stream sometime on demonmama.com. But regardless, there's a lot of things that I really, really want to talk about this Pride. But the first topic that I want to talk about is why Pride? Why do we call it Pride Month? And honestly, that's a question that sometimes even queer people, gay, trans, asexual, whatever, if you are under the queer umbrella, sometimes the answer isn't always immediately clear. Why do we call it Pride Month? And why do we focus so much on being proud of who and what we are? And the answer is one of history. The very first Pride, the first thing that we see in history as an event that sort of sparked the trend of Pride Month, was an uprising at the Stonewall Club in New York, and that is largely considered to be the true initiation point of Pride. And it was an uprising of angry and hurt queer people of many stripes, transsexuals. Transgender didn't really exist as a term at that time, but people who would fit that label, non-binary people, gay people, lesbians, and drag queens were the people who were all involved at this initial uprising. And it was a struggle between these people and the police. And this struggle came to be because there was a overwhelming oppression that was present at the time. To the degree, in fact, I actually have a shirt that shows, I should have had this prop ready, but I have a shirt that shows the sign that was posted on the wall at Stonewall. And it was a sign that said, "This is a raided premises," meaning that the police would randomly raid this sort of famously gay congregation location where people would dance together and have some drinks and hang out. And the reason they would do that is because at the time it was illegal to dance with a person of the same sex. Now, to some of us, that's going to seem very absurd, and to others of us, it's going to seem all too believable. It's hard to believe that there were laws on the books at any point in history sometimes that literally said, yeah, you're not allowed to slow dance with somebody who appears to be the same sex or gender as yourself. But that was the state of affairs at that time. It was a regime of enforced normalcy. And the normalcy that had been decided by the powers that be, the government at the time, which was heavily influenced by a conservative culture, that was heavily influenced by conservative Christianity. The norm that had been decided on at that time was heterosexuality. There weren't raids on clubs where heterosexual people were dancing together. There weren't laws forbidding slow dancing between heterosexual people. And the crazy thing is, there were also laws at the time on the books that were explicitly targeting you being able to slow dance with somebody of the same sex in your own home, because at that point it would become a matter of public nuisance. If anybody knew it was happening, they consider so we know there certainly weren't laws against that. You think that the cops were bashing down the doors of straight couples' houses because they were dancing to a record? No, they weren't. Pride came about as a result of resistance to a cruel and oppressive set of legally enforced norms, an imposition of values by state powers, by society at large, an assertion that heterosexual people are for some reason better, more natural, more fitting, more morally good than gay people. And so, why pride? Why have pride in who we are? Because it is a refutation of the idea that we are not good, that we are not beautiful, that we are not incredible, that we do not contribute to the world, that we are not of value. That is, we refute that idea. And that is the spirit behind pride. It is a refutation of this absurd norm, this idea that heterosexual normalcy is somehow better and more beautiful than everything else that exists. It is a rejection of the naturalistic fallacies that society sometimes plays on. This idea that, oh, it's unnatural. No, it isn't. It's absolutely naturally occurring. If you, heterosexuals, can celebrate your naturally occurring sexuality, presumably, why can't we? Why can't we celebrate our naturally occurring identities? It's a refutation of guilt. It's a refutation of shame. In our society, guilt is wielded like a sword, okay? Especially in America. But in most modern capitalist-influenced cultures that also happen to be heavily influenced by extremist Christianity, extremist evangelical Christianity. All of these societies are obsessed with shame and they are obsessed with guilt. They use guilt and shame to mentally torture people to fall in line without ever having to be formally corrected at all, even though they often do. We know that if you have no shame, where's your sense of shame? If you don't have a sense of guilt, it will be beaten into you. With cops, like at Stonewall or beyond, with teachers, parents even. So pride is about taking strength in who we are and asserting that men who love men are beautiful. Women who love women are beautiful. Non-binary individuals who love non-binary individuals are indeed beautiful. That there is a beauty in love. That there is a beauty in self-realization. That there is a beauty in expressing oneself truthfully to the world. That is the assertion of pride, and why it's called Pride Month, and why that name has stuck for so long. When I first came out, I encountered a lot of negative responses. For those who don't know, some of you are new to my channel, I am both gay and I am also trans. I'm a transgender woman. And I also consider myself non-binary. And I'll explain that for people who don't understand how you can be a trans woman and also non-binary. I'll explain that in a minute. But when I first came out to my family as trans, the reaction was very severe. Oddly enough, the first person I told did not react negatively to my face. However, word very quickly spread through my family against my will. I was outed forcibly to a lot of my family members. And some of those family members, the majority of those family members, took a very hostile position to the degree that finances were used against me, and ultimately housing was used against me. So at the time of my life, I was very dependent on my parents. I had decided, after being encouraged, of course, by my family to achieve scholastically, I had been accepted into a very prestigious film school. I was very lucky. I worked really hard in my senior year of high school to get scholarships because I didn't have a whole, like, my family wasn't super, super rich or anything like that at all. And so I was in film school. And upon the discovery that I had come out to my family as trans, my parents decided that they would no longer support me continuing at school. Part of this was under the myth that, like, school had turned me trans. Part of it was because they knew that I was receiving therapy for being trans, that I was talking to somebody about it, that there was somebody who was willing to sit there and ask me questions and hear me out on it. But I was completely and utterly cut off financially. It got to the point where my own debit cards and things like that had been completely disabled because I had trusted my parents with them. I had my cell phone disabled, so I wasn't able to call anyone. And I ended up having to return to home where I could be observed and watched by my family at all times. At which point they then encouraged me to go to a Christian counselor. And this Christian counselor, who was allegedly supposed to help me, gave me the advice that I should wait until I was 30 years old. Now, the time that this happened, I was 20 years old. They wanted me to wait a decade just in case I was somehow mistaken about my identity. And you'll notice that immediately this starts to tie back to what I was talking about, that the Christian therapist's main goal was basically to imply that there was something wrong with being trans, that it was a thing that you should try to avoid at any cost, that being trans, living as yourself, was something to be avoided. And while he couldn't, because he was a licensed therapist, tell me not to transition, he could tell me that I should wait to think about it more. And he could imply that I was rushing into something that was harmful and bad. And he could fill my mind with all of the terrible things that would happen to me as a result of being trans. Interestingly, all of those terrible things are perpetuated by people like himself, people who believe that being trans was something to be ashamed of. Now, I decided to seek my own therapy outside of this Christian therapist, and I finally was able to convince my parents to, well, I just stopped going. I just said, I'm not going to go to this guy anymore. I think he's full of shit. And unfortunately, shortly after that, once I refused to go to the Christian therapist, I was kicked out. So I went from having all of my finances stripped away from me, all of my ability to communicate with other people stripped away from me, to ultimately having my housing stripped away from me. At which point, it was, thankfully, my best friend who ended up offering me a place to stay. And I will always be thankful for that. My friends were always way more accepting than my family, by a long shot. But that whole situation taught me something. Because it wasn't just people, I didn't even mention. It's been so long since I've talked about this. I should mention this. When the day came that I was finally kicked out of my home, shortly after that, I was given a letter by one of my family members. A letter in which they said that if I ever showed up near them or my siblings, and in their words, it was with my freak flag flying, that they would kill me, that they would shoot me with a gun, that they would meet me with a shotgun and kill me. I still have that letter. I still hold on to it. It's in storage because I always wanted to remember the level of hatred Because sometimes when we get to Pride, you hear all kinds of arguments about how, oh, it's you know, why, you know, how come I have to justify your existence? What is it? Why can't I just have my opinions and you have yours? Why can't I just not care? You know, how come I gotta care? Well, no, it's not about making anybody else care. It's the fact that none of these people actually keep their opinions to themselves. They're aggressive. They're violent. They force them on their own children. They force them on their neighbors, their friends, their extended family members. My entire family exiled me for simply being honest about the fact that I wanted to be a woman. Yeah, some of you will remember that I showed that letter on stream. A long time ago that I showed that letter. So there is a regime of social norms that are arbitrarily enforced based on generally religious principles, generally Christian evangelical principles, sometimes Catholic principles, but generally, at least in America, evangelical principles. And these have been asserted as the default and the norm. And all throughout our society, there are apparatuses that reinforce these ideas, that blast guilt, that blast shame, that blast threats against queer people of all types: gay, lesbian, asexual, transgender, non-binary. And that's, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that that's why it's about pride. That's why it's about saying, fuck that. That's why it's about saying, no, that is not acceptable. This is not an acceptable state of the world. There is no, this illusion that everybody should just do their own thing and blah, blah, blah is not true. That actually every day of our lives, we are beset by a regime of totally arbitrary Christian-influenced shame, guilt, pain, and suffering. That gay people to this day, I mean, guys, do I need to talk about the state of affairs for trans people in the United States right now, where we have close to 500 explicitly anti-trans bills moving through various state legislatures all across the country? There is a massive genocidal push to force trans people out of life, to shame them, to tell them that they are wrong just for existing, to say that they are somehow pornographic just for existing, to say that they are dangerous to children just for existing. It's disgusting. This is a disgusting push. And that's why pride is more important than ever. That's why pride. That's why every single June, gay people get together and stand strong together and celebrate together and get a little loud. Because frankly, we're being bombarded on all sides all year round by messages telling us that we're disgusting, by messages telling us that we're not beautiful, that we're wrong. Let me give you another example of that. Something that I've encountered a lot in fellow gay people. How many, just real quick in chat, give me, just put a number one, just put the number one in chat if you have felt guilt about the idea that you won't have a legacy because you're gay or trans. Just put a number one in chat if you've ever felt that. If you've ever been made to feel that way, like that you are somehow like you're ending the reproductive line, you're ending your family line. Look at this. Of course, the chat is going to go flying with this. Every single fucking gay person I've ever met has somehow has expressed this and felt this. I've heard this so much from fellow trans and gay people all the time that oh, you're gonna damage your ability to reproduce. How are you ever gonna have a family? How are you ever gonna do these things? Okay? I'm not saying if you've ever, like, personally felt guilty, but if somebody's tried to or brought it up to you, okay? I'm sure tons of people are. I'm sure tons of people don't deal with the personal guilt because they don't care or whatever. But a lot of people have. There is nonetheless a massive attempt. Look at just, I mean, God, you saw how many ones came up on the screen there. How many people came up and said that? Zoe Vex says, we were literally told that we were a waste for not spreading our blue-eyed genes. And of course, the truth is that reproduction, having kids, is not the only way to have a legacy. Having kids is not the only way to affect the world. Having kids is not the only way to be remembered. And having kids is not the only way to have a family either. Not even including adoption, which of course is a thing that gay people and trans people can do if they so desire. But above and beyond that, that when it's heterosexual people, the pressure is so much less even. And of course the pressure still exists, but that it's often accepted for a straight person to be an artist or to be an engineer or to be a scientist and to leave their legacy in the world. And yet for gay people, it's an immediate panic that everybody is constantly bringing up and constantly being like, you're killing your family line. You're an end of your genetics. You're going to lead to the end of Western civilization. In fact, it's funny because I have an example of this right here. Here is the ace in the hole. Just today, any society that isn't normatively based on heterosexual family formation is definitionally doomed to collapse. Pretending that society ought to be apathetic about such matters, or even worse, condemnatory of the presence of traditional norms, is civilizationally suicidal. Interesting. This idea that heterosexuality must be the norm, that it must be encouraged at all costs. It's actually kind of interesting, isn't it? That on one hand, they assert, they scream, it's natural to be heterosexual, it's unnatural to be gay, it's natural to be cisgender, it's unnatural to be trans. But yet on the other hand, apparently you can't just let it be. Apparently you have to go out of your way to ensure, to build rules and norms and laws that insist that people have to behave a certain way. So which is it? Is it natural or is it unnatural? Do you have to do it yourself manually because it's so unnatural that you have to build laws and rules and societal norms around it? Or is it a natural occurrence? It's almost like they're full of shit. It's almost like what it's actually about is asserting their ideology on everyone else and just doing a little sleight of hand, claiming it's normal to be heterosexual. Actually, guys, you want to know the real truth, the deep and secret truth? The secret truth is it's fucking normal to be gay as shit. All throughout history, all these people who claim that they're, or who seem on the surface like they might be heterosexual, oh man, they like a lot of stuff. And if you look at the consumption of porn across America, sure seems like a lot more people really like that gay shit than they like to let on. It's almost like actually the natural state of humanity is much more broad than just heterosexual. That people, even people who end up getting married and having kids, they often like a little bit of gay shit on the side, don't they? Sometimes they like it a little more than they like to let on. Sometimes their wife likes to get involved too. Seems like people are a little more fruity than these psychopaths want to admit. Pride is about dismantling the complex of pointless guilt. Pride is about disassembling emotional torture, a society that demands that you be miserable. Pride is about recognizing beauty where beauty exists. Pride is about celebrating love in all of its forms. Pride is about celebrating self-expression. Pride is about becoming aware of ways that we can pass on our legacy that don't just involve having more kids to feed into the work machine. Isn't it interesting too? Not to get all anti-capitalist on y'all, but this is a leftist channel after all. Isn't it interesting that it just so happens that Christianity's natural family, their ideal family, their heterosexual, multiple children, have as many children as you can, quiverful movements, all perfectly align with the need to have more soldiers and more workers? Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting that those two things align literally perfectly? That the only way that matters is if you're producing new workers for the capitalist order that weirdly takes on all of the rules and moral standards of Christianity. It's almost like capitalism and Christianity grew out, or that I should say capitalism grew out of Christianity and that they remain locked forever. Isn't that interesting? Pride is about throwing off the assertion that a government or a church or a family owns your body, owns your expression, owns your future. It's about saying, no, actually, I get to decide who I am. I have to live my life in my body. I have to live my life. I get to decide who I am. That's what pride is about. All of these things. Now, there's another thing I wanted to talk about with regard to pride. Now that I've gotten out of the way the basic, some personal stories about why pride is important to me, about how guilt is used to try and make people feel ashamed of who they are, about how it's used to set up violence against people who defy a norm. I want to talk about something else, which is the broader cycle of discourse around pride. There are a handful of conversations that come up every single year around pride. One of them I've already touched on, which is this, well, why do you have to be so loud about it? Why do you have to have a whole month where all you talk about is being gay? Well, maybe it's because, we've already answered that one, it's because all of the time, even during Pride Month, all that gay and trans people have to hear all the time, all that queer people have to hear constantly is about how we're wrong about everything. We're wrong in some way. We're defective. We're unnatural. We're blah, 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 blah. That's why. That's why we take this 1 month and we get all of our energy up and we try to make a loud noise for this 1 month. Honestly, we need a year. No, we need a decade. We need a pride decade. We need a year of relentless proudness about being trans, gay, queer, bisexual. We need a fucking decade. Maybe more. Maybe we just need the rest of time as an apology for the fact that we've had to spend so long dealing with this crap. But there is other things, of course, that come around. There, of course, is the discourse around marriage, around the fact that, oh, well, why do you have to, what is, traditional marriage is between a man and a woman. Of course, and I want to address that one as well. We hear that all the time. Well, you're gay, so why do you have to encroach on our traditions? Why can't you just be okay with a civil union? And of course, the answer is, well, first of all, there are gay religious people. You know, that should be a very obvious one. I know that some religious people don't believe that that's actually real or that gay people are allowed to be religious, but actually there are gay religious people, as it turns out. But secondly, marriage, and you might notice this has a thematic tie to something I just said a few minutes ago, marriage isn't just a religious institution, is it? Marriage is actually built up by the state. The government gives you tax benefits for being married. The government gives you all kinds of legal benefits for being married. So it's not just about religion, is it? It's almost like the religious aspect is trying to control equal access to the government benefits, but then when they're talked about, when the light is shined on the fact that this is a discriminatory practice, that all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's just religious, guys, it's just religious. Why can't we just have our, God said it was a man and a woman. What are you getting all worked up about? Isn't that a little odd? So that's another one that you're going to hear every single year around Pride. And then, of course, this year especially, you're going to hear two different discourses that are often intertwined. And just a warning real quick, this is going to get, there's going to be some tough topics, as if there hasn't already with me talking about the bullshit that I had to deal with when I first came out. But there's going to be a couple of tough moments in this one, so just be prepared, okay? And that is kink at Pride and the groomer narrative, okay? And the groomer narrative is this, is a moral panic that has been whipped up over the last year or two. However, it has reoccurred throughout history. And the groomer narrative essentially argues that children learning at all or being exposed to at all to gay people, homosexual, sexual health, anything, basically anything that is remotely tied to gay people, representation, seeing a gay kiss on TV, seeing a gay couple on TV be acknowledged, seeing a gay marriage, gay sexual health, any of this. All of this counts as somehow grooming children. Now, that's of course insane, especially when you consider the fact that heterosexual people do the exact same thing all the time. Our media is completely loaded with, even children's media. Children's media is completely loaded with heterosexual sexuality. Children's shows show characters kissing all the time. Children's shows talk about girlfriends and boyfriends. Children's shows even sometimes directly reference sex. Not even as a joke, sometimes they just directly talk about it. And of course, every school in America has sexual education for young people, because as it turns out, sexual education is one of the absolute best ways to prevent teen pregnancy, to prevent the spread of STDs, and to enable children to avoid getting abused. But all of a sudden, when it's gay people, it's somehow grooming. Now, of course, for those who don't know what the actual definition of grooming is when a predator, usually someone known to the victim, usually a family member or a priest or a community leader or a teacher, goes out of their way to basically lure a child over time into a position where they can be abused. Grooming often includes taking a kid aside, to be spending lots of time alone with them, to slowly introduce them to highly sexual contexts, sometimes via molestation, sometimes via exposure. It's not anything that is being talked about in this groomer panic. And the groomer panic is all over the place. I don't feel like I need to spend much time justifying just how crazy the groomer rhetoric is. It's been used by basically every single major right-wing news source. They've brought this thing up, this groomer panic, the idea that there's grooming going on, and they have no evidence of it. Their evidence is a drag show exists, okay? And of course, despite the fact that priests are statistically one of the most common roles, one of the most common type of person who is able to get access to actually groom children, that's always, of course, ignored, and instead the focus is placed vaguely on gay, and now, especially these days, trans people, okay? And one of the source? Oh, sorry. You want me to go into sources? Let's just look at the current expose on the I believe it's the Illinois diocese. Thousands of children who were abused, and it was covered up by Catholic priests. You can look at the recent release of all of the information in France, where it was shown that in recent history, over 300,000 children were abused by Catholic priests. This is evidence that has been collected over time by the French government. You could talk about the scandal that just blew up earlier late last year, I believe, on the Southern Baptist Convention, where it was revealed that the Southern Baptist Convention was hiding serial abuse by a large number of its priests. So there's some sources for you to go dig into, but that's not the focus of this. But please, I ensure you, go look up those stories with an open mind, and you will find exactly what I'm talking about as to why this is the case. But instead, this groomer narrative that is given an incredible amount of screen time, this is being blasted by all of these right-wing talking heads all over the place, and it comes up every single year about Pride. They say, oh, they gotta have their Pride event so they can, they can expose sexuality to children. This is something that I need people to understand. The idea of heterosexual normativity and the intrinsic hypersexualization of gay people and trans people are a part of that same societal control that I've been talking about this entire time. If you insist that anything to do with gay people, anything to do with trans people is a sex act, if you define all of homosexuality, all of transsexuality, all of transgender expression as sexual in nature, well, then all of a sudden you can do this little sleight of hand where you say, well, it's exposing children to sexual material. And what they're actually, of course, referring to is the existence of a gay person. There's another example from chat. The John Jay report, which was from 2002, found that 4% of all Catholic priests had molested children. Incredible. And yet there's no narrative. There's no anti-priest narrative. There's no screaming talking heads spending all their time talking about the groomer panic around the priests, even though there actually is some evidence there. Instead, what you have is a push to define all gay people, all trans people, all drag queens as inherently engaging in public sex acts. And you see this, by the way, with the drag bans that are cropping up all over the country. There are now in multiple state legislatures, I'm talking dozens of state legislatures, are now pushing bans, total bans on drag. Drag, which is dressing up in costume jewelry. Now, are there adult drag shows? Sure. There are drag shows that include nudity, and those obviously aren't appropriate for children. But most drag shows do not include any nudity. In fact, the entire point of most drag shows is not nudity, it's the outfits. It's the over-the-top outfits. But this is being defined as inherently sexual and therefore inherently threatening to children. And this ties in exactly one-to-one with another discourse that constantly comes up around Pride, which is this kink at Pride discussion, which I'm going to preempt this year. That's right. Nobody has jumped on this and been willing to bring this up as early as me. I'm the first one, and I'm going to tell you the fucking truth right as it is. It's the same fucking shit as the groomer narrative. They equate somebody wearing a collar, they equate somebody wearing leather straps, they equate somebody wearing a mask as a sex act in and of itself. And they're going to come up with all kinds of very silly arguments. Some of them will say, well, it's the intention that matters, but you can't know anyone's intention. And there isn't a good measure of intention. And I'll show you an example of this. When a heterosexual couple wears golden rings that symbol their eternal bond of submission and servitude to one another, we don't consider that a sex act, do we? Even though, by the same definition that a mask or a leather harness or a collar are simply symbols of self-expression that can be used in a sex act but aren't always, so is a ring. If you go and read Christian wedding vows, if you go and read the biblical definition of the Christian biblical definition of marriage, it explicitly says that a woman must submit to her husband. If that isn't an approved form of BDSM, I don't know what is. And yet no one, never, has there ever been a discourse about whether it's appropriate or inappropriate to wear your wedding ring. Because as it turns out, a simple representation of who you are or what is important to you or the bond that you have to other people is not in and of itself a sex act. And we should never, ever pretend that it is. And of course, we could talk about other examples. Things like Hooters. Things like billboards containing extreme sexual imagery. Things like Sports Illustrated being stocked in everyday stores. Tabloids showing lascivious photos all over the place. Commercials showing much more explicit acts of sexuality than anything you'll ever see in a pride parade, and yet you never hear anything about it. There are hundreds of locations of Hooters. Hooters is literally named after a slur for tits, and the icon contains an owl who has tits for his eyes, and the dress code requires that the women wear short shorts and tight tops. And that's considered a family restaurant. I'm not fucking kidding you. And yet every single year we have a meltdown over kink at Pride because somebody wore a leather harness and that's icky to them. This is the normalized shit. And sometimes you'll get a conservative who goes, well, I don't approve of that either. But bullshit. They've never made a fucking moral panic about that. They don't fucking give a shit when it's straight people doing it. And guess what? The truth is that fucking the existence of Hooters doesn't hurt anybody. The existence of a lady in a bathing suit going doesn't hurt anybody. The existence of a guy wearing a dog mask doesn't hurt anybody. The existence of a person wearing a leather harness doesn't hurt anybody. The existence of somebody wearing a collar doesn't hurt anybody. This is why this fucking discourse is full of shit. It never actually explains harm. They never have any evidence of harm. They never even care to talk about it. They instead appeal to a vague sense of Christian disgust with abnormality. And you'll notice that the one theme through everything that we're talking about here is asserting and reinforcing a heterosexual, usually Christian, norm. Notice that? Through this whole talk, all of it has been about norm enforcement. All of it has been about asserting a set of behaviors that are deemed as morally appropriate and good. An excellent point from another bored person in chat. Another bored person says, I got on someone for complaining about Target having tuck-friendly swimsuits when they ignored the child bikini section, which was right next to it. Isn't that fucking wild? Isn't that fucking bullshit? Doesn't that just lay out exactly how bullshit all of this is? That if they make a swimsuit that makes it easier to conceal your genitals for trans people, that's somehow bad. It makes it easier. And yet it'll be right next to a section of sexualized outfits that are normalized and sold to children. Every single year, gay people, trans people, queer people of all stripes have to sit there and sort through the blatant bullshit, the blatant double standard that this society has simply decided that they think that heterosexuality is better. They don't actually have any good reasons for it. They just decided that, and they enforce it on the rest of us, and we're just supposed to sit there and take it. No, we will not. No, we will simply not. That is ridiculous. There are so many other things I could go into on all of these things. We could talk about the normalcy of, as Proving Beetle brings up, child beauty pageants, which are hives for child abuse, and yet where is the conservative outrage about those? They love those things. We could talk about all that, but we don't have to. Kink at Pride is totally acceptable. Kink is simply a representation of alternative forms of sexuality, of alternative forms of relationships. Tell me, what is the difference between a collar and a leash and 2 golden rings? Tell me what the difference is. The collar and the leash symbolize. They are a non-sexual symbol of a emotional and potentially sexual bond. The rings, the 2 gold rings, are a non-sexual symbol of a potentially sexual and emotional bond. They are the same thing. There is no difference. There is no difference between representations of heterosexual sexuality and representations of homosexual sexuality, and yet every single year, a bunch of conservatives come out of the woodwork and try to make a big hoopla, a big deal about how somehow they're corrupting the youth and this and that and the other thing. No, they're fucking not. Kink has always belonged at Pride. Kink will always belong at Pride because kink is simply an expression of alternative forms of sexuality. And there's a lot more in common between kinksters and heterosexual marriage than they like to think. They don't like to imagine it, but as it turns out, there's a lot more commonalities than they like to think. Suet Cider says, rings aren't used in sexual acts. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? That's interesting. I think you should go to a sex shop sometime and you should go and see just for yourself if there's not a section that is devoted specifically to rings, because let me tell you, oh yes there is. Oh fucking yes there is. In fact, it's usually one of the larger inventories of any sex shop. Most sex shops will actually have little glass cases full of rings that you can use in all kinds of ways. Rings were the first erectile dysfunction aid, believe it or not. I think they mean the wedding band specifically. Well, that's funny because, I mean, neither are most kink props. Most kink props aren't the ones that are actually used in a sex act. Anyway, the groomer panic, the kink panic, they're all the same genetics. It is a panic. It is a moral panic. They want you to turn your brain off. They never want you to actually assess the harm. They never want you to actually assess whether there's any immoral act going on whatsoever. They simply want you to freak the fuck out. And they want everybody to freak the fuck out. But they specifically want people who are of sensitive nature, who are grossed out by gay people to freak the fuck out, who are grossed out by abnormality to freak the fuck out. Everything that you can imagine in the world is used in somebody's sex act somewhere. Everything, I assure you. It's just how it is, okay? Context is very important. And also, representations of sexuality isn't the same thing as a sex act, okay? Seeing a joke about Hooters, seeing a joke about boobs on a sign is not the same thing as having a sex act done to you. They're not the same thing. But when it comes to gay people, anti-gay people want you to think that they are. They want you to think that that like a penis-shaped lollipop is the same thing as rape. And it's insane. And it does a disservice to actual victims of sexual harm. Yes, it was JFK Jr. JFK Jr. is referencing the person where the wearing sandals outside is a sex act if your partner has a foot fetish. Well, that is the end logic of this type of thinking. If you are going to argue that representations or anything that alludes to sex in any way is in and of itself a sex act, then of course that's the end result of it, okay? That's where your logic is going to go at the end of the day, okay? If you conclude that intention is all that matters, then you need to imprison everybody because you have no idea who the fuck is getting off to whatever in their mind anywhere, okay? And also trying to police that will break all of society. Anarkitty says they know that a reference to sex isn't the same thing as a sex act. They just say it because their hate is inexcusable. Of course, they will literally do anything to justify, in the moment, to justify their hate. And it won't be consistent. It is all about enforcing their way of life on other people. They personally are threatened by difference. They are threatened by people who are different than them, and they want it gone. There's no ifs, ands, or buts to be brought up when you have a popular right-wing figures saying that we need to eradicate transsexuality from public life entirely. Transgenderism was their words. It is no different than people screaming, we need to eliminate homosexuality from public life. And that is exactly what they were saying not so long ago. The 90s was fucking full of this shit. They've just picked a new target. They know that gay people aren't as strange as they used to be because everybody knows a gay person now. But not everybody necessarily knows a trans person. So now they're picking on trans people. But it's the same fucking bullshit. Okay? It's the same bullshit. Remember that. I'm trying to think if there's any other discourses that come up every Pride year. I'm trying to think if there's any more. Obviously, this year is a stressful year for Pride. It's a stressful year for queer people of all stripes. There has been an unprecedented acceleration in anti-trans, anti-gay rhetoric. It is off the charts. I mean, we have conservatives all over the place posting videos of them defacing random Pride displays. They're very, very angry right now. We are hot on the tails of conservatives having a month-and-a-half-long meltdown. And this is the facts of the situation. Bud Light sent a commemorative six-pack of beer to a trans woman who's not even super political. She's just an influencer. Like a famous influencer. They sent her a commemorative six-pack with her face on it, and conservatives have been freaking out for a month and a half. Like, conservative news sources have been freaking out for a month and a half and calling for the destruction of this company. There have been a series of bomb threats, shooting threats, in-person threats, and defacements in Target stores after Target announced that they were going to have a small section of Pride merchandise in their stores. Not the whole store. They're not turning whole stores into gay stores. They're just going to have a single thing of gender-affirming clothes, Pride merchandise, and stuff like that, and conservatives have completely and utterly lost their mind. Completely. Going to the ends of terrorism and violence. So this year is a stressful year for a lot of people. But it also, I want you to take strength in the idea that it asserts our need to be proud, our need to stick together, to show up for one another, to stand for one another, to fight for one another is more important than ever. These people are emptying their pockets, and this is all they've got. But they need to be left in the dustbin of history. Their worldview is worse. Their worldview is one of repression. They want everyone to lie about themselves constantly. They want beautiful relationships to not be able to exist. They want gay people to not be seen in public. They want to project their own weird problems onto the entire world, and we should reject that strongly. We should reject their anti-gay mentality. We should reject their anti-trans mentality. We should reject their anti-queer mentality. And we should reject their anti-kink mentality as well, because it all comes from the same place. They have defined a norm in their minds, which they think is important, which they believe is correct. It is their way of living, and they want to impose it on everyone else, and we should reject it on all of those fronts. Whether you're gay yourself, whether you're queer yourself, whether you're trans yourself, whether you're a kinkster yourself, you should reject it. Reject their fucking bullshit. We're going to talk about a lot more of this as the month goes on, because there's so much to say. I want to talk about the history of Pride. I want to talk about important moments in the in gay and trans history. I want to talk about pivotal moments in gay and trans history. I want to talk about incredible stories throughout this month, and I'll do my best to do that. But this here, I want this to be the statement of theme for this year, which is pride. Be proud of who you are. Be proud. Gay relationships are beautiful. Trans people are fucking beautiful. Non-binary people are fucking beautiful, okay? We make the world a better place, a more wholesome and truthful place, a world that accepts gay, trans, queer people, a world that accepts kinksters, is a better world. It's a more honest world. It's a world that is less full of pointless misery. And we need to be strong in that. Even in the face of them being threatening, even in the face of them hooting and hollering and stamping their fists and screaming and crying and freaking out, even in the face of them getting violent. Because keep in mind, they don't got the energy to keep this up, okay? They really do not. All right? And the more that they freak out, the more that everyone else sees them for the whiny freaks that they are. And the truth is, we all know where their world goes, okay? We know where the hyper-conservative worldview goes. They believe that women belong in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant. They believe that black people don't deserve to have rights. They believe that gay people should be arrested. Okay? They believe that if you're not married by the age of 20, that you're done. Okay? Their worldview sucks. And it doesn't just suck for gay people. It doesn't just suck for black people. It sucks for everyone. It sucks for women. It sucks for men. It sucks for everybody. They believe in a world where men aren't allowed to cry and women aren't allowed to have jobs. Okay? That is the end goal of conservatism, is to try and wind everything back to some former era that never even fully existed. We've seen what these people talk about. We've seen the worlds that they advocate for, and we should fucking reject it with solidarity. We stand together and say no. Okay? And also, importantly, we take good care of each other and we celebrate one another. And we take time this month to celebrate our beauty, to celebrate the beauty of girls loving girls and boys loving boys and non-binary people loving non-binary people, of people finding new ways to live in harmony together, of finding new ways to be strong together, to express their love and to express themselves. We celebrate all of that as hard as we can and as loud as we can for as long as we want to. And there you have it. If you enjoyed this little Pride segment, I assure you, this is representative of my channel, okay? I talk about this type of stuff all the time. So make sure you press the like button below, and more importantly, press subscribe and ring the bell, because you're gonna see a lot more of this type of stuff. We're gonna go more in depth onto all the topics that I mentioned here. This is just the definitive welcome to Pride 2023 statement. We're gonna be stronger than we ever have. We're gonna stand with each other harder than we ever have. Thank you all for watching my show. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hearing the signal. Mama talks about gay stuff all the time. True, I do. True, I do. I constantly do. Was there anything I didn't touch on? Did I miss anything? I feel like that was a pretty smooth segment. I feel like I touched on basically everything I wanted to say, preempted the drama, gave people the arguments they need. Was there anything, did anything stand out as stuff that people want to hear more? Oh, I didn't do that. I didn't talk about the non-binary trans woman thing. I could talk about that. I literally just got here. Is it over already? Just this section. Just this segment is over. Not the whole stream. I still got other stuff to do. Kruva with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you for talking about all this stuff, Demon Mama. It's always super inspiring and supportive. Happy Pride. Happy Pride indeed. Thank you very, very much for supporting me. And you're very, very welcome. Everybody's chomping at the bit to kill each other over anti-theism. Well, we do have to talk about that. That's our next segment. It's not helpful, but I want to hear you talk about all the things more. Well, you can, any questions that you ask me, I'll answer right now. I'm going to try and do my best to answer questions here before we wrap the segment completely. I tried to touch all of the things that I expected are going to come up, the ones that come up every year. Unfortunately, guys, the discourse around Pride is very old and very stale. They do the same thing every year. They get mad about gay people being dangerous to children. They get mad about shoving it down their throats. They get mad about kink. It's the same fucking 3 or 4 things every single year for all of eternity. You forgot to say you're all gay? Everyone is gay now. You are all automatically gay. If you listen to this, you became gay. Vox Humana with the unbelievably generous $20. Happy Pride Month. Thank you for all that you do. I am hearing the signal. Beast! Hear that signal. Jason Ashby thank you for the gifted 1 YouTube membership. And Melodious Alien, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you so very much. I want to make sure I caught all of the donations, and I hope I didn't miss any. I don't think I did, but tried to catch them all. Oh, of course, but the PSYOPs are every single year, and my arguments address them already. You think these next 2 years will be even more extreme because of the election year? Probably, but also people are getting tired. One of the things that the modern conservative party has done, okay, the modern conservative party has a premature ejaculation kink, okay? Can I just be real with you all? Like, unironically, they're constantly coming their pants way too early. They think that they, like, do you guys remember January 6th? January 6th was offensive to anybody who cares about any sort of meaningful expression of a good world, any sort of meaningful improvement of the world. But January 6th was also a giant fucking failure. A bunch of dumb shit, disorganized fucking, you know, small town boat store owners showed up and stood around and farted in the White House and then got arrested. They've been doing this. They hurt people, no doubt. Like, there's all these fucking, I mean, we could talk about the mass shootings they've pulled off, but even still, that doesn't win them support. They're just fucking coming their pants early. All of this shit is just pathetic, empty striking out and lashing out. And sure, it's dangerous in its own right, but it's not getting them what they want. They want to turn the world into like a conservative, dominant, like a conservative country. They want to turn all of America conservative and the whole world into this conservative movement, and they keep failing. They keep going off too early because they can't fucking keep it in their pants. It's pathetic. Bigots are so repetitive. If we just leave them behind, we could build warping spaceships and meet non-binary aliens on faraway planets. I know, right? Hypno Amber says they got Roe v. Wade overturned and took that as a win. Then they thought they could just go off on everything else they hate. They're in a minority here. Just remember it. Yeah, they got a fucking they stole the overturning of Roe v. Wade, which, by the way, was insanely unpopular. They hijacked the Supreme Court. They made it into a partisan court. Which is hilarious that they would even want to do that, but okay. They turned the Supreme Court into a partisan court, and then they got rid of Roe v. Wade, which immediately soured the entire 75% of the country. Was just like, fuck that shit. They screwed themselves over. Remember when they were all talking about the red wave and how, oh, it's going to be the Republicans are going to sweep the House and the Senate. They're going to control all of government, and then it just didn't happen? That just was a big wet fart? All that they can do is cheap power grabs where they force their will on other people undemocratically. They can't win democratically because nobody likes their worldview. They have to try and cheat, but they don't seem to have the organization to be able to pull off any sort of meaningful cheat outside of like getting Trump in office, then having Trump take advantage of the Democrat stupidity to ruin the Supreme Court. Yeah, I remember Tim Pool was calling like a 49-state landslide. It was fucking hilarious. It's pathetic. More like a red fucking splat. Tim Pool is such a fraud. Yeah, he is. He's a total idiot. We know this now, but that was for 2020 that he was saying that, was it? I thought he was saying it for both. I remember Tim Pool hyping up the red wave in 2022. And it fucking failed. Just total failure. No more clips for right now, Mr. Krabs, but thank you. Also, that didn't go anywhere. That clip didn't work anyway. Mrs. says, I just came out as an NB today publicly, and hearing you discuss how your family reacted to your coming out nearly brought me to tears. I've been so scared to come out because I didn't know how my family would react. I could never suppress these feelings forever though, so I'm still glad I did it. I'm still glad I did it even with how bad my family reacted. it hurt for a long time. It still hurts. Like, most of my family just stopped talking to me forever, and I never ended up talking to them again. Like, a lot of my family did that. But I would never lie or wish that I had done it differently. They were the ones who chose to freak out, not me. All I did was truthfully express myself for who I am. I never did anything to hurt them. I never did anything against them. All I did was live my own life, and they were the ones who freaked out. Did any of them ever try to reconnect? Some did. I have some of my family members who were accepting to begin with. There was a few. Most of my cousins were relatively accepting. The younger ones were mostly. Some of them did try to reconnect. Some of them didn't. It's been weird. With the worst, I think the worst falling out was with my dad. My dad was furious, and he ended up disowning me formally. Like, he was like, he said to me, and I mean word for word, he said, "Don't bother changing your first name, just change your last," was the words that he said to me. And that was after I tried to reconnect with him. After the first time he said he didn't want to talk to me anymore. I reached out to him because I was sad and I missed my dad. And we tried to reconnect, and he got so mad that he said that. So I gave him multiple chances, and he just didn't care. Oh, actually, he did reach out to me 2 other times. One time was he tried to call Child Protective Services on my mom's family, because he was under the impression that me being trans publicly was endangering my siblings. Which is funny, because at the time I wasn't even at my home anymore. I had been kicked out, so I wasn't even there, but he tried to utilize the state to get me in trouble. And then another time, years later, he wrote me a letter that was titled, literally, he sent me a letter that was called Disappointment, which he wrote a giant letter about how he was disappointed that I was a failure faggot in his mind, while my other cousins were not. It was pathetic. I actually laughed about it. It was so pathetic. Yeah. So, yeah, it was very, very sad and pathetic. But yeah, other members of my family, like for example, my mom, I have a good relationship with my mom now. It took us a few years to work through some things, partially because my mom was still involved with the cult when I first came out, but she's out of the cult now. She's not involved with the church that I grew up in anymore, and now I have a good relationship with my mom. That's great. Most of the family that's associated with my dad doesn't talk to me at all, but I have a good relationship with my mom now. And my siblings, of course, I have great relationships with almost all of them, especially my little siblings, who I helped raise. I have very good relationships with my younger siblings. So some of my family, like my youngest siblings, who I'm the closest with, my little sisters, who in fact, my little sisters made those little bees back there. You see these pride bees? Let me show them to you. Hold on. These pride bees were made by one of my little sisters. This is the non-binary bee, this is the rainbow bee, and this is the transgender bee. They're very, very cute, as you can see. These were made by my sister, and we're still very close. Like, I talk to them all the time. We text each other memes and stuff all the time. And they were always accepting. They never cared. Like, they grew up much more liberal than the rest of my family because they grew up out of the cult. They basically spent almost no time in the cult. And so they never really got the anti-gay stuff. They grew up pretty normal and accepting of gay people and trans people. And so when I came out, they were just like, okay. And they've never had a problem, which is cool and made me feel good. But anyway, Yeah. I would have cried receiving that. I did cry receiving these bees, actually. It was really, really special for me. I fucking love my little sisters. They're amazing. And I would do anything for them. Yeah, so. Anyway, I guess that's everything for the Pride section for now. Thank you all for all of your questions and for everything like that. Like all I'm gonna say is, to wrap it off, I guess, it really does get better, okay? And it gets better especially when you have solidarity with other queer people. So look out for one another, okay? Let's make our families of choice. Let's stand strong together. Let's be good friends. Truly believe in the power of friendship and the power of gay friendship, okay? Gay friendship is invulnerable. You need to understand this. Gay friendship is truly unbreakable, okay? It's the most powerful force on earth, and I mean it, okay? It's truly unstoppable. All right. I'm going to go hit the restroom real quick. I am going to play the bathroom song. Okay, that's the end of that segment, the Pride segment. But don't go anywhere, because we have to talk about atheism after this. We have to talk about the reaction to my atheism video, and apparently there might even be some conversations and or debates because people have some issues with my video. We'll see how it goes, but don't go anywhere. I'm going to hit the restroom real quick, and then atheism time. We're going to talk about that next. So let me get the bathroom song up and running here real quick. Here we go. Be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bopping while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
trick me anymore. You can't trick me anymore.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over. Stop. Somebody help her out.
I'm not muted. I'm not muted at all. I didn't mute. Oh. I made it. I made it. I always make it. See? Bo Isaac is new to stream and never heard the bathroom song before. Isn't it amazing? Isn't the bathroom song incredible? Ada Stardust with the tier 1 sub. Happy Pride. Thank you for creating such a beautiful community. You're very, very welcome. You're very, very welcome. Let me just make sure that I got all of the donos. I want to make sure I read all of the incredibly generous donations. They mean the absolute world to me. You have no idea. Gay Aaron 13 with the gifted 2 tier 1 subs, and Gay Aaron with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Those were the only ones I missed. That's the only ones I missed. Valhalla Vidya, have a wonderful night. Happy Pride. Stay safe yourself and have a wonderful night. Thanks for being here. I saw Keffels playing the bathroom song on our stream last week. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? I'm glad Keffels likes it too. It is a banger. It's a fucking banger. Apparently Bad Empanada even likes it. Of course he does. Everybody should like it. Everybody should. Because it's a banger. What a fucking banger. All right, everybody. Are we ready? Are we ready to move on to the next segment? Benny said, I said this the last time I caught a Demon Mama stream, but I love the fit. Thank you. It's relatively simple, but I like it. I think this is a pretty one. Look, I even have a little bow in the back. You see that? Oh, yeah, you guys can see my tattoo today. Look at that. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? You couldn't see the whole tattoo, but I've shown the tattoo before. I can show you the picture of the tattoo anyway. I have that one. That one's easy to... I always show that one because I of course, I got this tattoo long before I ever even thought about being a streamer. I had never even considered being a streamer. But I got the tattoo, and of course, it's very difficult to show to stream. But this is what the tattoo looks like. This is my actual tattoo. This is my actual back. It's a Majora's Mask tattoo. This is the Song of Healing. All of the masks that are attained by the Song of Healing, and then the Fierce Deity and Majora's Mask along the bottom. Yeah. It's a very important, it's a very, very important tattoo to me. It represents the value of healing in my mind. It represents the value of teaching one another, of guiding people. If you have something that you should share, if you have knowledge that you should share it with others, it reminds me of the responsibility that if you decide to take the role of leadership, that you should do so responsibly, and also that healing requires taking a first step. So I know that's a random thing to go off on, but I figured people would find it interesting. That's what the tattoo means for me. That was kind of a clumsy way of describing it, but that's what it means to me. Still got my gold cartridge. I don't, unfortunately. My original Majora's Mask cartridge got stolen, which really sucked. But yeah, got stolen. But that happens, you know, sometimes shit like that happens. It happens, it happens. Now, it's time. It's time, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps. Wait, here. How do I get it so that it doesn't autoplay? I just want to show the video. Here. We'll just do this. Here we go. And I'm not, God damn it, it keeps going here. I don't want it to autoplay. I want it to just show the thumbnail. No, you know what? I can just get the thumbnail. Hold on a second. Let me get this ready. Squids! Speaking of God, true! True! Here, let me bring up the thumbnail. I'll just show you the thumbnail, okay? Here we go. I just heard myself echoing from downstairs. Apparently they're watching me downstairs. That's nice. I love you all downstairs. All of you who are watching me, if you're watching me downstairs, I love you all. I don't know. Anyway. There we go. All right, everybody. Let's do this. My lovely, lovely imps. Many of you know that I like to talk about religion and atheism. And recently, I put out a video on atheism that got a lot of views. A lot of people were very interested in my video on atheism. And it also had a very polarizing reaction. I don't think I've received this many comments on a video. Maybe I got more on a Drama Mama, but on like me talking about a random topic that wasn't like a drama or anything like that. I think this is like one of my most commented on videos. And the comments have been very, very polarizing. For those who don't know, this is the thumbnail of the video. It says smug losers ? It has this little Wojak on it. And the video was titled, Atheism Kinda Sucks Right Now. Now, that title is admittedly a little bit inflammatory, but I really don't think it was that harsh, okay? I don't think it was that hard, okay? However, the video really, really made people mad. Now, for those who didn't see the segment, I'm going to give you a basic summary of what I was talking about. In the video, I was talking about how, despite the fact that I consider myself an atheist and that atheism is very, very important to me, that I've been frustrated with the sort of public face of atheism as far as it's expressed on social media, and that a lot of very vocal atheists have begun to engage in behaviors that I find really bad. And I was particular to say that I'm mostly talking about vocal atheists on the left. Because there's obviously a whole bunch of right-wing atheists that I have a whole, I'm going to disagree with them on basically everything. But specifically within the left, within leftist social spaces broadly, I've seen a lot of atheists engaging in problematic behaviors that I felt were troublesome. And that was the basic gist of my video, that I wanted to address those, and I wanted to encourage people to not engage in those types of behaviors because I thought that they were bad. And for some reason, this video made people way, way angrier than I expected. I knew that some people were going to get mad at my video. I knew that, some people always get mad no matter what type of criticism that you offer to their belief. They're going to get defensive about it. But I will say there was a lot of negativity. There was a lot of outright rage in the comments. However, there was also a lot of very positive response. Like I said when I opened this little segment talking about this, the video was very polarizing. I received a massive outpouring of extremely detailed, extremely thoughtful, supportive messages. People seemed to really like what I had to say. There were a lot of people who were like, wow, I really, really appreciate that you said this. It's something that's been annoying me as well. Here's my thoughts on it, la la la. And then I received a whole bunch of very, very angry people. I also received some constructive criticism, which was nice. I was very happy to receive the constructive criticism. And in fact, some of the people who liked my video were critical. In fact, I would say a lot of the people who liked the video were really liked the video, but still had critiques. But there was this contingent of people who were extremely angry at me. And a lot of the anger seemed to be centered around anti-theism. And I don't get it, okay? I don't understand. I never said that, like, I categorically hate anti-theists. I never even said, I was actually, in my video, I feel like I was very, very careful. I took most of the video talking about my experience growing up in a cult, talking about my problems with Christianity, how I left Christianity. The video was honestly one of my biggest criticisms for the video from me, because I watched it back because I saw so many people getting mad. I'm like, did I fuck up somewhere? I was like, man, there's so many people who are so mad about this. What did I do wrong? So I went back and I watched the video again, and I was frustrated. I found myself mad at myself because I spent too much time preempting everything. In fact, I feel like I took forever to get to the point, and one of my biggest frustrations was that I wasn't actually talking about atheism for most of the video. And maybe I'm missing something. But I've had other people, I've given this video to friends who I can trust to be critical, who've looked at it, and a lot of them seem to have responded fairly well. So maybe there's just a contingent of very, very sensitive anti-theists. Maybe. But I wanted to address some of the things that people said in the comments that I got wrong, or that they thought that I was doing wrong. Because there were a couple of recurring arguments that I kept seeing in the comments. The most common one goes like this: that's not what anti-theism is about. You've gotten anti-theism all wrong. You shouldn't take dumb fuck anti-theists who don't know what they're talking about to represent anti-theism, because that's fucking stupid to do. You shouldn't do that. That was the gist of the argument that I saw over and over and over again in the comments. And I feel weird about that. First of all, because I don't feel like I monolithized anti-theists particularly badly. Like, maybe I didn't perfectly encapsulate their views when I gave like a brief summary of what the general positions of anti-theists are, but I also don't think that I was amazingly hard and said like, all anti-theists just do this or that. I didn't even do anything like that. I wasn't being sarcastic or anything. I was just kind of surprised that so many people basically said, well, those aren't real anti-theists. But this is the part that really confused me. Obviously, I was a little surprised that people thought that I was doing that, because I really don't think that I did. And please correct me if I'm wrong. Like, you guys who are in the chat, if you're here and you think that I was really unfair to anti-theists, please bring it up. But I don't think I did. I don't think I went that hard on them, personally. But the thing that really confused me was the fact that there were multiple people who went out of their way to try and define anti-theism, and they defined it in oppositional ways. Now, in my video, I described anti-theism as a position that basically argues that God belief is it leads to bad outcomes. That's what I have come, like, from encountering anti-theists. That's what I've always understood, that they are anti the concept of belief in God. And that's how I described it. Now, a bunch of people came in and said, no, you've gotten it all wrong. I actually received a private message from someone that said, they didn't dislike my video, but they said, hey, just so you know, anti-theism is generally the idea that religions are harmful social institutions, not that it doesn't actually have to do with God belief. But then, and I received other comments telling me that. Somebody went out of their way to private message me, which I appreciate. They were one of the more rational people who were there. But I also received people saying the exact opposite, saying, no, it's actually, it actually is about God belief, and God belief is the problem. So I was very confused because half of the people said that my definition was correct, but that I was totally wrong with my arguments, and the other half seemed to say that my definition was incorrect. And I was just a little bit, I don't know what to think of that. To me, that sounds like something that anti-theists are going to have to work out among themselves. Like, when I've encountered anti-theism, it has generally been focused on the idea that God belief is a deleterious thing to ingest into your mind. That they believe that God belief in and of itself leads to a fundamental form of irrationality. And I, of course, don't agree with that. I also don't agree with the other definition of anti-theism, which is the idea that religion is in and of itself like intrinsically a harmful institution, because I don't actually think that that's true either. So I don't agree with either version, but I don't know how I'm supposed to be, like, why am I being held responsible because anti-theists have a schism? You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, what's wrong with that? Like, right? Like, isn't this, like, if I am criticizing Christianity or Christians or something like that, and people come in and say, not all Christians, I can go, okay, well, that's fair, but, you know, most Christians believe in Jesus Christ. Like, that's kind of a main part of Christianity. And then they said, well, maybe not. Then I would go, well, I don't know. You guys kind of got to figure out what you believe in then. I don't know how I'm supposed to, like, what I did wrong when a lot of anti-theists do agree with that definition. Somniostatic says, you're responding to a group that's represented, but then others are saying they don't subscribe to that group. Well, that's fine. But I didn't even make the claim that all anti-theists believe in that particular way. I just said that that's what I've encountered. This is why like it was extra confusing, because I don't even feel like I went that hard on it. People got very mad, by the way, because of that. I was accused of like monolithizing the anti-theist community, but I don't know. I don't think I did that hard. Lycheen says, I thought that your video was a pragmatic argument to form a coalition against Christian nationalism. Yeah, it basically is. My argument is that, well, I'll get into that, I guess, in a second. My argument, fuck it, I'll get into it right now. My argument was basically, I think that religion is a much deeper held belief than most political beliefs, and that when it comes to like a concept of a leftist coalition, when it comes to coalition building, that people should be willing to work politically with others and this is not to say that you should accept like homophobic Christians, no, but that you should be willing to say, well, okay, maybe we can't agree on religion as a totality. Maybe we can't agree that religion is all good or all bad or whatever, but we can agree on these political outcomes. And I have a couple of reasons for why I believe that. The biggest of which is there are tons of leftists who are also religious. Principled leftists who have leftist beliefs, where even if you have a concern about God belief like not being fully rational, their political beliefs are in alignment with you and you can work with them towards a world that's agreed upon. And the second biggest reason for that, that I argue this way, is because it's a lot easier for Christians, for evangelicals, for all kinds of people, for all kinds of religious people, not even just Christians, but for all kinds of religious people to be introspective about their own religiosity when they're not surrounded by hyper-Orthodox fundamentalists, conservatives. Conservative spaces are anti-intellectual, which means that even if you're an anti-theist, even if you're an atheist, it behooves you, even if you're an anti-theist, it behooves you to encourage Christians or other religious people who come from conservative backgrounds to move to the left, where they will be able to actually more freely introspect about their religion. So I just don't understand why, like, I don't understand the hostility position, and I don't understand the loud anti-theism faction that sort of says that, like, leftism is intrinsically anti-religious or whatever. So, yeah. I ended up going off on a little tangent trying to explain my view there, but I hope that explains. Does that make sense to people? I hope that argument makes sense. That was what I tried to outline in my video. And I thought that I did a relatively good job, but apparently a lot of people thought that that's not what I was doing. And the other criticism that I got a lot of, that I saw in the comments a lot, was people saying that my video didn't define religion, or that I didn't define spirituality as a part of my video. I saw that comment like 2 or 3 separate times, that people brought that up as an explicit criticism. And I don't think that that's a fair standard to hold me to, because I don't believe that anybody in these conversations that I was talking about, that like on social media, that people are sitting down and writing out their definitions of religion before they start arguing with each other. I don't believe that most atheists or anti-theists are going in with like a rock solid definition of religion or spirituality. And in fact, I actually think it's very, very difficult to come up with a rock-solid definition of religion or spirituality. These are very broad terms. And I feel like that's a bit of an unfair criticism. You know, and it's something that I'm interested in. I want to understand more. In fact, I actually literally just bought a book on a recommendation of a friend, that I'm planning on reading as soon as it arrives. Unfortunately, it has a bit of a long shipping time, but I'm definitely interested in diving more into understanding the roots of religion. But as I understand it, like, there's not even a consensus among linguists where the term religion actually comes from, because there's multiple Latin words. I believe at one point, I could be wrong here, but I believe at one point religion, or the equivalent word in Latin, referred specifically to worship and sacrifices made to gods of the underworld, whereas like sacrament, I think it was, referred to other gods. So I don't know, like, this seems like it goes beyond the scope, and it seems a little bit, that critique felt a little unfair to me. Like, you know, even though everyone that you're talking about in this is not operating off of a rock-solid definition of religion, you know, you're wrong for not spending a big chunk of the video defining religion. Which book did you order? It was called Before Religion. It's by Nongbre, is the guy's last name. I forget his first name. It's called Before Religion. I was recommended it by a friend. As a really good exploration of the roots of religion. And that sounded like a perfect book that I want to read. So, yeah. That was the book that I ordered. I'm looking very much forward to reading it. So, Wooly says, yeah, I've been researching what religion even is for a possible video I want to do, and it's a very difficult topic to nail down. Yeah. I think there's all kinds of things that are religion adjacent or could be even considered religious. And I generally hold that as my position. You know, that like religion is very difficult to define, which is also part of the reason why I personally don't adhere to the anti-theist position, because I don't know with how broad the concept of religion is, I don't know how you can take a solid stance against it when it's so difficult to define exactly what religion is. Are you against organized religion, but for decentralized spiritual beliefs? I tend to have a lot of criticism of organized religion. Most organized religion, in my opinion, takes the form of power grabs that are designed to leverage genuinely held beliefs towards political and financial ends. So yes, I am generally opposed to organized religion, though I'm not like, of course, that's going to depend on what you mean by organized. Not to be like that, but I mean, like, I'm not opposed to people worshiping together. I don't care. Like, I think they should be allowed to have beliefs and to congregate together. I think that's within their right to do so. And of course, I don't have a problem with decentralized. I obviously think like lots of people have decentralized spiritual beliefs, and those are perfectly acceptable and fine. Yeah. Fortnite says most of the most popular definitions of religion don't entirely fit a lot of non-Abrahamic religions, even Western pre-Christian ones. And our Arachnoid says, in the East, religion takes very different shapes, Taoism, Buddhism, etc. Or at least that's the impression I've gotten from things I've studied. And also, yes, as Monotypical points out, there are atheists who are spiritual. That's one of my things that I said. Blablato says, it would be interesting to talk to somebody who's a theologist, like someone who's had more study into this sort of things. Yeah, I mean, I never went to like a theology school. I spent a lot of time studying the Bible. I've spent a lot of my personal time thinking about religion and thinking about spiritual beliefs, thinking about atheism, but I'm not like formally like schooled in theology or anything like that. There's a lot of things where my knowledge is lacking. You know, the thing is, I don't want to sound like a centrist or whatever, but I really don't want to like spend all of my time pissing off atheists or anti-theists. I just feel like there's some really problematic, that sounds so soy. There are some really bad behaviors that have spread among atheism and anti-theism, and I think that a lot of atheists lack self-awareness about what happened to the reputation of atheism over the last few years. Like, atheism went from being hated by Christianity and being persecuted by Christianity to being a very, very popularly talked about belief system to actually reaching like an unprecedented level of popularity. And now it's sort of teetered over because so much of like the public-facing atheist community swung to the far right. It's turned into this like, oh God, when they say they're atheist, do they mean that they're like, you know, critical, like they're a skeptic who likes science and likes to think about problems critically? Or do they mean that they're like an Islamophobe who's gonna, you know, use atheism as a reason to just hate Muslims? Because I do think there's like a decent contingent of, I mean, and this is not left atheism, this is broader atheism. The like atheist community had a huge problem with just swinging into blatant hatred of Muslim people and Muslim nations. Like fucking Hitchens and Iraq is like, oh God. And by the way, I believe that there is very good reason to criticize like huge swaths of conservative Islam. Like, there are massive segments of Islam that are nightmarishly evil, in my opinion, by my measure. there are these conservative, like that push the same type of shit that we see with the most malignant forms of Christian nationalist fundamentalism. You know, this like extreme oppression of women, extreme oppression of gay people. They, you know, support like this type of like arranged marriages of child brides because that's the way God intended it. That type of stuff is disgusting and should be criticized. But you can't tell me that there wasn't a huge contingent of atheists that just decided to become against all people that they assumed were Muslim or all people who had Muslim like beliefs in their history. Sam Harris is, of course, the best example of that. Like, Sam Harris is not just like, he's not just critical of Islam. He conflates Islam, the religion, and with a racial group. And when he talks about Islam, it becomes very apparent in the way that he talks about it that he's actually doing some sort of disgusting racial critique. It's gross. Peanut Butter Blondie, hello. Watching Gore Vidal disavow Christopher Hitchens in real time was my first shaking off of the new atheist brainworms. Oh, and of course, like, there's of course other aspects too. Like, for example, how many of the new atheists ended up being like blatant transphobes? You know, Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens even. Oh, I'm sorry, Hannah. I'll try and catch that. I apologize about that. Let me go bring that up. I'll make sure I read it. Don't worry. Hitchens was pretty misogynist. Hitchens was very misogynist. I remember reading, I remember somebody sending me Hitchens' article about why women aren't funny, and it was literal Evo Psych nonsense. Like, he tried to make the argument that that women are evolutionarily designed to not be good at comedy. It was so stupid. Did you see that around the same time as you, Genetically Modified Skeptic released a video critiquing anti-theism? I think you'd like the video. Can you send that to me? Maybe we'll react to that. That sounds super interesting, Fortnite. I would love to see that. Can you send me that link? How did he come to that? Let me see if we can find it real quick. Right here. Christopher Hitchens, Why Women Aren't Funny. In a Vanity Fair article in 2008 titled Why Women Aren't Funny, Hitchens addressed his views on female comedians. Within the article and subsequent interviews, Hitchens makes the point that women simply are striving to be more funny while not having as much ability to do so as men. However, Hitchens doesn't completely denigrate female comedians, more so the female type of comedy, which he makes clear by saying, now this is apologia. This is from ChristopherHitchens.net, and they're trying to do apologia. Can we just read the actual, here's the article. Here's the actual article. Fuck this like weird face-saving stuff. What makes the female so much deadlier than the male? With assists from Fran Lebowitz, Nora Ephron, and a recent Stanford Medical School study, the author investigates the reasons for the humor gap. Be your gender what it may, you will certainly have heard the following from a female friend who is enumerating the charms of a new male squeeze. He's really quite cute, and he's kind to my friends, and he knows all kinds of stuff, and he's so funny. If you yourself are a guy and you know the man in question, you will often have said to yourself, funny? He wouldn't know a joke if it came served on a bed of lettuce with sauce béarnaise. Oh, you're so funny, Christopher Hitchens. I love that Christopher Hitchens is proving here that he's not a funny guy at all. However, there is something that you absolutely never hear from a male friend who is hymning his latest female love interest. She's a real honey, has a life of her own, interlude of attributes that are none of your business, and man, does she ever make him laugh. Now, why is this? Why is this the case, I mean? Why are women who have a whole male world at their mercy not funny? Please do not pretend to not know what I'm talking about. Christopher Hitchens, January 1st, 2007. All right, try it the other way. As the bishop said to the barmaid, why are men, taken on average and as a whole, funnier than women? Well, for one thing, they had damned better better be. The chief task in life that a man has to perform is that of impressing the opposite sex. Incredibly, wow, he has an incredible high view of men here, huh? Mother Nature, as we laughingly call her, is not so kind to men. In fact, she equips many fellows with very little armament for the struggle. An average man has just one outside chance. He'd better be able to make the lady laugh. Yeah, okay, guys. So, Hitchens, right? Am I right? Hitchens, guys. The new atheists did not have any problems with, I don't know. The new atheists did not have any problems with reactionary tendencies. It does sound like an incel forum post. Yeah, it's very embarrassing. And I remember reading that at the time and going, bruh. Not in 2007, but when somebody sent it to me a few years later. I don't know. Yeah, he was pro-Iraq war, of course. Yeah. So it's not atheism that you have a problem with, it's the culture of atheism. Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, I am an atheist. I think that, like, that atheism can be very, very valuable to people. I think that atheism is a valid position. That's what a lot of the things that I said at the beginning. But I think the online culture around atheism right now is stagnant in, like, the worst ways, especially on the left. Obviously, the right has its whole own thing going on. But on the left, I hold people to a little bit higher standards, you know? I want to see, there was another thing that I wanted to bring up. Let me see if I can bring up the screenshots. Some of the things that were said about my video that kind of struck me as odd. Hold on, let me just bring it up. Oh yeah, this was another one. People talked about, there was a couple of people who thought that I was being unfair by pointing out that, like, that ideology, non-religious ideology, inspires people to do terrible things all the time in the exact same way that religion can. And they said, oh, well, for every atheistic, ideology that you could point out, I could give you 100 religious ones. But I don't really think that's a good argument. I don't think that's a good argument at all. I was just simply pointing out the fact that ideology can have similar effects to religion, that people can believe in an ideology such that they be treated exactly like a religion, even though it has none of the other trappings of religion. And another one that I saw too was, what was it? Oh no, now I'm going to blank on it. Oh no, I was just thinking about it. It slipped. Damn it. I just had it in my head. Oh, whatever. I don't know. I was surprised that people got so mad at it. And I want to be clear. I don't, like, hate anti-theists. I think I have disagreements with some of anti-theists' arguments. Oh yes, I just remembered it. Thank God. Just oh my God, the Adderall shortage. Jesus fucking Christ. I know everybody, you're probably hearing every single fucking streamer on the planet complain about the Adderall shortage, but I'm not kidding you. Like, I have not taken my Adderall for a very long time because there is no chance I'm going to be getting any more. Okay? Fuck. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Hold on, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it back. I hate this so much. My focus is so bad. Okay, I was thinking about, hold on a second. Let me walk back through this. This is gonna be the worst segment ever. Or maybe it's gonna be the funniest segment ever. If you like this, if you're still having fun with this segment, please press like and subscribe down below and make fun of me in the comments, okay? There you go. Maybe it's in my, maybe I saved, I swear I saved this one. I swear I saved this one. I saved this comment. I won't forget it this time. Hold on. I can't find it. If it comes back to me, I'll do it. Yeah, but I hate that shit, Delance. Delance says there's no shortage of Ritalin, methylphenidate, and Concerta. Yeah, but they don't work for me at all. They don't work for me. They suck. Yeah. Yeah, I want to react to this video. This sounds like it's going to be an interesting video. I'll definitely check it out. Oh, I remembered it. Thank God. Oh my God. I remember it. It was, people were saying, one of the arguments I saw repeated multiple times was this idea that, oh, the problem with religious people versus ideologies is that that religious people are making claims that aren't based in reality. Okay? And I wanted to address that one specifically, but now, of course, this whole segment is a big mess, but whatever. I wanted to address that because no, that's not actually true. Are you going to try and tell me that Lysenkoism was based on reality, but like Hinduism isn't? Lysenkoism was a science that was inspired by a propagandist. It had none of the trappings of religion, except the later dogmatism and all that. It was as scientific as you could imagine it, at least on the surface, and it was not based in reality. And secondly, reality is a battleground in and of itself. No, all ideologies are constantly struggling with each other in order to define reality. Like there's this weird, I find this to be a very liberal thing, this idea that there is like a single empirical truth that can be known, a universal truth that can be known by all people, and not the fact that ultimately the entire universe is filtered through our senses, and that any declaration has to be ultimately backed by some sort of power, right? So like, for example, sanity is a great example of this. Who gets to decide who is sane and who is insane? Well, it's not science. It is perhaps at best, most charitably to the psychiatrists, associations of psychiatrists who write laws based on their belief systems and decide who is sane and who is insane, and those people get to decide what sanity is. And of course, as we know, in the past, we know that what some of these people have agreed on was actually insane. Like, for example, Freudianism was the accepted science, the idea that basically all psychological issues end up tying back to your relationship with your mother and your father. That Freudianism, which was used as a justification to imprison, lobotomize, fucking torture all kinds of people who were deemed insane, which itself was later completely and utterly undermined by future understandings. Reality itself, there isn't like a universal reality that everybody can just tap into. It has to be argued about and decided upon. Sanity is not always agreed upon. So I don't think that you can just dismiss religious people out of hand because they're not pulling from reality, like categorically. I do believe that you can make critiques of individual people being disconnected from reality on a smaller scale, but on a broad scale, on a philosophical level, I don't think you can just disregard all of religion because you think their claims aren't realistic enough and that other people are like making their reality claims are valid. Because of course, reality is not always agreed upon. Clearly. Sanity isn't always agreed upon. Insanity isn't always agreed upon. The truth isn't always agreed upon. So I think that sometimes that's just sort of a lazy way that people sort of, an anti-intellectual way that people disengage from the topic without actually grappling with the meat of the questions at hand. If that makes sense. Because like, how do you, like, I don't know, like, if you dismiss all religion out of hand, just saying, oh, well, all religious people aren't pulling from reality. Well, that's not, is that even true? Are there not religions that are, you know, that attempt to be or are scientific in nature? Like, I mean, even in my Christian cult, even though I will say they didn't try very hard, they had Christian science books that they would bring in that would make arguments. And of course there were flaws with those arguments, but they used some of the same exact tools. They just did so in a way that many other people would deem invalid. You know what I mean? Like, Christian science is like a thing. They do experiments, and there are Christians who believe in the scientific method, but they just have a lower standard for what crosses the bar. See, this is one of the problems I have with just sort of like offhandedly dismissing all of religion just on a broad scale based on, well, they don't believe in reality. Well, the truth is that tons of non-religious people also don't believe in reality. Entire scientific movements have been based off of totally fraudulent or flawed data. You know what I mean? Does that make sense what I'm trying to say? Oh yeah, and the Catholics, of course, have an entire division that was devoted to creating their own internal justification systems. And in fact, Catholics are remarkably internally consistent. It's just, once you step out of that, you can poke holes in where they agree. But you can do that with almost anything. Almost all scientific pursuits have flaws or have room to grow or all kinds of things. That's why I think that it's not so simple as just dismissing it out of hand. And of course, there's the most notorious examples, scientific racism, which was brought up in chat just now. You know, I already brought up Freud and his totally, his theories, which were accepted and put into practice on a wide scale, despite the fact that they were basically based off of his gut instinct, and he did a little bit of research in certain ways to try and justify it. But of course, we now recognize that most of Freud's beliefs were incorrect, even if he laid the groundwork for what later became modern psychology. And of course, we know that lots of the problems with modern psychology have other similar problems. An example offhand of this is the fact that modern psychology is tied inextricably from economy. Modern psychology is going to, even if you follow the scientific method to a T, you are going to end up with results such as, well, people who get a job, who are heterosexual, who follow all of the rules, have better mental health outcomes. But that can't tell you that that's actually a good thing. That alone doesn't actually give you it only gives you one slice of a perspective on reality. It doesn't actually tell you the truth, if that makes sense. So I wanted, that was the one that I kept forgetting. It kept slipping out of my mind that I wanted to address. This idea that like you can just sort of dismiss all religion out of hand because it's not based on reality. But tons of ideologies are also not based on reality in the same way. Nationalism is not based on reality. Show me where the nation is. Where's the nation molecule? Show me, and yet fuckloads of scientists, of entire scientific movements have been built off of nationalism, just taken as a given. But where's the nation molecule? A nation is a social construct. It's not a real thing. It is a imaginary, mental, social construct. So, and yet, again, so like, do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm trying to point out here? That like, you run into an issue with dismissing out of hand all religion as irrational because it's not based on reality, when it's not just religions that do this. It's all kinds of practice and belief are not based on reality, or they're based on flawed models of reality. And we are limited by the fact that we only can really have models of reality from a certain perspective. We can't get outside of our own minds. We're not really able to do that. We can, of course, consult other minds, but at the end of the day, all of us are limited to a single perspective, and we can only study things from one perspective. It is impossible to access all perspectives on a thing. Literally, actually impossible. You cannot understand the earth from all perspectives because it changes the moment you, even if you were able to get every single perspective on the planet Earth in one moment, it will have changed within an instant. It is impossible to understand the whole in that way. We can only understand slices of it. So I feel that people should be careful with that type of argument and recognize the limitations of it. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Those were some of the things that I saw brought up in my atheism video. This segment has probably gone on a little longer than I intended, but I wanted to share my response to some of the things I did get to dive into in my actual video, and address some of the common criticisms that I saw in the comments. I hope that was valuable. If you have further thoughts or whatever, leave them in the comments below. And that's the end of this segment. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and comment. Thank you very much. All right, everybody. Now is the segment where I'm going to be reading a lot of comments and questions and whatever. And if anybody wants to argue with me about this, let's go. And then we're going to probably watch this video, and then we're going to do some Cooking Mama, and then that'll be that. Weren't there people who, wasn't there somebody who wanted to argue with me earlier? Somebody was in chat and said that they wanted to talk to me specifically. They were in YouTube chat. I don't remember what their name was. Killjoy40K says, do you think it's more important to address things like magical thinking over what they actually believe, because the harm tends to be in the magical thinking? Yes. I think there is much more value to be done in sort of magical or there's much more harm that comes from magical thinking or conspiratorial thought than whatever their conclusions actually are. The magical thinking is like it's a process that I think leads people down the wrong path. But also it can be pretty hard to tackle. You know, people who are super loose with reason, or who don't care very much, or might be motivated by something else, It's hard to pin down. That's a hard thing to address, but I do think it's more important to be critical of that type of thinking than like wherever it leads them, because I'm sure there's other people who don't think that way that come to the same conclusions. Like, I mean, for example, there are people, like there are conspiracy theorists who believed in conspiracies that later ended up being proven true to some degree or another. You know, like the conspiracy chart. But the way that they got there was just because they just disbelieve everything out of hand. They had this very magical approach to like, oh, there's a secret, you know, whatever. I don't trust anything. Like Dale Gribble type reasoning, where it's just like, yeah, the government's always out to get you and everything is a lie. And so, of course, they're going to think like, you know, like, I mean, we could look at the conspiracy pyramid, the conspiracy chart. Here, let's look at a couple of these examples. And just go off there, and I'll try and address that directly. Like, here we go. So, like, yeah, like MK Ultra. You're telling me there aren't people who arrived at correct opinions about MK Ultra that like got there by like really, really bad means? Like, the conclusion that MK Ultra happened isn't the problem. It's the fact that like they believe they like followed the line of like Jewish bankers to come to the conclusion that MK Ultra was real, and you're like, dude, what? It was actually a much more simple explanation, which is just that the government was rampantly using, you know, military funding to study all kinds of deranged things with no oversight whatsoever. Yeah. Of course, like, I mean, like, of course, look at all of the confirmed ones. You know, Big Tobacco lying about cancer, any NSA mass surveillance, COINTELPRO. Oh, you can actually click on these now and learn about them. These are sources. Oh, look at that. They've got actual sources here. That's super cool. All about FBI spying from the ACLU. Operation Paperclip. Yeah, it's kind of cool. But anyway, you know, it's like, and then, you know, you get into the we have questions, but there's different ways of approaching, there's different ways of arriving at the same conclusion. Delant says, do you think about the previous two schisms in the anti-theist community, in the early Reddit atheist community, and the 2024 YouTube atheist community that led to Sargon of Akkad and the anti-SJW waves, compared to the current schism in the current atheist community? Yeah. I mean, yes, there's been multiple schisms, and I do think that I think that there's constantly like split offs where people start to swing towards the right. And I don't know, sometimes I think that the people who are just like, who are so opposed to religion that they think that it should be like a gatekeeping type thing, that like if you have any religious beliefs whatsoever, I do think that they have a certain right-wing tendency. And I think the right-wing tendency that they have is an assertion of a single universal truth that can be used to sort of like write people into hierarchies. I think this idea that there are single totalizing truths that can be understood and wielded to separate people into good or bad is fundamentally a reactionary tendency, in my opinion. Anybody who's in YouTube chat, oh yeah, real quick, I gotta read off the donos, but anybody who's in YouTube chat, do you remember what the person's name was who wanted to argue with me? There was somebody in YouTube chat who had like a big thing. Zoe Vexed, I'm also interested in discussing with you, although, I didn't know if you actually wanted to debate me or if you were looking more for a conversation. There was somebody who really wanted to debate me. They left? Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm more interested in like a contentious debate than just a general conversation, but I'm open to it. I'm open to it. Okay, real quick. Let me look up the, let me just bring up these donations. Anarchitty with the $5 super chat, two $5 super chats. I read one of them, but the other one said literal fashion policing. Another bored person with the $5. Oh, I already read that one. Hannah with the $24.62 super chat. Oh my God, thank you so much, Hannah. Thank you so very much. Happy 24K, Demon Mama. I found you back when you only had 50 viewers, and in those years, you've given me information and reflection that helped me understand my neurodivergence and that I'm non-binary. I am so proud of you. Thank you so much. And remember, you did it. I was only able to just help in my own little way. Thank you so much for that support. That is awesome. And there, I got yours. There you go, Hannah. That was the one that I was waiting on to read, and I wanted to make sure that I got to it. Brutus Magnuson also said, also, lead tube win. We're working on it. We're working on it. They're not in chat anymore? Oh, that's too bad. That's a shame. It's a shame. That would have been interesting to talk about them. They seemed like they had a lot of issues. All right, Zoe Vex, do you want to talk real quick? Let's do a quick conversation. I haven't had like a call-in conversation about this type of topic in a while. Zoe Vex, if you want to, are you on the Discord server, Zoe? If you are on the Discord server, jump into the wait, which one is it? Oh yeah, jump into the stream call-in waiting room. You should be able to get into there, and I'll pull you into the stream call-in and we'll talk. Excellent. Ba-boom. All right, I'll bring you in right now. Hello. Hello, 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 hello.
How are you?
I am doing great. Can you give me a real quick test?
Test.
Okay, I'm going to just drop your volume down just a tiny bit, and it should be good. All right. Chat, let me know if the audio levels are good on your end. I only can look from my end. All right, Zoe, welcome to the show. I took your pronouns from the site, but just in case, pronouns?
She and they are perfectly fine for us.
Okay, perfect. Welcome to the show, and thank you for coming on. I understand that you wanted to talk to me a little bit about atheism and theism, or anti-theism.
Yeah, so, all right. I agreed with like plenty of what you were saying, and I don't mean to just like immediately jump to definitions, and I don't want this to be contentious. I figure we could just have a discussion on it from the perspective of, yeah, like why some people might have like, you know, gotten a little upset in the way that things were worded.
Sure.
And I'll say like, so atheism, and I know that people play the definition game or whatever, but
yeah, they do.
Would you agree that like it's just a single answer to a single proposition? Like, do you have a belief in a God or not? If you don't hold the belief, then you're an atheist, and that's really all there is to it.
Yeah, I think that that's like, I mean, that's the type of atheism that I operate under, which is part of the reason why in my video I was trying to talk about like I said, like I think that movement atheism like kind of failed. Like the idea of like, oh, we need to get together and like make atheist organizations and work together to promote atheism. I feel like that kind of didn't work in a lot of ways. But yeah, generally, yes. I think that just broadly atheism is just not believing in God.
Right. You mean like things like atheism plus, like that stuff really failed.
Yeah, atheism plus was one such example. The new atheists, which like became its own little movement. also kind of failed. Yeah. Yep.
Right. Well, all right. And you already covered that people, can have like different beliefs, different philosophies, and this type of stuff. So like you can have a progressive Christian and you can have like a reactionary atheist.
True, yes.
So on the other hand, you have anti-theism. And I think I was fine with your definition, kind of like it's any position that is against religious belief regarding the supernatural, things like souls, spirits, gods, things that I guess are cannot be proved empirically.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, it does cast a wide net where they say like they might be in opposition to any type of religious belief simply because of like what they'll claim as magic thinking or like irrational beliefs that go along with this position.
Yeah.
Then that does lead some types, as you mentioned, Sam Harris, where for whatever reason he has difficulty distinguishing between like Islam as a religion and like Muslims as like people, as just Arabic people.
Right.
And I remember I think it was at the end of his book, The End of Faith, I think he actually had advocated that we should nuke the Middle East or whatever preemptively, or you couldn't blame the United States for doing something like that. In
Insane.
a stunning way of showing that he was operating like just as irrationally and already those kind of reactive tendencies.
Well, and something too is that like even if you were to say like the even if you were to like put aside the racial angle, which is like what you sort of talked about, is like that he confuses or intentionally or unintentionally muddles the difference between like Islam as a religion and Muslim people as like people from countries that are historically believe in Islam predominantly. Like there's like a racial aspect of that, like based on like appearances, like, oh, this is a Muslim person, this is not. But there is also this cultural aspect that I find to be a massive double standard, because of course like Sam Harris spends a shockingly little by comparison amount of time comparing how our entire our entire legal system is built off of Christian law, that like our entire country, all of America, is just as guilty of being Christian as any other nation in the Middle East is of being Muslim or whatever. You know what I mean? Like these religions, like sometimes so directly, it's shocking. I know one that Doe had typed up recently, my partner Doe. We were doing research for, we were researching stuff about the persecution of queer people during the Holocaust, and the like initial the laws that were used to persecute gay people were directly declined from Prussian explicitly church laws, and they just literally incorporated those as a process of the creation of nation states. That pre-existing religious laws were sort of picked and chosen as to which ones were going to be incorporated directly into the functioning, law of the land, and they never left, or they stayed and were barely changed at all. This is incredibly common across like all Western countries, that Christian law was the foundation for a lot of the currently existing laws, even to this day. Like some laws you can trace their lineage directly back, and sometimes the language is literally the same. So it's funny that like that's something that is overlooked by the Sam Harris types.
Well, I would agree with you as far as like Europe, Germany, and those countries. Like they absolutely were founded like with like an influence with Christian values. As far as America itself, we were founded as a secular nation, and there's a book about this that like it's a common myth that we are a Christian country or we were founded as a Christian nation. But there's a book called America, the Founding Myth by Andrew Seidel, and that book goes over in depth like where these misconceptions came from and how like early church followers tried to influence the Constitution, this type of stuff. That being said, like it doesn't even matter if it's secular or not. Honestly,
Right.
it doesn't. There were plenty of people that believed in God or were deists or theists that like helped write the Constitution and all this stuff. There's no issues with that. To refocus just back on, I guess, where the ire of some people came from. And this is like where my knee-jerk reaction, because depending on which one of us in our system you ask, most of us are all secular. And the reason why it bothered us a little bit is because when you say something like, atheism or anti-theism is just in opposition to some religious beliefs, in order to get from there to being anti-trans or anti-LGBT, it requires a political ideology layered on top of that. Like some type of reactionary belief system has to be layered on it, because atheism and kind of effect anti-theism is, atheism is just they don't believe in a god. Then the anti-theistic part would be they're just opposed, and some might say systemic religion or religious influences upon society just in general. I want to point out I'm not an anti-theist, but I feel like you don't have to layer a political philosophy on top of Christianity, for instance, to be anti-LGBT. It's right there in the Holy Book. You actually have to layer progressive values on top of Christianity to move it away from those values. As you said, in Germany, when they were like, during the Holocaust and stuff, they didn't pull those laws just from like their conservative thought. It did come from there, but they actually pointed right back to the Bible in order to extrapolate that. If you were an anti-theist and you wanted to reach an anti-LGBT conclusion, you would have to find some other philosophy to draw that from. Does that critique? I don't know.
I think I understand where you're coming from, but I don't actually know how much I agree. And there's a reason for this, because I think that like the argument that says like, okay, I would agree if it was just that like, oh, the Bible has certain characteristics that lead towards certain tendencies, but like at the end of the day, there is no true biblical literalism. Like anybody who claims that is a liar. The Bible, it contradicts itself constantly. Like just as a matter of objective fact, if you read the Bible from cover to cover, you will inevitably encounter just contradictions, like just things that they don't line up. Whether it's two tellings of the same story that are slightly different, that happens all the time. That there's multiple points where the same story is told, but details are different, and contradictorily different. So I think what that sort of the conclusion that brings us to is that if there's no literalism, then everyone is always applying a reading to the Bible. And while the Bible may have certain features that bias it towards certain conclusions, like for example, I would indeed agree generally that the Bible has enough verses that are like easily interpreted as like anti-homosexual specifically, that you could come to those conclusions fairly, easier than other things. At the end of the day, it's still like there are still readings being applied to the Bible, and the people who are applying those readings are choosing. No person who's reading the Bible is acting on all aspects of the Bible at any time. They're choosing the parts of the Bible that is valuable to them and enacting them. Every Christian, every single one, no matter how devout, is always picking and choosing which parts of the Bible are important to them. And I would argue and to be charitable to like the Christians who are anti-gay, because those do exist. There are like a lot of Christian fellowships that are not anti-gay. Like they are, in my opinion, they're focusing on the more prominent aspects. The anti-gay stuff is not amazingly prominent in the Bible. I think there's like a handful of verses that can be taken, mostly from one single writer, Peter, I believe, who was, wrote a whole bunch of epistles. So, and that's actually one of the critiques that is like brought up by Christian theologians. I watched a video recently by a Christian theologian who was making the argument that like that taking Peter's anti-gay stances as pure biblical truth is a mistake, because there's only one. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is I think that while it is true to some degree that like the Bible has things that make it more likely in some ways. I think it has the pieces there for people to become anti-gay. I don't know, like, I still think that readings are being applied there, that those choices are being made. An ideological framework is still being put on it always, no matter what. And a political framework is always being put on it. There is no literal person. There's no person on the planet who's ever just picked up the Bible and had a perfectly literal take from the Bible. They're always projecting their own values onto it by necessity. And
yeah, we can't we can't escape our own subjectivism, right?
Yeah.
And you could go to like Deuteronomy, you could go to Leviticus, you could look at what Peter said.
Well,
you can look at
wait, that's actually a
1
perfect
Timothy,
example. Not to
Paul.
interrupt you, but that's a perfect example. Every single motherfucking Christian on the planet ignores, with like the exception of literal hermits, ignore the like mixed fabrics thing. And yet lots and lots of the same Christians who ignore the mixed fabrics and the anti-tattooing and also the rules about menstruation, like they don't put their wives into like a camp where they have to live their period away from home or anything like that. It's very, very almost non-existent among Christians. Only the most extremists actually try and follow that. But they often will call from Old Testament rules about like the one verse in the Old Testament that speaks out against homosexuality, or the two verses that speak out. So why do they disregard the mixed fabrics? Why do they disregard the anti-tattooing? Why do they disregard the menstruation camps, but then they choose the anti-gay thing? Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it's called being a cafeteria Christian. It's like you're shopping around for the beliefs that you want in the book, and if you'll find whatever you want. Like you said, if you're progressive, you'll find a progressive message. If you're reactionary, you're going to find a reactionary message. And that I just wanted to point out, though, I feel like you can extrapolate it straight from the text, but for an anti-theist to get to a reactionary point, they will have to put that other lens on it. However, not to give atheists or secular people a complete pass, because their answer to this problem is usually secular humanism. They're going to say the Secular Humanist Manifesto or something like that is where we ought to get our values from, and not something like the Bible. And the problem is that even when you look at people who are like literally part of the secular humanist organization who claim to care about human rights, like Jerry Coyne, you end up seeing him still write some anti-trans hit piece and claim that, we have to point back to, we have to, follow the logic of biology, even though that's against the Secular Humanist Manifesto in and of itself. And he's once again pointing back to something similar to like scientific racism. So I don't feel like being a skeptic or being an atheist or an anti-theist is going to like somehow remove people from these biases that they have. And if they want to find a reactionary lens, they will find it through whatever method that they need to, whether that's religion or science itself.
And I do think that there's I think that's I think I agree with you on the idea that like anti-theism and atheism do not bias like in and of themselves do not bias the outline, or like the outcome. Do not bias like your moral or political outcome in the same way that like Christianity does. But I also think that comparing those two is not exactly the same, because they're very different beliefs. You know what I mean? Like what we're saying here is like to meet the criteria for being a atheist, you just have to not believe in God, and that's it. That's all that we're drawing the line at. And for an anti-theist, we're saying all you have to think is that like religious thought is not so good. Whereas then when we jump to, well, in order to be a believer in the Christian God, you have to accept the Bible is true, which is a huge book with tons of stuff in it. So they're a little bit of a different comparison. And that's why I tend to, when I'm comparing things, I don't compare atheism or anti-theism to religion. You know what I mean? Or not to religion. I don't compare them to like Christianity in and of itself. I instead point out that like atheism and anti-theism are in and of themselves just one piece of a person's broader belief system. And there are tons of ideologies that atheists and anti-theists can buy into that end up biasing them in similar directions to the way that Christians are biased by their belief system. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I feel like the anti-theist position tends to already have baked into it someone has such an aversion to religiosity that they are aggressively going after it. And it's very easy to mistake the religion or the magic thinking or whatever the critique is to the adherence of that system in and of itself.
Yeah.
I don't feel like we ought to go after people like secular Buddhists or like cultural Jewish people and these types just for having a culture or just for having a set of beliefs. And I don't even think that people ought to necessarily like go after or oppose someone just for some spiritual belief. I only have an opposition to these types when they are projecting their spiritual beliefs onto minority groups or onto other people and trying to demand that we follow their religion or force us to follow this kind of religious law. And I know that some people might have a critique and say like, oh, well, we do that with the law already anyway. And it's fine for some religious people to want some religious law because, they have a say-so in voting and whatnot. And I feel like in a healthy democracy, people can, suggest whatever legislation that they want to, and hopefully we can, work this out in a way that is fair. But very clearly, based on the legislation being passed right now, like all the anti-trans stuff, we need to have something that we can point to say like we ought not be oppressing people. And that could come from a spiritual place, like the liberation theology or something like that. But I feel like having something like a secular manifesto helps as well. And the philosophy behind those beliefs are the things that liberation theology are actually found, like grounded in. And it's not just political positions. And just like on the reactionary side, they have a philosophy behind their reactionary points of view. I disagree with it. And, it's like often it's divine mandate of heaven or divine right of kings and this type of stuff. And I don't want to stray too far from the subject. I'll just say that was my only critique as far as, the anti-theist position does go a bit further. I don't think it's a problem for people to be spiritual as long as they are not injecting their spirituality into like our political framework.
Yeah. I mean, I obviously, I mean, if you watch my show pretty regularly, so you know how often I go off about, Christian nationalism and how much they inject their very particular interpretation of their beliefs into. I mean, they just truly believe in a theocracy. I mean, the greatest example, of course, is theocratic fascist Matt Walsh, who comes up all the time these days because he's like one of the big voices of this movement as far as like in like public facing people, not like the church movers or whatever. He's just a guy, he's a big video maker on the internet. He talks about all this shit. And that guy is very open about just believing, yeah, we should be legislating everyone's lives based on my personal religious beliefs. And I think that shit is horrible and needs to be fought against. Yeah, I guess my thing is like where I differ with, anti-theists is my disagreement with anti-theists is of a different nature than my disagreement with Christians, if that makes sense. Like, I don't disagree with them equally. I disagree with anti-theists because I just don't agree that, like, I don't think that their conclusion that, like, all types of religious thought are intrinsically toxic or whatever. Like, I just don't agree with that. But I don't think that they're, like, equally bad as Christians. I think some people perhaps read my video that way, but I really took pains to not, like, put them on the same level. But I still think that I should be able to criticize problems that I see with anti-theists and atheists even, when I see them. Otherwise, how the hell is anybody going to get better at anything? If that makes sense. Yeah.
I've got two short things, and then like unless you've got something else that you want to talk about, I think it was a good conversation.
Yeah, it's been a great conversation so far.
You had mentioned before in your video several atheist thinkers, then also kind of like just atheist figures that you had grown up watching, and you had named the Four Horsemen. like Harris, Dennett, Hitchens, and Dawkins. Obviously, most of them have sadly seemed to give up their skepticism and have totally closed their mind to anything that is not like atheistic, and have engaged in a lot of reactionary thought since then.
Yeah.
You mentioned T.J. Kirk, the amazing atheist.
Yep.
I will
I'm
say
on
that
good terms
I
with
also
to this day. I like TJ a lot.
right. Yeah, he was actually. I wanted to bring him up because I used to watch his content as well, and I used to think that not only was he kind of it was entertaining because he was so over the top, but at some point I did start to feel like he was so abrasive to the people that held these beliefs that I backed off of the content a little bit, and then I was very happy to see him kind of make a turn way towards leftism. And I would say if we're going to be leftists and talk about rehabilitative justice and this type of thing, I think it'd be unfair to continuously go after TJ when he's clearly worked to improve his thought. He's clearly reviewed his opinions, and even though he's still over the top and everything else, I think that he's worthwhile at least having in the space.
Yeah, I like TJ, and my conversations with TJ have been very productive, and also I feel like when he engages in critiques of all kinds of things, but even of religion, that he does so very pointedly in a way that I think is not representative of the type of stuff I was getting mad at. Certainly he goes very hard on some religious people, and I imagine he probably, pushes a little too far in some ways at times. But I think that most of his type of critique is well structured and well argued, and makes it clear what he's going after. So that's my opinion on TJ Kirk. I like TJ Kirk a lot. I think our conversations that we've had on stream were great.
Yeah. I'll also say that the last figure you had actually I think named was Matt Dillahunty. And I will say that he's definitely had an abrasive style as well with theists, and I don't know if he identifies as an anti-theist. I can't remember if he said that he is or isn't. I don't think he is.
Yeah.
But I'll say he has also gotten more left as time has gone on, especially over these last recent years. I don't know if you're familiar with him and Arden Hart, which is
God, it's been a long time since I've kept up with Matt Dillahunty. I used to listen to him all the time, but I haven't followed him in a long time.
Well, if you're familiar with Arden Hart, she's she's very active in trans circles on Twitter, and she also does the transatlantic call-in show as part of Jimmy Snow's network and all this stuff.
Cool.
They are partners. So he definitely, from how he used to view these subjects, I know his views have changed on it just because of watching how he's talked about it. I mean, he's literally dating Arden.
Yeah.
So it's it was just wild that of all the people that I thought would have moved left, I didn't think Dillahunty was going to be the one to do it, and yet here we are. It's a strange year for sure to be alive in.
Yeah, I mean that's good to hear because I did always appreciate Matt Dillahunty, and I don't intrinsically have a problem, by the way, with going hard on in a debate or going really hard on certain types of Christians or whatever. I have myself. I would be a total hypocrite if I didn't say, there's that argument I had with that one Christian a couple years back where I was just where the Christian was literally trying to be oh, Jesus wants you back. He wants you to abandon your sinful ways. And I'm oh yeah, Jesus wants into me. He wants to be in me and stuff like that. And I was fucking with him. You know what I mean? I went really hard on that guy and I mocked him pretty hard. I think it's appropriate. I think mocking people is appropriate. I think that we should be careful about who we're mocking and why, it's easy to be, that's why most of my video was about the smugness. I hate the smugness. I hate the idea that just these people there's these people who think that just because they've come to the conclusion of an atheism or an anti-theist position that somehow that elevates them above others and that they can just sort of never have to think about an argument, never actually have to engage. They sort of interestingly tend to default towards extremely liberal and, in my opinion, problematic and even right-wing justifications for their beliefs. And it leads them to being open to all kinds of just like fucking stupid arguments that make them look like idiots. And I also, one of the things that just, I brought this up in my video too, that just drives me crazy, is like when an atheist or an anti-theist engages with a theist and is very mad at them and then makes jokes that are only appropriate to be targeted at like Christians, and they're not even a Christian. Like, it's one of the most cringiest things I've ever seen. It actually makes me like, it makes me want to hide. It's so cringy. I'm like, you're making it worse. You're actually losing to their audience because their audience sees you as an idiot who doesn't even know what religion they're engaging with. And yeah.
It's funny that you say that. I'm a member of like, I'm in a lot of atheist debate circles. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I have these conversations all the time. And it's funny when somebody new comes into a room and they don't know who I am and they don't know my views, and then they start making like a really bad argument against like, a religion or a religious person. And then I'll kind of point out like, hey, this is bad faith, or like, this is a bad argument to use, start explaining to them why it's bad. And the moment that they think I'm a theist, they will just say the worst insults or try to like dig at my intellect or start, quoting fallacies. And then when I ask them, how did I use the fallacy? Which fallacy is that? They can't explain it.
Yep.
And it just ends up going so far south because it's like they assume that if you are religious, because you're defending some possible spiritual position, then you must by default like be an idiot or whatever.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. Those people get on my nerves because I do feel like that ends up just harming. If you want to call atheism a movement, I would just say the secular movement. It makes us look bad by going out of our way to dehumanize or attack people just because they don't understand something without even like giving them the chance to get into the conversation. Now, obviously, if somebody is being like, they're only there to harass you and they're just being an asshole, like, I mean, hey, every now and then you got to have blood. But otherwise, I try to have good conversations with people.
I think that those are valuable. I mean, for me, and this comes from a personal experience. When I was still religious, the conversations that were valuable to me was the first ones that were valuable was just arguing with other religious people on a friendly level, people from different religious viewpoints. The first debates that I ever had that really sort of took me out of my perspective was arguing with people who weren't Christians, people who had religious beliefs but from different perspectives, Muslims, Hindus. And that totally made me realize like how little I knew. And then I started arguing with some atheists who were patient. And I'm not saying that like you need to coddle people, because there are definitely some really malignant theists out there, obviously. And some of those people really do need to be mocked and like put in their place. But like, that's not the be all end all solution. It really isn't. And if that type of attitude propagates too much, it can make entire spaces toxic to people who are otherwise really interested in working with you on a really big issue. And I don't know, I think that Christian nationalism and fascism are like huge issues, way bigger than like whether we agree on the like philosophical veracity of God claims or not, if that makes sense. Like, I put like the yes or no, like the technical validity, logical validity of God belief on like a very low scale of importance when compared to the very imminent threat of a religious revival of the Christian nationalist variety, which is very much being attempted right now in the United States. And I imagine that if you're involved in lots of atheists communities right now, it sounds to me like you're involved in way more than I am. I'm obviously, I'm limited in my perspective as well. I'm also busy doing my own damn show all the time. So like I don't spend as much time like I used to on like forums, but I imagine these spaces are aware of the fact that the Christian movement in America is attempting to spark a new religious revival, and they're having some level of success with it. Given that we live in the wake of a massive, harrowing disaster that left some people completely with, multiple dead family members who are looking for meaning desperately. And these churches recognize that. I know for a fact, because I keep tabs on my old church, that they are firing engines blazing trying to grow their presence and their ministries. So I consider that at such a high level of importance to address versus like the technicalities of God belief or the technicalities of spiritual belief. And I do worry sometimes that like being a stickler for like a perception of like logical infallibility will lead to spaces becoming toxic to people who would otherwise be able to get out of the most toxic religious spaces, you know, and find other people that they could talk to that would ultimately lead them to being better people, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. You can't treat every single religious person you run into as if they're Darth Dawkins or G-Man or something like that.
Yeah.
And then on the other hand, it is definitely something I notice in a lot of circles, like when politics come up, like everyone is talking about Christian nationalism and the threat that it, you know, poses, and obviously trying to like rattle sabers and like, you know, fight it in opposition. I know like American Atheist, and, you know, they've got like tons of lawsuits, you know, across the nation trying to fight this legislation that's eroding the separation of like church and state. The problem is there's so much damn like legislation that like literally they're inundated.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to even keep up with it. Like they don't have enough lawyers to fight all of this, which is kind of sad to see. But
yeah, swarm tactics.
Yeah. And then when you say,
yeah,
well, as far as like, I don't think secular communities have the infrastructure or even the goodwill necessarily. No offense to, you know, the secular community to do what churches are doing. Simply because there's so much infighting, like within even the reactionary versus progressive secular humanist movement. And I thought you brought up a great point with Sikhs, and like that's a religion that like I respect the hell out of from like what I've seen of it like thus far.
It's
especially
very
their
egalitarian religion. Like
firmly
devoted to you know, gender equality, firmly devoted to class equality, firmly devoted to racial equality, like very, very deeply entrenched in the belief system.
Yeah, and they also, you know, they don't believe that God like incarnated on Earth. Like they don't have so many of the issues that we would have from like a Western perspective of religions. And maybe that's just because, you know, it doesn't matter why they do or don't have that. I would just say that their religion is extremely based. Like it's very much about social justice. They don't even have, you know, like a priesthood or whatever. They just have their holy text. And they have their 10 gurus, but like they don't do anything. Like they're just their figures that pass down their teachings. They don't think that they're saints or anything like that. I don't know. I really like the Sikh religion, but
I sometimes wonder, like it's something that I'm grappling with constantly. This idea of like how do we fix this problem, because I feel like community building is harder than ever, and on that front that like the worst figures are currently winning. Like the types of communities that are being built on the right are like militias, which are often plugged into churches, weird personality cults around like rural business owners. I read a book recently called oh god, what was this one? What was the one? Oh, now I'm blanking on the title on it. Hinterland was the book. And I've shouted it out on stream a couple times. I think it's really good. Hinterland is a book about like rural America from a anarchist wrote this book, and he went and just sort of like talked about a bunch of his experiences, documented a bunch of experiences of other people, went and spent time in rural America trying to understand the political power structures that function there. And one of the things he said that's like very, very common now is that you'll have like a rancher or a dairy farmer who owns a whole bunch of land and a whole bunch of things that becomes the center of political power because he controls so much money and influence in the area and has so many people on his payroll who are dependent on him that these people will follow his politics in order to get into his, you know, inner circle. That they'll be very open about politics, that they'll basically be like, yeah, if you want things to go, you vote the way I want you to, and they'll influence local politics in this way. And I just don't, and of course, these are often in partnership with churches still. Churches being the predominant way still all across a lot of America that that right-wing politics is disseminated. And what does the left have in that way? You know, we have in this space, we've got streamer communities, which aren't exactly the tightest form of connection. You know, they're very loose. People kind of drift in and out of them very easily, and don't get super invested in them. You have some like DSA things, which, let's just be honest, they don't have a whole lot of meaningful power, and they're very fixated on specifically on electoral, usually backing Democrats and stuff like that. There's a lot of lacking. There's a lack of structures on the general left that I think is. Oh, thank you so much. Well, I want to see people put their minds to building strong, deep communities that are able to counter these alternatives, that are able to give people something other than the fucking horrible manipulation of like rural mega churches. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree with you entirely. So I want to talk about something real quick that like I've never mentioned on stream before or on any video or whatever. For the last like almost 10 years, I was a long haul truck driver. So I've been all over the country, like to every single continental state. I've been over and over and over through these rural areas. You know what I mean? Like we were hauling masks and everything during like the pandemic. We brought food to LA during like the food shortages and stuff. Like we've seen and been through a lot of the country.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I'll say, like from talking to truckers who definitely are, I mean, like ultra conservative, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I used to argue leftist politics at truck stops all the time because like they talk this stuff a lot. And over time, this is kind of like what my answer is to this. And I think that I think Vosh has a similar take, but focusing the conversation on policy-oriented solutions. Because when you go to somewhere like rural Kansas or rural Arkansas, like it's so downtrodden and so poor out there. I understand why reactionary politics, like these people are sympathetic to it because they're being told that the problems in their community are someone else's responsibility or someone else did that to them. And if they just, hate the correct people, then everything will be solved. And pointing out to them, because this is how like I would nail these guys down a lot, is I would ask them like, what policies are Republicans passing that actually improve their lives and the lives of their family? Because anti-trans policies don't help their families. That hurts us, but it doesn't help them.
Yeah.
Or how does it benefit them to pass like anti, BLM policies?
Yep.
It doesn't. And it's strange that like when you point out to them that even if you take their point of view and you look at it from like a nationalist point of view, you would say like policies that harm the people within your country are going to harm your country. Like even if you want to just be like a blood and soil idiot, you would still need policies that protect your people or help your people, not divide and attack. And I feel like leftist policies are the best ways to actually help these communities. And as far as leftist communities, we are going to have to do coalition building with some communities like Sikh communities, with progressive Christian communities, with pagan communities, because we are too diversified of a group and there's too much like skepticism and we have our own interests that are like across a spectrum, that the only way we are going to guarantee our safety or work toward a better future is together. Like within secular communities, there is no one answer to this problem. Even if you say the Secular Manifesto, people like Jerry Coyne already showed that like you can still get reactionary politics even if someone claims that they are a humanist. The solution is going to be a multivariant thing, a multifaceted thing. It is going to involve religious communities.
I do think you're right that like one of the most effective like debate on a one-on-one debate tactics when you're talking to somebody who is like sort of I would say just like they've sort of fallen into conservatism or whatever. I've found that as well. I mean, I can't even tell you the amount of conversations I've had with family, friends, roommates, even before I became a content creator, when when most of my conversations were not mediated over the internet. They were one-on-one conversations. I've always been a bit of a political arguer, but yeah, talking about like, well, how does that actually help you? Like, I mean, I remember one conversation I had with a Republican who was a roommate where he was super mad about like welfare queens and all this stuff. And I just simply asked him, I'm like, okay, hold on. Just bear with me real quick. What do you think is gonna cost you more, or what is gonna create you a bigger tax burden? A couple thousand people who are receiving $500 a month in SNAP benefits that ultimately go back into the economy, or Jeff Bezos getting a tax break that saves him $3 billion on his tax burden. Which one of those is more expensive? Just do the math on the napkin. And then he would, and like that conversation caused him to seriously rethink like getting mad about welfare queens. You know, I'm like, why are you mad at all of these like families of people who are like, let's even say that some of them are like getting more money than they deserve, or whatever you want to say. Let's accept that you're right about that. I'm not gonna argue with you on that right now. Let's say that even they're buying food, they're like taking care of their family. Maybe they're getting too much nice food. Jeff Bezos is one of the richest men in the world, and he got a tax break so he can buy another yacht or something. And you're telling me that these people who are like getting a little bit of extra money for food are the real concern? Like those types of things, like the Republicans want you to crack down on stuff that could help you if you're out of money, you know, that could help people, your neighbors who need SNAP money. They want to crack down on that, and they want to let this other guy get away with it. They want to let him get away with the tax benefit, a tax break. And they want you to be mad at your neighbor, or they want you to be mad at these so-called welfare queens. But you're ignoring the fact that this guy's walking away with $3 billion onto your tax burden. You know, that's the type of stuff that you were talking about that I do think is effective. Although I should note that I don't think that we're going to be able to debate our way out of this problem. Like, what I think is the thing is that like my worry is that like there aren't hubs. There aren't a whole lot of good social hubs where people can find a sense of social belonging to the same degree on the left that there is on the right. On the right, there are these established churches, that can, if you so desire it, keep you busy every single day for the rest of your life. There are churches where if you want to get involved, if you're like hurting for work or whatever, that they will give you work to anybody, like no questions asked. You're a member of the church, come on, we'll bring you on to go clear, Jimmy, he's a deacon at our church and he needs some wood cleared in his backyard, and sure, the pay isn't great, but you'll get free lunch. And then you have that. And like, we don't have that. Like, the left does not have that to the same degree. There is certain parts of even the far left have succumbed to sort of liberal, capitalistic, desocializing, where there's just like a bunch of individual people drifting along, buying things, playing video games, but not really together. Maybe they play them together a little bit, but they don't really build any deep social connections, and they've got no safety net. Whereas the right, to all spectrums of the right, no matter how far right you go, has a focus on building these types of deep social connections that often are really manipulative and bad, but they don't have to be. Social connections are the foundation of life. We have to build alternatives to that. We have to build functional alternatives to that aren't abusive, that don't turn towards bad. You know what I mean? Does that make sense, what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I feel like where the left is lacking on that front, it might be helpful for people to look into something like see if there's like Unitarian Universalist churches locally or something like that, because people of all faith can come there, and secular people as well, and those do end up attracting a very diverse crowd. Whenever we've gone there like a few times, there's like they've had a large contingent of LGBTQ people there. And it is a community. They still do, like, they host, holiday events, and like they have like food pantries and stuff like that. I don't know. it might end up being the case that even as secular people, like you might be better off attaching yourself to some local community where you can still, help spread ideas of skepticism or whatever else, even if it means that you end up going to like some local universalist church or something like that. I feel like the idea
and see, that was one of the things that I was trying to bring up in my video that I think some people took the wrong way, and maybe that's my fault. Maybe I didn't word it perfectly. But one of the things I was trying to point out is that of the vocal atheists, especially on the left, I was careful to point out that like this is specifically for atheists who also claim to believe in leftism. If you're out there and you're a lefty and you're loud about atheism, and you don't have an answer for that, like that's kind of bad if the only thing that they can think of is a religious group that's doing the social group building. I think one of the things that perhaps the left and lefty atheists especially, can learn from is the community building aspects of the right. And I don't mean in like aligning people behind a god. I mean, what are the practices that make these spaces valuable? What are maybe there is a community, a set of practices that can be adopted that can allow us to build spaces that don't require you to sell your soul over to some sort of deity, that don't require you to be aligned underneath some kind of personality figure. Maybe there is a need for regular meetings so that people have some sort of social outlet. Maybe there is a need for regular productive projects that people can take on together. Maybe there is and I know that there's like some of these things do exist. They do exist. They're not as common, but they do exist. I mean, I've talked about my involvement with a local mutual aid group that did just that. And they were their doors were very open to volunteers getting involved to varying levels of degrees, whether you wanted to go to all of their meetings and all of their calls and all of their stuff like that, or whether you just wanted to help out with their projects. And they had some success with that. But I mean, that's one group versus, a church on every single corner that's doing the same thing. I don't know. I'm rambling a little bit now, but I guess my point is that like, I find it concerning, and I do find it a point of critique worthy of like vocal lefty atheists not having any answer for how to build communities that can provide alternatives, meaningful alternatives, superior alternatives to going to church every Sunday, where you can meet new people and hear new ideas. And I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you've already mentioned that, like you touched on it. We have the blueprints for this. Like we know how communities form. We see how religious organizations form and draw people in and stuff like that. And it might be the case that right now we end up having to attach ourselves to some other existing group, like the Unitarian Universalist, and then like people are going to be from all walks of life and all have their own views and stuff. And as long as you're not showing up there just to like debate people, I think you'll find a good community. And I feel like there are other communities, like Sikh communities and stuff like that, that we could like live around. And then like, they have an interest in social justice. We have an interest in social justice. So there can be like praxis there as far as like they're allowed to, like have their temple and worship and stuff. We're not going to show up there to debate them. Like if you want to go there to get like food or whatever, just be respectful. I know that they have like an obligation to like help feed and clothe people and stuff like that. So you can attach yourself to those communities, just be respectful of them, and hopefully they'll do the same for you. I wish there was a better answer. I wish there was a leftist organization that was going around and building I don't know, like something like Habitat for Humanity or whatever, but like a total leftist, like ground up type of thing for like local groups and stuff. But religious organizations have like hundreds of years ahead of us as far as like, spreading into each community and stuff like that. So when people want to, if they criticize the left and say like, we don't have this, it's like, well, there haven't been like the modern leftist movement hasn't gotten as much steam until recently. And as you said before, and I think everybody's aware, like it's a capitalist system. And like the capitalists have definitely tried to make sure that these types of leftist ideas do not spread, and that there's a reason that a lot of this is opposed by the Bezoses and the Elon Musks and that type of thing.
Now, of course, there are tons of things that are slanted against us. I mean, Bonk Staley in chat just pointed out, you know, like past orgs that managed to succeed in this, like the Panthers, were ruthlessly persecuted by the FBI. I mean, I've mentioned in the past that like I've received healthcare at public clinics that were founded originally by the Black Panthers, which is like the coolest thing that you can possibly imagine. That is like so amazing that there are like many in this country health clinics that were originally founded by a political organization that still carries strong to this day and are still helping minority communities, including trans people. Like that's amazing. And what I want to do is constantly encourage people to think on this problem, to constantly brainstorm and put together ideas and to become motivated to do this, to think about what they can do with their friends, how they can take their connections to a deeper level. I mean, you know, even completely divorced from the atheism conversation, from the religion conversation, it's something I talk about constantly on my stream. You probably know this, that I bring up. Like, I always encourage people, please build deeper connections with the people around you. Connect in real ways. Take those connections beyond the internet and build meaningful friendships, meaningful connections where you can help one another, where you can lift one another up when you're hurting. That's, like, in my opinion, the only way that we're going to move anything forward. And the deck is stacked against us in a lot of ways. You know, like, but that's always going to be the case when you're resisting a status quo. You know, we have to think, we have to use our wit and become smarter than that. We have to outwit it.
And I would say that we have virtual spaces right now, and we can take advantage of like GoFundMe's or like, you know, helping trans people relocate out of states where they're at, where they're trapped. But I think you kind of like put a cap on this conversation very well with that. So thank you for having us, and
absolutely, we
will talk to you later. And of course, number one rule, imps, don't die.
Don't fucking die. Thank you so much for coming on. It was a wonderful conversation.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. What an incredibly good conversation. What an amazing conversation. That was great. That will definitely be going up on the channel. That was a great conversation. We have a great community here. I always want to encourage my community of imps to keep connecting. There's only so much I can do. I'm a silly fucking YouTuber at the end of the day. What I can do is I can provide a lightning rod for people to the electricity to collect around, but I can only do so much. You know, my time is taken up doing this, you know? So it's got to be the people out there who are going to take the next step a lot of times, you know? And I will say there's lots of things that in my life, I've made a lot of changes in my life to pro-social changes in my life. I mentioned that before I became a streamer, I was isolated by circumstance and by finance, that like I was very poor and I lived in an incredibly rural area out of necessity. And I was very isolated. There wasn't a whole lot I could do. Even then, I still would go to all kinds of, I mean, we went to Bernie rallies. I went to a giant rally that was around pro-marijuana legalization. The local weed shop was like, hey, we need help getting people together to make statements on the benefits of legal marijuana. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. I even got a big weed pin. It was great. That stuff is cool, but honestly, like, I've found that I'm relatively talented at being a broadcaster, but that also means I got to keep challenging my audience to take the next step in connecting with one another and building new, healthier, caring social structures that do not replicate the abusive exploitativeness of right-wing structures and instead provide community that's good. Yeah. Oh my goodness. All right, everybody. That was wonderful. Real quick, I gotta read this. Ron's KFC with the incredibly generous $20 super chat. Thank you so very much, Ron's KFC. Happy Pride Month Indeed. Happy Pride Month to you as well. You guys ready to do some Cooking Mama? You all ready to do some Cooking Mama? I want to do Cooking Mama. I want to do Cooking Mama. For those of you who are new to my show, which I know there are a few of you here because I see some of your new names, stick around. We're about to do Cooking Mama. Cooking Mama is the segment where I react to cooking videos of all kinds of types. Oh yeah, we have the Cooking Mama theme music. Hold on. Here it is. We'll do that. I'll play the Cooking Mama theme music. In Cooking Mama, I watch cooking videos, good and bad, and we talk about them. And tonight, I have a very good and very educational cooking video that we're going to react to together. And then we're going to check in on our old friend Dave, because we've missed a lot of Dave. We haven't done a whole lot of Cooking Mama recently, and last time we checked in with Dave, he had like 40 videos we hadn't watched yet. So we have to go check in and see how his cooking is doing, because God knows he's been a malignant asshole all over the internet, so why don't we roast him a little bit, huh? Dave with the bowl of chili? Correct. Speaking of cooking, don't forget to have some dinner. I will be having dinner after this. I'm very excited to eat some dinner after this. But we got to do a little bit of Cooking Mama. So my lovely, lovely imps, it's time for Cooking Mama. Cue the Cooking Mama theme.
Cooking Mama.
That's right. That's right. It's time for Cooking Mama, the part of the show where we watch good and bad cooking videos and we decide together whether or not the cooking is good or bad and how good it is. We always have a blast. Can we watch Dylan Hollis as a warm-up? You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see. Let's check this out.
Bacon grease chocolate chip cookies from 53. Now, I don't need to tell you how much we love bacon, and when it's cooked, it renders out a fair bit of liquid gold, which theoretically can be used in baking just like butter. Start by frying a pound of bacon. Bacon is always a good idea. Fire! Just like pre-ordering my new cookbook, Baking Yesteryear. Hi, Bacon. Was that too forward? Sorry, I'm just excited. You know, they say bacon clogs your arteries. I said, yeah, with what? Bacon. We need a half cup. Perfect. Now into a bowl with a half cup of sugar, half cup of brown sugar. What?
Okay, I'm gonna guess that this is gonna be awesome, okay? I am gonna guess that this is gonna be really good. And the reason is, bacon grease is very bacony, but it's not overwhelmingly bacony. And using it as a substitute for butter means that you're going to get this salty savoriness of the bacon in the chocolate chip cookie. And as everybody knows, sweet and salty is an amazing, amazing combination. I'm gonna guess this is gonna be incredible. That's my guess. I'm gonna bet this is gonna be awesome.
Vanilla and whisk. If your grease is solid, melt it. Sorry, it's the bacon and the vanilla. The dry ingredients, we just need 2 cups of flour, 3/4 of a teaspoon of baking soda. Then we bring it all together with a big cup of chocolate chips. We can add mood juice if it's too dry. Oh, this is good. Chill. Boop. 350 for around 12 minutes. You smell amazing.
Oh my God.
They look so good. Wait, can we rewind? Oh, I wish you never can
Salty,
rewind
sweet,
in these.
bacon, chocolatey, chewy. It's dark magic.
God, those look like good-ass cookies.
Bacon grease chocolate chip cookies from 53.
I'm sorry, that sounds amazing. I would, no questions asked, eat those. It's making me hungry. If you take the video code, you can just plug it into a regular YouTube link. You can? That would be great. I would love to watch it as a non-short. Oh, it didn't work. How do you do that? Oh, well. Still.
Bacon grease.
That was good. That was good anyway, and that looks amazing. I would absolutely... You know what? Maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll try that. They looked good. He seemed to like them. I believe it. There are some bacon sweets that are not so good, okay? I tried a bacon cupcake once, and it was fucking terrible, okay? And the bacon cupcake was bad, not because bacon doesn't mix with sweet well, but because the bacon on top, just the texture was fucked and it was way too much bacon. But just the grease seems like it would sort of infuse the bacony, savory, umami goodness into the chocolate chip cookies, which sounds incredible. Bacon grease is basically just lard. It's salty lard, but it is basically just lard. And lard is very, very good in baking, yes. My ex-wife used to make muffins with bacon grease, and they used to be so good. I believe it. I truly believe that they're incredible. Ugly Pie says, I just whipped together some oatmeal chocolate chip cookies. How topical. Ooh, that sounds amazing. I've had bacon maple donuts, and those were pretty nice. I have had them too. But again, I've had multiple bacon maple donuts at various points. Some of them have been amazing, and other ones have been not as good. All right, now I have a very awesome video to watch with you all, okay? This is our old favorite, okay? Tasting History with Max Miller. Now, I have a very cool tasting history video to share with you all, okay? And let me tell you why I want to watch this one so bad. So, as you all know, I absolutely adore Tasting History with Max Miller. Tasting History with Max Miller is a massive YouTube channel who's blown up even bigger than he was when we first discovered him. His channel is amazing. His videos are incredible. We always learn so much. You guys remember the Pemington episode where we learned about pemmican, aka Pemington? What an amazing that was. But I have a special one for you all because Max Miller put out a video on a food that is from the region that I grew up in. I'm serious. He put out a video specifically on brown bread. Now, I'm really interested. I'm going to put out a quick little vote here because I want to see. Have you had brown bread? Yes or no? I want to see how many of you have had brown bread. And I don't just mean bread that's colored brown. I mean brown bread, okay? It usually comes in a can. What, does wheat bread count as brown bread? No. Oh, I need to be more clear. I need to be more clear. It's not just brown colored bread. It's a specific thing called brown bread. Here, I'll show you what it looks like. Here you go. Sometimes referred to as Boston brown bread. Here we go. Hold on, let me get the image here, okay? Here we go. This is what it looks like right here. Oh my God, why is that such a low quality? Wait a minute. I gotta get the image up. Here we go. This is what it looks like right here. Okay, let's do this again. We're gonna try again. There we go. Yes, they make a joke about it in SpongeBob. They make a joke about it in SpongeBob. Some people call it Boston brown bread. Oh, God, I spilled some soda on myself. Damn it. I'll explain all of this. We're going to learn all about it. I knew this was going to be the perfect video to watch on Cooking Mama. Look at that. Okay, everybody, let me tell you a story. Growing up, I used to love brown bread, okay? As you all know, I grew up in New England. I grew up in a very rural area of New England, and we used to have brown bread all the time when I was a kid. In fact, we would have it frequently as a side with meals. It was most often. It's like basically the equivalent of cornbread. Those of you who are from the South, you know how you have cornbread as a side with all kinds of stuff. You'll have cornbread with spinach. You'll have cornbread with, you know, okra or collard greens. Same deal. Brown bread was like the cornbread of the North, okay? You have it when you're camping. You have it as a side for dinner. And it was amazing. I used to love it. Now, at some point during my childhood, somewhere around the age of 8 or 9, I got really, really sick. Like, I got really stomach sick, you know? And after that point, because I had eaten brown bread recently, I lost my appetite for brown bread. And so my parents stopped buying brown bread very often. And now, many years later, I'm finally over whatever it was that made me not like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Where you like, the food isn't what made you sick, but like everything that you ate near the time that you got really sick, you no longer have an appetite for. This also happened to me with cream puffs, like the like cooled, you know, like it's a little pastry with fluffy bread and there's cream in the middle. Once when I was really little, I got sick like shortly after eating cream puffs, and I couldn't eat cream puffs after that without thinking about what it was like to be sick. But now I have been dying to try brown bread, but it doesn't exist on the West Coast, okay? Nobody has brown bread on the West Coast because it's a East Coast, specifically New England thing. Brown bread has an entire beautiful history behind it. And also a little bit of a disturbing history behind it, as we're about to find out. People are referencing the thing about it being in a can. Yeah, it's kind of weird that the bread is in a can, isn't it? But actually, the reason that it's in a can is because it will keep forever. There's nothing like gooey, like it's not gooey or it's not wet or anything like that. But the bread is made with a bunch of molasses. And because the molasses content is so high, it's very resistant to bacteria, mold, etc. So they put it in a can because it'll keep forever because of that that molasses. It's very good for rationing. Yes, and we're going to learn all about it because Max Miller did an episode about brown bread. So we get the lovely, lovely treat of getting to do a Cooking Mama episode reacting to a brown bread tasting history with Max Miller, where we get to dive into a food from my childhood together. And it's going to be amazing. And I promise you, you're going to love this episode. Because I don't want to spoil. I had to watch this one on my own, but I need to share it with you all. This isn't a fresh react for me because I had to watch it on my own, and I love it. You got to ramp up the main accent. Hey there, bub, you want me to do the main accent? Got to get that bread out of the can. We can do that, honey. Will it come? Oh, you just wait, Bonks Daily. I need a dispenser here. Hey there, bub. You want to go get the car in? Drive down to Walgreens, grab some fucking brown bread. Why does it sound vaguely Cajun? You want to know why it sounds vaguely Cajun? There's actually a very good reason for it. Because the Cajuns, also known as the Acadians, were originally from the area right around Maine. So there's actually a linguistic tie. The reason why the Mainer accent sounds so similar to the Cajun accent is because the Acadians, the state park up in Maine is the national park in Maine is Acadia National Park, named after the Acadians. The Acadians were originally a group of people that were they were a mixture of native and French people who had been living together for a long time, and they were displaced. because that's what the U.S. state did. And when they were displaced, they moved down south into the Louisiana area. So there was basically a mass migration of the Acadians down south, and they became Cajuns. Cajun is actually a mutation of Acadian, Cajun. You see what I mean? So there's actually a similarity between those accents that goes back for a very long time. Do you ever use that exaggerated accent to annoy your partners? Yes. But unfortunately, one of my partners finds it very charming and actually likes it when I do the Mainer accent. So it doesn't always work that well when I do the Mainer accent. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. Look at how much you're learning. Isn't it amazing that you come to my show and we get to talk about pride and we get to talk about atheism, and then you get to learn about the Acadians. You get to hear me talk in a Mainer accent. I get to talk like a real Mainer. Also, it was really funny. I did a test the other day. Adia bub. Adia bub. Hey, buddy. It's about time I shoot my guns into the air. Yep. I stick it in my head. I get it stuck in my head whenever people shoot their guns in the air. Yep. My brain's all big and shit now. Adia bub. That's the one that you hear all the time. Going up to camp. Honey, come on. Get your stuff in the car. We got to get up to camp. Listen, it's great, okay? But I did a test recently, a regional dialect test, and it was really funny because it pinpointed me to like a fucking laser gun. Like, it was literally the entire map. There was like light yellow over California, light yellow over one area in Miami, and then glowing red over Maine. It just nailed me. And it's weird too, because it didn't even ask things. Most of them weren't pronunciation. Most of them were terms. One of the ones that got me was, here's a real one. I know we're going way off the cooking stuff, but give me a second here. What is a rotary? Okay, chat, answer. What's a rotary? If I say rotary, what do you think of when you think of a rotary? I just want to know, like, just answer honestly. Okay, rotary phone, a cog, phone, a club, okay, the rotary club, rotary phone, ship's wheel, horse rotary, phone, an old school phone, a mechanical device. This was the one that I know got me, because in New England, a rotary is a roundabout, like a car thing. You know, like the cars they drive in like this, you know, like in traffic. Some people call them a traffic circle. They're called rotaries in New England. Some people call them roundabouts. Some people call them traffic circles. No, I'm dead serious. If you go up there, there will be signs that will say rotary ahead. Yeah, you mean a roundabout. Yeah, people call them roundabouts. Yeah, exactly, K-Fesh. But I think that was the question that solidified me in the New England and Maine area, because I've never heard anybody call them a rotary outside of New England, and everybody calls them rotaries in New England. Soda or pop? Soda. Up in Maine, everybody says soda. Oh yeah, I had like zero affinity with the Midwest. Like my regional accent, my regional dialect has no, like almost no overlap with the Midwest. Soda! Anyway, I thought that was funny. The test was funny, and I was amazed that it got me, and I was pretty sure that it was the rotary question that it got me on. The moment that showed in, I was like, ooh. Okay, Keto, I'll take a look at that. This looks interesting. Huh. I'll have to take a look at that. Gayfesh says, I grew up saying pop, but after going on a mission trip with teens all over the U.S., I learned that places that say pop know what soda is, but places that say soda don't know what pop is. That's true. It is kind of weird. But anyway, let's watch this video. Without any further ado, let us enjoy this incredible video by Tasting History with Max Miller right here.
In January of
together. This is a wonderful video about Boston brown bread and the Great Molasses Flood. So let's learn, okay? I'm going to put it up on the screen. Cooking Mama. There we go. Let's do it.
19, a wave crashed through Boston's North End, leaving a trail of death and destruction in its wake. Though it wasn't a wave of water, but molasses, a popular sweetener at the time and one of the main ingredients in Boston's famous brown bread. So thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring.
Tipster, thank you so much for the incredibly generous raid. Welcome to all of the Tipster viewers. Happy to have you. You have just walked in at the perfect time, my lovely tipsterites. You've come in just as we were about to do a segment that I like to call Cooking Mama. Cooking Mama is where I react and talk about a whole bunch of different cooking topics. And today, we are reacting to a Max Miller video about a food that was very special to me when I was a kid, Boston brown bread. Now, of course, it's not just from Boston, but it's known for being Boston brown bread. When I was a kid, we ate brown bread all the time. It's very delicious. It's something that most people outside of New England do not know about, but it is very popular in New England. And we're gonna learn about it here. I just told a story. I just told a story about my history with brown bread. I told about some stories about growing up in New England. And now we're gonna sit down and enjoy this, and then afterwards, we're gonna watch some atrocious cooking videos. So if you guys are ready to laugh and have a good time, come on down, hit that subscribe button so you can follow my channel, and let's chill. Innocent Bystander 13 says, yeah, I grew up in Maine too. This hits close to home. Based, fellow Mainer! Hey there, Bob, how you doing? All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this.
In this video as we take a look at the Great Boston Molasses Flood and make some bread in a can. This time on Tasting History. So when deciding on a recipe for today, I knew I was wading into troubled waters, or troubled molasses as it were, because every Bostonian thinks that their version of brown bread is the version of...
True! Fucking true! This is true, by the way. This is true about all of New England. All of New England is like, New England is like the Balkans, except if it was fighting over the right recipe, okay? Like, did you know? Here's a real quick thing. Did you know that there's a significant difference between Boston clam chowder and Maine clam chowder? And also that everywhere else in the world, when they tell you that you're having New England clam chowder, you are actually having Boston clam chowder, and you are not having the far superior Maine clam chowder. And it is, and I'm serious, okay? Like, I don't mean to be I know that you're gonna not trust me on this, but let me tell you, Maine clam chowder is so much better, okay? It is so much better. And there's a reason why this, okay? So Boston clam chowder is the thick, white, like super thick, super white, very, very thick chowder that you've probably had at a restaurant if you've ever ordered a New England clam chowder. It's thickened usually with flour, and also has lots and lots of cream in it. Maine clam chowder is much, much thinner. There's a lot of clams in Maine clam chowder. It's way thinner, and the broth is a savory, yellowish, slightly oily broth. And what you're supposed to do, of course, is thicken it to taste with crackers. And Maine clam chowder, as a result, does not mostly taste like flour. Instead, it mostly tastes like clams and butter. Like pretty majorly. It's like, you know, when you eat a New England clam chowder, you're mostly getting flour. You're getting like salty, slightly clammy flour. But when you have a Maine clam chowder, you have a proper chowder that's made of clams. You taste the clams, you get lots of clams, and you make it as thick as you want with however many crackers you want to add in. Oyster crackers or crunched up saltines. And let me tell you, it is a world of difference, okay? When I traveled back to Maine in November, I told you guys all about it. I had a real clam chowder, and it was like the best thing I'd had in my entire fucking life. It was, oh God, it made me feel so goddamn good to have a real Maine clam chowder. It was loaded with clams, okay? Just so much clam. It was like the most it made me feel so full and warm, and it had so much more to it. See, the problem is that in a New England clam chowder, aka a Boston clam chowder, it's a bunch of empty calories. All you are eating is mostly flour. Mixed Dizzy says, I think I may have actually had a Maine clam chowder before at one of the seafood restaurants on the piers we have here in the South Sound. I believe it. There are people who will make it correctly outside of Maine. There are people who make a proper, by my measure, a proper clam chowder. But the reason why you get the Boston clam chowder most commonly is because it's cheaper. Because flour fills you up really quick. You can make a giant vat of slightly clammy flour, and you pay almost nothing for it. Now, in Maine, that's not a problem because clams are cheap as dirt, okay? You can literally pick clams anywhere. Maine's coastline is so massive and so loaded with clams that clams are the cheapest thing in the world, which is why in Maine, clam chowder was eaten by everybody, even though outside of Maine, you know, you don't get that clam chowder as much because clams are more expensive in states that don't have as many clams as Maine. Maine is like made of clams, okay? Seriously, do yourself a favor. If you are ever in New England, seek out a true clam chowder, not the white, floury, thick, gloppy clam chowder. Get the real deal. You will thank yourself for it, okay? Yeah, people seriously underestimate how ridiculous Maine's coastline is. Maine's coastline is so insane that if you were to like, oh my God, like, hold on. Hold on, let me see here. Maine has 3,500 miles of coastline. 3,500 miles, hold on. That is more coastline than the entire width of the United States. The width of the United States is 2,897 miles. Maine beats that by like 800 miles. That's how much coastline Maine has. Because you have to understand, Maine's coastline is not just the state. It's also all of the thousands of islands. Maine's coastline is full of islands, so there's coastline all around it. How much is that in kilometers? Hold on. In kilometers, 5,597 kilometers. Yep. 5,597 kilometers. You guys, look here. Let me show you the map. I know we're going on we're on a main stun lock, but hey, this is what you ask for when you watch me. Hold on, here we go. Let me show you a map of Maine, okay? Is this a good one? Yeah, this is a good one. Here. Look at this. Here's what Maine's coastline looks like. Look at this. You see? Here, let me really zoom in so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Look at this down here. Do you see how this goes? Maine has structures that are similar to fjords. There are all of these divots and islands and peninsulas all over the place. And this means that the coastline is so long. It's truly almost unfathomable how much coastline there is in Maine. And also, therefore, how many clams there are. See what I mean? Brought it all back around. Wooly says, were any of these islands like the Fallout DLC Far Harbor? It's funny you should say that, because yes, the Far Harbor DLC actually takes place in Bar Harbor, Maine. To the degree, hold on, let me show you. Hold on, let me show you actually. Here we go. There's the sign for Bar Harbor. Hold on. Let me show you. I'll show you this. I gotta show you the thing. It's so wild. Look at this. Look. Oh my God, just look at this. Okay? I'm gonna put these side by side so you guys can see, okay? Hold on. 1 second. Give me just a second. And you guys are gonna appreciate this, I promise, okay? Look. 1 second. Oh no, why? Look. Bar Harbor, Maine. Here's the Bar Harbor signs. Here's the Bar Harbor sign. Here's the Far Harbor sign. They're literally based, it's literally based on Bar Harbor. And if you look at the actual town, the layout of the map includes actual locations from Bar Harbor, including the Bar Harbor sandbar, which is full of enemies in Far Harbor. In Far Harbor, there's like a sandbar that you can cross across to an island that's full of enemies. That's a real thing in Bar Harbor. It's pretty fucking wild. Also, Anarkitty with the 5 gifted YouTube memberships. Thank you so much. That's really awesome of you. Thank you so very much. Anyway, let's continue the video. No more distractions. Let's do it. The enemies aren't a real thing, unless you consider clams an enemy or lobsters an enemy. I meant the sandbar. Let's go.
Brown bread. And it seems that this is not a new phenomenon because looking through Boston's cookbooks over the past 130 years, it seems every author kind of scoffed at everyone else's version of brown bread, even though they're all incredibly similar. But I figured the safest course would be to consult that most wicked iconic Boston recipe collection, Fannie Farmer's 1896 Boston Cooking School Cookbook, whose recipe for brown bread calls for 1 cup or 120 grams of rye meal, 1 cup or 140 grams of graham flour. Graham flour is a type of very coarsely ground wheat flour, and it is named after Sylvester Graham, who lives on in the graham cracker. And it's kind of hard to find graham flour today. You can get it online, but if you can't find any, you can just use stone ground wheat flour. You're not going to notice the difference once everything is together. 1 cup or 160 grams of cornmeal. Mind you, that is not corn flour, which is sometimes used today, but cornmeal, which is, like the people of Boston, grittier. 3/4 teaspoon of baking soda, and I can tell you right now
that will make a difference, by the way, because there is a Not an unpleasant grittiness, but there is a certain texture to brown bread that I would describe as somewhat gritty.
That is a lot less than is used in modern recipes, so if you want to double it, if you want something a little bit fluffier, go ahead, but I'm going to stick with what she asks for. 1 teaspoon of salt, 3/4 cup or 180 grams of molasses, 2 cups or 475 milliliters of buttermilk. Now, Ms. Fanny Farmer did prefer her brown bread plain, but...
Is there sound issues? If anybody's having sound issues, please let me know. I don't think so. I'm not hearing any. Okay, so maybe just refresh the stream, Killjoy. Okay, good. Thank you.
A lot of people add walnuts or sometimes raisins or currants, so you can add those, and that is what I, Max Miller, would do if I were not following her recipe.
Have you been to Bar Harbor? I have been to Bar Harbor more times than you can count. In fact, hold on, let me show you. Hold on. Just a few months ago, when I was in Bar Harbor, just a few months ago when I was in Bar Harbor, I bought this cute little friend whose claw says Maine. You see, he's so cute. Look at that. I love him. I bought him when I was in Bar Harbor just a few months ago. Well, more than a few months ago now. I've been to Bar Harbor more times than I can count.
Recipe. And I mentioned my name, Max Miller, because it seems that a lot of people who watch this show don't actually know my name.
We do! We know your name, Max! We will never forget your name, because here on Demon Mama, we stand Max Miller!
I'm often getting Matt and Mark and Marcus, which seems way off, and today I even got a Max Kellerman, which, okay. But it is Max Miller, which is why I really appreciate today's sponsor, NordVPN, giving me the unique link, nordvpn.com/Max Miller. But more importantly, NordVPN is, in a way, responsible for a lot of the content that you see here on Tasting History, because often when I kind of fall down these research rabbit holes and I'm looking at people's bibliographies and seeing where they got the information, just making sure I'm getting my facts right as I can.
Yeah, I don't care about the
Often
ad. We're gonna watch the ad.
Websites that are outside
We
of the
support
US
Max
and
Miller,
in
so
the
we
UK
deal with the ad.
or Europe or other places in the world that won't let you access them unless you are in that country. But NordVPN will allow me to switch my IP address to match one in that country so I can get access to those sweet, sweet primary sources. NordVPN also provides extra levels of threat protection. So when you are logging into Wi-Fi other than your trusted home Wi-Fi, you can feel secure. Or when you're going on some of those more dodgy websites, you saucy minx. So I only use it for research. And so can you by signing up using my link, nordvpn.com/Max Miller. You will get the best pricing that is currently available, along with an extra month plus a 30-day money-back guarantee. nordvpn.com/Max
I actually don't know if
Miller,
NordVPN
which
is
is my
any good.
name. Now on to the brown bread of Ms. Fanny Farmer. She says to mix and sift dry ingredients, add molasses and milk, stir until well mixed, turn into a well-buttered mold, and steam 3 1/2 hours. The cover should be buttered before being placed on the mold and then tied down with string. Otherwise, the bread in rising might force off cover. Mold should never be filled more than 2/3 full. A melon mold or 1-pound baking powder boxes make the most attractive shaped loaves, but a 5-pound lard pail answers the purpose. So it's that last part that I find most intriguing, all the different kinds of molds that she mentions. She talks about a melon mold, which was very popular in her day and was a large mold in the shape of a melon, usually a muskmelon or something that kind of has a ribbing going down the sides. Then she says you could also use a 5-pound lard pail, which
Good night,
is
Bo Isaac.
a
Thanks for
paint
coming by.
bucket full of pig
Go
fat.
rest.
But she also mentions using a 1-pound baking powder box, which, based on what I could find, looked very similar to the cans that baking powder is often sold in now, but quite a bit larger. And this seems to be the preferred shape of brown bread throughout the years, though usually it was a coffee can, and in my case, cans that were holding pinto beans until yesterday. So get yourself a can or two and then butter them up nice and good, and then prepare your batter. First, sift all 3 flours and then whisk them together with the salt and the baking soda, and then pour in the molasses and the buttermilk and stir everything together until you have a batter. Now immediately the baking soda and the buttermilk will start to react with each other, creating tiny bubbles. That is what is going to give the bread some rise, and as she is using about half as much baking soda as a modern recipe, you don't want to waste any of them bubbles. So get to work right away pouring your batter into the buttered can or cans, and she says to not fill them more than 2/3 of the way full at most, so err on the side of less full than more. Then smooth the top of the batter and put the lid on. And if you're using something that doesn't have a lid, that's okay. You can just use aluminum foil, and I'm actually going to put an extra layer of aluminum foil on mine and then tie a string tightly around it and then kind of crimp the edges. You just don't want any liquid to get inside of the can itself.
Yep.
Then set the can onto a trivet in lightly boiling water and put the lid on and let it steam for 3.5 hours. Now, as I'm splitting mine between 2 cans, it'll probably be done in closer to 2 or 2.5 hours. But I'm gonna let it go for the whole time because the nice thing with this bread is you really can't.
Remember, this bread is super cheap and it is super, super delicious. I assure you, if you decide to try this recipe, you will not regret it. It's an incredibly easy bread recipe to do, and it is delicious.
Over steam it. Now, some recipes today actually have you add some sugar into the...
Leith asks, does your lobster have a name? Yes, its name is Glenn, in honor of one of the most common names in Maine. Glenn.
Recipe to satisfy that modern sweet tooth. But in 1919, the only sweetener most people could afford was molasses because sugar had been rationed for the past few years on account of the war. And so it's fitting that molasses is used in this recipe as it is in so many of Boston's iconic recipes like Boston baked beans. But...
VCC TV says, my uncle who lives in Maine is named Glenn. What the fuck? I told you. It's one of the most common names in Maine. That's why I named him Glenn.
The molasses that was about to flood the city of Boston...
Is the bread really sweet? Yes, it is. If you make it the old way, it's much less sweet, but if you make it the modern way that it's made, it's quite sweet. It's like a banana bread almost, but molassesy. So it's got more of that like that tangy molasses flavor.
Was not destined for kitchens, but rather munitions factories.
History! Yes!
Distilling molasses produces ethanol, which at the time was used in 2 things, rum and explosives, both of which were big business for the Purity Distilling Company of Boston. And in 1915, a couple years before the US entered World War I, they decided to build a massive holding tank right in the city's densely populated north end to store shipments of molasses before sending it on to their refinery in East Cambridge.
Nothing could possibly go wrong. Building a massive storage tank for molasses in a highly densely populated area. Nothing could possibly go wrong, right? Right?
The massive tank dwarfed everything in the surrounding neighborhood and was set only feet away from the main road. 90 feet wide and 50 feet tall, its shadow loomed over the mostly immigrant residents and businesses near the wharf. It was built to hold 2.5 million gallons of molasses, though actually it was built to be that size, but it clearly wasn't built to actually hold that much molasses. See, when they ordered the tank to be built, they put construction under the guidance of Arthur Gell, a top engineer with an impeccable safety record. No, I'm just kidding. He was a financial advisor who had never built anything in his life and had absolutely zero engineering experience and just wanted to get the job done as quickly and as cheaply as possible. But how could this be, you ask? Was there no oversight, no regulation? Well, not really. There wasn't a lot of regulation in building at the time, and if there was regulation, it was consigned to buildings. But this was not a building, this was a structure. And so they didn't even need a permit to put it up. So with no inspections expected, they didn't need to hire a competent builder when they could just get someone who they know would bring in the project on time and under budget. And Gell did just that. Though even then it wasn't easy because the deadline to have the tank finished was, like my lower back, tight and inflexible, because even before the tank was finished, the company had ordered a massive shipment of molasses to be delivered. But with a few corners cut, Gel had that project finished just as the molasses steamed into Boston Harbor. But as it happened, one of those corners that was cut was that of safety testing. So instead of filling it up with 50 feet of water to make sure it didn't leak, they filled it up with 6 inches of water and then gave the go-ahead. They figured if it didn't leak with 6 inches of water, why would it leak with 50 feet of molasses?
We tested it, guys. Everything's fine. Water, molasses, basically the same density. Who cares?
Makes sense. But when 700,000 gallons were offloaded into the tank, it leaked a lot. Molasses began to ooze out of the places where the metal was riveted together, so much so that children would routinely collect the leaking molasses to bring home to their mothers, who no doubt were making brown bread. Now, as convenient as the leaking molasses was to the bakers of the North End, it was a little bit of an embarrassment to the Purity Distilling Company. So they emptied the tank, hired a competent engineer, and went to work at once to fix all of the leaks inside and out. No, I'm just kidding. They found some paint that was the exact color of the molasses that was leaking, and they painted the entire tank the same color so that nobody could see the leaks.
This is such a fucking amazing, genius corporate solution. Absolutely god-tier corporate solution.
Gonna know.
They're gonna know.
What they couldn't paint over were the moaning and creaking sounds that the tank made when...
This part of the story always fucking gets me. It's a giant building just like groaning under its own weight, and they're like, no, that's not the building, that's the ghosts of Boston Harbor.
Ever it became close to full with hot, viscous molasses. Though in January of 1919, the molasses was not hot, but rather quite cold, as temperatures had hovered around 0 for weeks. But on Wednesday, January 15th, the temperature in the city rose sharply overnight, reaching a balmy 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, what happened that day is all theory, and frankly, it could be a combination of different factors. One being that the steel at that low temperature could become quite brittle, something that the Titanic learned when it was in cold water. On top of that, a shipment of 600,000 gallons of molasses had recently been offloaded, and to make it less viscous and so easier to move, they heated the molasses. And when the heated molasses came into contact with the cold molasses, it began to ferment, causing carbon dioxide to release and pressure in the tank to build up. Then at 12:30 p.m. on January 15th, 1919, the first rivet shot out of the side of the tank, followed by another, and then another. After the first 2 or 3 rivets gave way, the others began giving way rapidly, resembling the barking of a rapid-fire machine gun. This was followed by a low rumbling sound as the tank of molasses burst. Persons walking along Commercial Street were picked up by a rush of air and hurled many feet. An auto truck...
Okay, I just want you to understand. This isn't even them getting hit by the molasses. It burst with so much force that the air escaping from it blew people away.
Was picked up by the force of the air current, hurled several feet, and dropped at the opposite curbing, a mass of twisted wreckage.
That is a truck. That picture is of a truck that was thrown by the air, not even by the molasses, just by the boom! It blew a fucking truck across the street.
Several feet and dropped at the opposite curbing, a mass of twisted wreckage. Then a 15-foot-high wall of hot molasses went rushing through the streets at 35 miles an hour, with such force that it knocked buildings off of their foundations and caused them to collapse. The tsunami carried cars, horses, people, and other debris for blocks. The wave smashed a 1-ton piece of steel into the trestle of the elevated train where, miraculously, a train had passed over only seconds before it collapsed. Men, women, and children were swamped by the wave and drowned in the molasses as it began to thicken in the cold air.
Okay, I have to say, truly one of the most horrifying fates. Boiling hot molasses splashes onto you, gooping you in place as it immediately starts to cool, and you're just stuck like a fly in fucking sticky paper. Horrifying. What a horrible way to die. Oh my God.
Molasses, waist deep, covered the street and swirled and bubbled about the wreckage. Here and there struggled to form. Whether it was animal or human being was impossible to tell. Only an upheaval, a thrashing about in the sticky mass showed where any life was. Horses died like so many flies on sticky fly paper. The more they struggled, the deeper in the mess they were ensnared. Human beings, men and women, suffered likewise. As it cooled, the molasses thickened, clogging people's noses and mouths so that most who died did so from suffocation.
Oh my God! Oh my fucking God!
And when taken to hospitals, identifying them was nearly impossible through their syrupy cocoons. People came from all over to help those that were stuck in the molasses, but would often...
Unironically, this is like a Dark Souls death. I'm not kidding you. This sounds like this is a real thing, but it sounds like a Dark Souls death.
End up getting stuck in the quagmire themselves. Though many firefighters, Red Cross nurses, and sailors from nearby ships tried their best to pull people out, sometimes successfully and sometimes not. We saw this big cloud of brown dust and dirt and a slight noise, and there was an arm sticking out from underneath the wheel of a truck. So 2 of us got a hold of his arm and pulled, and unfortunately, we pulled his arm off.
Jesus Christ! They fucking, how hard were they pulling? Holy shit, talk about a careless rescue attempt. Jesus!
I did not see that coming. In total, 21 people died and 150 were seriously injured, and the cleanup took 6 long months. Those cleaning would often track molasses all over the city so that all of Boston ended up being just a little sticky. In the end, they used sand and fire hoses to push most of the molasses into Boston Harbor, sweetening any tea left over from the Boston Tea Party, I would think. But much of the molasses seemed uncleanable because even decades after the disaster, on warm days, Boston's North End would still smell of molasses.
Yep, that's like an urban legend all over New England that the north side of Boston on a hot day smells like molasses. And I don't think it does anymore, but I know that it did for quite some time.
Now, it didn't take long before the finger-pointing began, and U.S. Industrial Alcohol, who had recently purchased the Purity Distilling Company, clung to the idea that it had been sabotage and not gross neglect that caused the disaster. But after years of litigation, it was determined that, as anyone who lived in the area knew, it had just been a shoddily made tank that was destined to collapse. In the end, U.S. Industrial Alcohol paid between $500,000 and $1 million to the city and to the families of the victims, which, even accounting for inflation, doesn't seem like that much, but the fact that they were held financially responsible at all was a huge step forward at that time.
Just remember that this was like turn of the century fucking America, where corporations could basically get away with anything and there was nothing you could do about it. It's America. America moment, everybody. What a paradise we have over here. Yeah, never let anyone make you forget just how much of a fucking nightmare hole America has always been. Sounds kind of like today. Yeah, it does kind of sound like today, doesn't it? America is still #1 in occupational related deaths and injuries.
Led to new building regulations and zoning laws that would prevent you from putting up a giant industrial building right next to people's houses. Now, something I found really interesting was that in the newspapers from the days after the disaster, right next to the articles about this Boston molasses flood, there are articles about another looming disaster. Because only 2 days after the tank burst, Nebraska cast the deciding vote to ratify the 18th Amendment, ushering in the era of prohibition.
Oh
so
my
with no more rum being produced and fewer munitions being necessary now that World War I was over, molasses was really only good for one thing, making Boston brown bread. So
there we go, back to the brown bread!
Once your bread has been thoroughly steamed, you can take it out of the pot. And I find that these canning tongs are very helpful in this situation, and they're just so cool. It's like the claw. So I'll put a link in the description to where you can get these. Then open the can and let the bread cool for 20 minutes before removing the loaf. It should slide right out.
Look at that. It looks so good.
And then
it's making me
slice
hungry.
and serve with a bit of salted
Oh, that's so nostalgic. It's making me nostalgic.
butter. And here we are, Fanny Farmer's Boston brown bread. So some old recipes actually have you put the loaf in the oven for a few minutes to like make a crust around it, but Fanny Farmer does not, so I am not. So I'm just gonna eat it as she says. It smells so good. The rye is actually what comes through almost as much as the molasses. I don't know, let's give it a try.
Yeah, he loves it. He loves it. Yeah, he loves it. Yes. This is a victory for my people. This is a victory for my people. I love it. One thing about Boston brown bread is that it is very moist and chewy. It's delicious. It's not like a super dry bread. It's not like a French bread where it's like, you know, a pretty dry bread. No, it's a very moist bread. It's
I
delicious.
can see why people add sugar today because I had expected it to be sweet. I've never had it. It's
yeah,
not...
if you buy the brand that I showed you at the beginning, the like B&M or whatever it's called, brown bread, that stuff is extra sweetened. They add extra sweetener to it. But yeah.
Not sweet. I mean, there's like that hint of sweetness that you get from molasses, but there's also that bitterness from molasses. But really what you're getting is the rye. That's the flavor that is coming through, and it's just like tempered by the molasses.
Good.
But then you get a little bit of like that cornbread too from the corn. Also the texture. The texture is what makes this so special. It's soft and spongy and moist and yet pretty dense. Again, she uses a lot less baking soda. In fact, I would not only use more baking soda, but I would also throw in a little bit of baking powder because with the very long cook time, the baking soda is going to get used up at the beginning, whereas the baking powder will kind of last a little bit longer. Now, if for some reason you don't want to make this, which you should, but if for some reason you don't want to, you can actually buy brown bread in a can.
Yeah, see, this is the stuff. That stuff right there, this right here, is like, it's much sweeter. This type of canned bread is much sweeter than like the recipe he's using.
But I encourage you to make it as Fanny Farmer did, or one of the more modern recipes, that's fine too. Like I said, they're all very similar. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Tasting History with Max Miller, and I'll see you next time.
I thought it was a meme from SpongeBob. Yes, there is a meme in SpongeBob where he goes, "They have it, canned bread," which implies that Squidward is originally from Maine, which is kind of interesting. Maybe he immigrated to Bikini Bottom, but no, it's a real deal. And the joke is that you can't find it anywhere outside of New England. In New England, every single grocery store will have brown bread in a can. But yeah.
On Tasting History, I'm going to eat this bread because it's really delicious, and I think it's going to just grow on me even more.
Amazing! I love it! I'm so happy that he loves it! Max Miller is so amazing. Everybody, that was Tasting History with Max Miller. So all of the thank you for that particular section goes to Tasting History with Max Miller. Truly love his show, love how educational it is, and I especially love that we got to dive into a nostalgic food for me. And so, yeah, everybody, please, if you're not subscribed to Tasting History with Max Miller, please go do so. It is so worth your time. He's amazing. All of his episodes are awesome. We've watched a few here on Cooking Mama before, and you won't regret it. So now it is time for us to watch the dirty cooking. It's time for us to watch the bad cooking, everybody. That's right. That's right. We have to move on to the crappy, disgusting cooking. That's right. It's time. That's what moment it is now. We have so many to choose from. We have so many to choose from. Let's go. No! Don't play your crap. All right, let's take a look. Arachnoid with the unbelievably generous Tier 3 subscription. Much love from the Spider Empress rotting away in the Midwest. Well, I hope you stop rotting, but thank you so much for the wonderful and incredibly generous Tier 3 subscription. Thank you so much for the support. Let us get into this stuff. All right, let's look at what we got. Okay, oh, I gotta take this off. We want to do Cooking Mama Dave. Dave Cooking Show. Dave's Cooking Show. There we go. All right, everybody. We got biscuits and gravy Dave's way. Oh, boy. We got the cheesy breakfast quesadilla. Just Chex Mix. Okay, we're doing this one first. Here we go, everybody.
Okay, welcome to Dave's Cooking Show, and for you today we have...
Oh no, his audio is bad. His audio is extra bad.
Just Chex Mix, or Just Crispix Mix. This is basically, you know, the kids, they roll around, pull all the stuff away, and just get the cereal out. This is just the cereal. What you have here is 12 cups of Chex cereal mix, or Crispix, whatever. 6 tablespoons of butter. 2 tablespoons of Worcestershire sauce, a teaspoon and a half of salt, a teaspoon of pepper, a half a teaspoon of garlic powder, a teaspoon of onion powder, and a half a teaspoon of chili powder. Basically cover that with some aluminum.
It looks so soggy. Okay, first of all, he distributed the butter and the Worcestershire totally unevenly. This is it looks so soggy.
Foil, shake the crap out of it. And then you want to put it on a baking sheet that you've lined with parchment paper and pop into a 250-degree oven for...
So some of these are going to have no flavoring on it whatsoever.
For 60 minutes.
You can even see it. These are all dry, and these are soaking wet. This is going to be the most uneven Chex Mix you've ever seen in your life.
So just like that. And we should be good to go.
There's none on these. There's a bunch of these that have no sauce on it.
All right, so 250 degrees for 1 hour. And you do want to stir it at least once, about halfway through.
An hour at 250?
And after an hour, you should be left with something that looks like this.
Well,
this will
honestly,
keep for a couple.
I thought it was going to be way more. I thought it was going to be way more overcooked, but honestly, that doesn't look too bad. Maybe an hour is fine. That seems like a long time to put something that's already been cooked.
A couple of weeks if you have a covered container for it, but trust me, it's not going to last that long. All right, and that is just Chex Mix. Done.
All right. Well, all right. Okay. I mean, I knew that it was going to be pretty basic given that it was called just Chex Mix, but, you know, I figured we'd give it a try. Sure. I guess if you want Worcester flavored Chex, you got it. Go for it. Personally, I probably would have tried a different mix, but, oh no. Oh no, no. Oh no. Okay, hold on, everybody. Ink Frog with the unbelievably generous $5 donation. Hey, Demon Mama, I finally graduated high school last week and stopped in to celebrate the first day of Pride here. Wanted to thank you for being a fantastic streamer and fostering such amazing imps. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your graduation. Seriously, good on you. Getting out of high school is like the biggest relief of your life. Trust me, it's amazing. Congratulations and happy Pride. 250 is a scotch above warm. Yeah, but for an hour? Arachnoid with the incredibly generous gifted tier 1 sub. Dave, why? True, why? All right, everybody, let's check out another one, okay? I want to check out. So I've noticed something. He started doing a bunch of recipes that are named after actresses, but none of them have been released yet. So, huh. I want to see his biscuits and gravy because I'm not going to lie, that looks terrible. This looks horrible. Let's do it. His Kate Middleton burger where he just insults Kate Middleton for no reason. He just freaks out and says a bunch of misogynist shit about Kate Middleton for literally no reason. And then he just makes like a fucking sloppy piece of shit burger that was cooked on his bird shit grill. Yeah, oh yeah, guys, hold on. People who missed the last episode, we checked in on Dave like a couple of weeks ago. I think he knows that we've been watching him because he's stopped including shots of his grill anymore. We used to ruthlessly mock his grill for good reason because his grill was covered in bird shit and the actual grill itself had never been cleaned. He didn't fucking brush it. He didn't fucking scrape it. Nothing. So now he just cuts away and doesn't show him grilling things anymore. He could have just cleaned off the bird shit. Anyway, let's continue. There were dead bugs on it. Yes, there were tons of dead bugs on it. It was the yuckiest shit ever. It was so gross. It was always the most disgusting part of his episodes. Yeah, we bullied his grill off the internet. Oh. Also, though, for the record, it's better to use a scraper than it is to use a metal brush, because metal brushes can leave little pointy pieces of metal brush in your grill. It's better to use a scraper or some other alternative. Just as a PSA for those who are out there. Metal brushes certainly will clean the grill quickly, but you never want to have a small piece of metal left on the grill that could get stuck in your food. Just use a scraper. Just use a scraper. Yeah. Let's go.
Welcome to this special edition of Dave's Cooking Show.
It's like cast iron, you don't clean it. You do clean cast iron. What are you talking about? No! You do clean cast iron. You just clean cast iron with salt and you treat it regularly. You clean cast iron. You scrub the shit out of your cast iron. You just need to treat it every time. What are you talking about?
Oh, and this is a response to, well, we all know who, actual Jake's response to my breakfast bowl dish, in which Jake didn't make my breakfast.
Uh-oh. So the beef with actual Jake continues. There is another content creator by the name of Actual Jake who has been beefing with Dave for a very long time. And in fact, they have had multiple back and forths on cooking. And let's just say it's not gone well for Dave historically. Dave is a very lazy cook. Dave is a bitter and lazy cook, and he's very unwilling to learn. Maki Pocky with the $5 says, decided to start going on walks more often and it's been really nice. Got to commission 2 artists I really like and I'm very excited for the final products. Happy Pride to you and the fellow imps. Thank you so much, Maki Pocky. It's wonderful to see you tonight. I hope you are having a wonderful night. I gotta do the debate sometime. Oh yeah, they had a debate as well. Maybe I will. Also, fucking, as always, Lazy Dave doesn't even bother making his own biscuits. Guys, let me let you in on something, okay? Okay? Let me let you in on something. If you're making biscuits and gravy, make your own biscuits. Biscuits are fairly easy. They're like really easy to make, okay? Unless you're like super hungry and you're just fucking lazy or whatever, go ahead, use the pre-made biscuits. But if you're gonna go out of your way to make your own version of biscuits and gravy, make biscuits. They're really, really easy. It's flour, it's butter, it's a little bit of salt, you mush it together, room temperature butter, and then you have a fucking biscuit, okay? They're really, really easy to make, okay? They're super, super easy, okay? It's like one of the easiest things you can do. And that's the joy of biscuits and gravy is homemade biscuits. Yeah, you just use the self-rising flour. It's so simple. It's like the biscuits are like the easiest thing you can imagine. It's easy to fuck up biscuit texture. It's not that easy to fuck up biscuit texture. But honestly, even if you fuck up the texture of the biscuits, they're still gonna be better than shitty fucking Pillsbury crap, okay? Pillsbury crap sucks. Let's continue.
Bowl, he made biscuits and gravy, and I don't know what the hell he was thinking doing that, but here's my shot at it.
Yes, leave little chunks of butter. Yeah, the best thing you can do is to chop little pieces off of the butter. You want little bits of butter in there. Let's continue.
Here are some biscuits. Cook these according to the package directions.
His audio is really low. Hold on, let me try and crank him up. It's really hard to hear him.
No, I didn't make the biscuits from scratch. Piss off.
And you see, he's so fucking defensive. He can't even own it up. He owns up to it, but he's super defensive about it because he knows it's fucking lazy and shitty.
Some biscuits. Cook these according to the package directions. No, I didn't make the biscuits from scratch. Piss off.
You're a loser.
And then you want to cook up 1 pound of breakfast sausage. All right, as you can see here, the sausage is browned up. And so you want to add 1/3 cup of all-purpose flour. Kind of stir the sausage around, get it coated just a little bit. And then you want to roughly add about 3.5 cups of milk. Actually, I would recommend whole milk. And by the way, the caloric...
Obviously you use whole milk. If you use skim milk, you may as well be adding fucking water. Obviously you use whole milk. Duh. There's no milk fat in skim milk. What do you...
Difference between whole milk and skim milk is about 50. And the amount of fat between whole and skim is 4%. So get the fucking whole milk. Get the good shit. And then you just want to cook this, stirring fairly frequently for roughly 10 to 12 minutes. Also, don't forget to add the salt and abundant pepper. Okay, as you can see here, the sauce is bubbling away. And again, we're adding the salt and we're adding the pepper. Okay. Time to plate this up. Take,
Look at what is this disgusting shit? This is not from Biscuits and Gravy. There is this looks like a cum stain over here. This looks like some unknown orange goop. This down here looks like a rat shit. Why? Just wipe off the fucking counter, bro. Just wipe it. What? This is disgusting. It looks like somebody fucking hawked a loogie over here. Wipe the counter before you fucking plate the food, you nasty piece of shit.
2 biscuits.
Daedalus Media with the incredibly generous $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Daedalus says, as a former diner worker, these biscuits and gravy are personally offensive to me. Me too, bro. Me too. Especially with the fucking cum stain on here. It's called ambiance. No! Bad ambiance. Bad vibes. It's disgusting. Get this shit out of here. Get it out of here.
Cut open and toast it a little bit. Now, when I was researching biscuits and gravy, I wanted to do a side. I just didn't want to do straight up biscuits and gravy. These are some of the sides that was recommended. So I cooked up some chorizo sausage.
What? Why? Why would you choose chorizo sausage as another side when you already made sausage gravy? What are you fucking talking about? No! Look, don't get me wrong, I like chorizo, but you're already going to put sausage gravy. Why would you just put double sausage and also have them be in these gigantic fucking discs? This is so ridiculous. Why?
Sliced it up. And gonna place that on top of our biscuits. And then we're gonna take our gravy.
Okay, the consistency of this gravy is fucked. When it was back here, I was like, the ratios look off. This looks way too much sausage and not enough gravy. Look, you can actually tell here that it's not enough. It's too much sausage for too little gravy, and that's proven right here. It's coming apart in like weird chunks. All of the gravy, there's only enough there's only enough gravy to cling to the meat chunks. So this isn't a proper gravy because there's not enough fucking gravy in it.
Our gravy, place that all on top.
Oh my God.
Don't worry, it's supposed to look that thick. And
what?
One of the other ones that I found that I thought was really interesting was French
bread with gravy on top with potatoes with French fries on top. Okay. Starch with a starchy gravy with starch on top. That is too much, okay? You guys have to understand, biscuits and gravy is a bread starch which has a starchy sauce on top, which is the gravy. It's already, like, biscuits and gravy is one of my favorite things. I love biscuits and gravy, but it's pushing the starch levels, okay? We're getting into, like, we're getting into, like, Tim and Eric levels of starch here, okay? This is with the potatoes. That is so much. It's dangerous, okay?
French fries. One of the other ones that I found that I thought was really interesting.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, these French fries look like shit. All of these French fries down here looked undercooked. They looked like they were frozen French fries that he didn't fully cook.
Was French fries. I mean, there's no way to make biscuits and gravy healthy, so you might as well just go full bore. So, that's my take on biscuits and gravy. So who's...
Oh, and you want to know what's most disgusting? Okay, guys, let's watch this back again. Let's rewind this. Okay, remember the cum stain and the unknown orange stains, watch how many times he drops his french fries onto the unclean counter, okay? Get ready. Here we go. We're replaying it. Remember.
And one of the other ones that I found that I thought was really interesting
back on the
was
plate.
French fries.
There's two
I mean,
more.
there's no way to make biscuits
That's
and gravy
3
healthy,
total.
so you might as well just go full bore. So
those two fell into the cum. This one fell into the cum, and that one fell into the orange, and he's gonna put them on the plate. Oh my god, that's like 6. We're at 6 whoops. Ah!
That's my take on biscuits
No,
and gravy.
7! And he scooped up some of the orange diarrhea goop.
So whose is better, mine or the corn cobs?
Dude, obviously not yours. Yours is an
Be
actual
interesting.
biohazard. I'm sorry.
on top.
Look, you can see. Look over here. You see where my mouse is moving? That's the cum stain right there. And one of the french fries fell right fucking into it. Right into it. All right, everybody, we got to go another one. We got to do one more. That was legendary. This is one of the worst recipes we've seen from him in a long time. The biscuits and gravy with the french fries and the chorizo, just almost as bad as the Detroit pizza that wasn't a Detroit pizza that he burnt to absolute shit and just didn't even bother to remake for his video. Instead, he just filmed himself burning a pizza in real time. We want to do the spaghetti and mo balls? Oh, let's do it. That's a 7-minute video. Let's do the spaghetti and mo balls. I don't know why it's called mo balls, but I'm sure we're going to find out. Let's figure out his recipe for spaghetti and mo balls. Okay, guys? Here's the deal. It's spaghetti and meatballs. How do you fuck up spaghetti and meatballs? Let's find out, shall we? Shall we?
You didn't finish your spaghetti and mo balls. Silence, you fool. It can be ours. Run, boy! Run! Run for your life! Boy!
Oh, I missed a dono? Which dono did I miss? I'm very sorry if I missed a dono. Wait, which dono did I miss? Hold on, let me double check. If I missed a dono, I want to correct that right away. I apologize if I did. Mistress Lynn! Thank you, I did miss a dono. Thank you so much, Mistress Lynn! With the incredibly generous tier 3 sub. Things have been very hard lately, so I decided I'm gonna try and claw my life back. Here is a picture from today. Congratulations. And here, I'll share your selfie on this momentous occasion with the chat. Thank you very much, Mistress Lynn. Everybody, there's a picture of Mistress Lynn. You got this. I'm telling you, you got this shit. Also, thank you for reminding me. I didn't mean to miss it. Let's go. Let's go. We got to get into the cooking. Thank you, Mistress Lynn. You got this.
And that's what we have for you today here on Dave's Cooking Show. We have spaghetti and mo balls.
Oh my God. His pants are completely covering his feet.
First thing we got to do is begin the...
Oh, he's just shuffling around on his own pants. Oh, it's going to make his pants so gross. Oh, God. Okay.
Meatballs. So what I'm going to do is I got about 1.5 pounds of ground beef and 1 pound of sausage. And I'm just going to add a little bit of salt and pepper to these things.
You say at least the table is clean, but this isn't the table. And it's not clean. We can actually see over here. It's a little bit hard probably for you guys to see, but there's at least 6 or 7 little unknown black dots. But this is the mixing area. This isn't the final area, so reserve your judgment, okay?
Get the attachment on there, and then...
And guess what else is not clean? Remember this disgusting, putrid, unknown white stain from 70 videos ago? He still hasn't cleaned his KitchenAid. It's still here. Who knows what putrid nonsense this is? This has been here for videos upon videos. The last time, weeks ago, when we last reacted to his videos, which were already weeks old, this is a new video, and it's still there.
And mix this right around. And you're gonna mix it for a couple of minutes until it's, you know, fully incorporated. You might have to stop it a few times.
No. Mixing meatballs is not what incorporated means. You say incorporated all the time, but that's not what it fucking means, okay? I'm sorry. Incorporated is like when you're blending two things so that they're indistinguishable. Meatballs and seasoning don't... That's not how that works, okay? Come on.
Take things off the paddle and whatnot. Anyway, after that, we're going to turn them into 1.5 ounce balls. Again, if you have a kitchen scale, I would recommend using it. Again, you should always have a kitchen scale. Why wouldn't you? You can pick them up for like $10 at Target.
Okay, and you can clean, it takes, don't fucking give anybody shit, okay? Right here, guys, right here, this is the exact reason why we pick on Dave. Because Dave is a fucking smug asshole. Why wouldn't you have a kitchen thing? You can pick it up from Walmart for like $2. Bro, you can clean your KitchenAid. You're telling me that, oh, everybody is too stupid. You're gonna smugly, like, fucking snark down at people who don't have a kitchen thing, but you won't clean this disgusting cum stain off your fucking KitchenAid? Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up. Holy fuck. This guy has lost... He's lost the plot. This is exactly why we roast this bitch. Also, Target, bro? Target? What are you, gay? You gay? You gay, bro? You gay? It's Pride Month. I didn't know you were gay. Cool. Maybe we actually like you a little more now. Just kidding. You're still an asshole.
Buy one. Quit being cheap.
Quit being cheap, says the guy who fucking uses dehydrated Parmesan. The guy who uses Pillsbury biscuits. The guy who won't fucking buy a sponge or a scraper to clean off his... Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Okay, and then in a pretty big pan, you'll probably need to do this in batches, remember, because meatballs need to roll around. And basically here, you just want to sear them. And then transfer them to a baking dish. And then you want to finish them off in a 300...
There's a lot of oil. Do most people cook their meatballs in that much oil? I thought most of the time people cooked meatballs in their own juices. That's a lot of oil. They're like getting fried.
100-degree oven, because all we're doing now, we're just gonna sear them, and we're gonna finish them off.
Admittedly, I don't make meatballs very often, but usually I always thought that meatballs were like most people cook meatballs in their own juices, because they're usually, you know, you use a pretty, you know, you're using a ground beef or a pork perhaps if you're making pork meatballs, but usually there's a lot of fat in there that's gonna drip out, right? Motherfucker should have put them in the oven. Yeah, I know a lot of people will cook them. I mean, I know a lot of people do cook their meatballs in a pan or in a pot like this. And I know other people cook meatballs in the oven, but still. I am surprised by how much oil is in there. That's a lot of oil.
In the oven. Again, you'll probably need to do these in batches. I had to do them in
look at
2
that.
batch.
These are not even, these have barely even started cooking, and look at how much oil is in there.
Because again, meatballs need space, whether you like it or not. All right, let's move on to the next step. And do not wash out this pan. We're going to need this pan in a minute. I will show you why. Okay, the meatballs are in the oven.
Look at how much oil is in there. Or maybe it's butter?
They're happy. They're getting ready. We have the wonderful drippings in the pan. Now it's time to add 1 onion that you have diced up. Then After the onion has gotten a little bit brown, you want to add about a half a bottle of wine.
Okay.
A little bit more, a little bit less, third of a bottle of wine. And this is just to deglaze the pan. To get all those little bits that are stuck to the bottom of the pan, you want to get them up. Why? That creates liquid flavor, my friends. All right, so you want to bring this up to the boil, and then we should be ready to add the next ingredients.
Yeah, he's drinking Bud and he's shopping at Target. Looks like he's joined the woke side.
Trust me, the sauce is going to be beautiful. Okay, and what we have here is a 28-ounce can of San Marzano tomatoes.
Okay, all right.
Again, get the good brand, don't get the hipster brand.
Shit on the counter, by the way. He's already got fucking shit on the counter.
And you want to turn on the blender and grind this into a sauce. Then you're going to want to add a...
Wait a minute. Is that a reference to Wanted Dead? Is that a reference to Wanted Dead? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I need to show you guys what I'm talking about. Hold on. Hold on. It's this one.
And 5 hours. Latest best.
Wait, I have to find the spot. It's here in the lasagna.
Add around 200 grams
Give me a second.
of minced beef and pork. Paste. Now we add a tablespoon of tomato paste. Please use the good tomato paste, not the hipster one.
It is! It's a reference! That's a reference to fucking Wanted Dead! Why? Why do I know this? And why does he have a reference to Wanted Dead in his video? Why? Look, okay guys, look. Wanted Dead made this extremely weird cooking show, okay? There's this game called Wanted Dead. It's a very weird game. Some people really love it. It's got a weird location. It's a relatively new game. Regardless, Wanted Dead is kind of this like it's a cult popular game. Okay, it released some time ago. Now, as a part of the promotional campaign for Wanted Dead, they had the main actress from the game, who you might also recognize as the lady who played Quiet in Metal Gear Solid 5. She did a cooking show as a part of a promotional trailer. Now listen to this and you tell me this isn't a reference. Listen.
Now we add a tablespoon of tomato paste. Please use the good tomato paste, not the hipster one.
Good brand, don't get the hipster brand. Okay, and what we have here is a 28-ounce can of San Marzano tomatoes. Again, get the good brand, don't get the hipster brand.
First of all, as Jacob Geller pointed out in his video essay about Wanted Dead, what does the hipster brand even mean? But secondly, I can't fucking believe it. I can't fucking believe that he made a Wanted Dead reference. Or maybe it's just chance? Could it really be? It's about making tomato paste. Both of them are for the purpose of making a spaghetti sauce. I mean, guys, I just played you the clip. And I mean, it's not like it's not an unpopular game. He's a nerd, so he probably knows the game. That's such an incredibly deep cut. How did you even remember this or connect this? That's the mama magic, okay? That's why you watch my show. It's the mama magic. If I let you in, you just it would steal the mystery, okay? It's the mama magic. I still can't believe that.
And you want to turn on the blender and grind this into a sauce. Then you're going to want to add a second can of San Marzano tomatoes. There we are. Place the lid back on, and again, blend this into a sauce. And again, you should be doing this while the wine in the pot is reducing. All right, let's move on to the next step. Now, I didn't record it, but kind of once the wine hits...
Oh, no. What happened to the sauce? I looked away for 1 second. What happened to the sauce?
All right, let's move on to the next step. Now, I didn't record it.
Oh, God. What happened? It's all fucked up. Did he burn the sauce? Oh, no, he burnt the sauce. He over-fucking-cooked it.
But, kind of once the wine hits the boil, you want to add 2 6-ounce cans of tomato.
It's definitely burnt. Look, when he scrapes it off, this is overcooked sauce. He fucking overcooked the sauce.
Tomato paste, and kind of spread them around. You should be looking for
Also, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Not only did he overcook the sauce, but he's adding another stick of butter. We already remarked at the beginning that there was way too much oil, plus the drippings from the meatballs. Now a thing of, this is going to be the oiliest sauce. Burnt, oily sauce. It is going to be the oiliest sauce you can imagine. This is going to be diarrhea sauce.
Then a little bit like this, and then you want to add about 3 to 4 tablespoons of butter. Trust me, butter makes everything better, and no, it's not going to fucking cause you to have a heart attack. It makes the sauce delicious. Quit being a baby and put the butter in. Okie dokie. By the way, I forgot to mention also, once you add the butter, add about 3 cloves of garlic. Now we're going to add our
You can actually see how much oil is on the top of this.
Marzano tomatoes. Or you can add the garlic after you add the San Marzano sauce. And then time to add the herbs.
These are, oh my God, man, not even using fresh herbs. You were shitting on people about a fucking kitchen scale, and you won't even use fucking fresh herbs. You're just using this dried out powder crap.
It's about a half a tablespoon of the Italian herb mix or Italian seasoning, whatever the hell it's called. Half a tablespoon of basil, half a tablespoon of oregano. Again, I just eyeballed them because of what's all going on in this sauce. It's really tough to, overdo it.
Oh, we got a special
really
angle.
tough.
Ooh, we got the we got the comb
because of
over
what's
shot.
all going on.
Woo! We got the comb over angle.
On in this sauce. It's really tough.
Yeah! Check it out. It's the drone shot, guys. What the fuck is all this garbage in here? There's a bunch of fucking shit in this thing.
To, overdo it. And if you're using fresh herbs, add as much as you want. Again, dry herbs you got to be a little careful on because they're twice as powerful as their...
Unchained Mel with the $2 says, as an Italian, this offends me deeply. Well, it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse.
Fresh, out of the garden counterparts.
Okay. I stutter a lot in my videos because I'm a live streamer. I don't have the glory of editing, okay? When I'm on here, sometimes I forget what I'm saying. It's how it goes when it's live. This is a pre-recorded and edited video. Heavily edited video. Why would you leave
And if you're
this
using
in?
fresh herbs, add as much as you want. Again, dry herbs you got to be a little careful on because they're twice as powerful as their fresh out of the garden counterpart.
Why do you leave? Cut it out! You cut it out! Just cut that bit out! Or re-record the line. Why do you leave it in? You have the power of editing at your fingertips and you leave it in. I don't have the magic of editing. I have to do it live. Why do you leave it in?
Parts. All right, let's move on to the next step. I would say keep this on for at least 20 minutes again. If the meatballs got to come out, that's fine, because, again, they're going to get reheated before we finish this. Okay, now I'm adding the garlic. Again, just make sure you get it in before you start to simmer.
Vicky with the €2 perfect breakfast stream. Good morning, Euro Imps. You got a treat in line for you. The rest of the VOD is amazing. We've been having a great time here on Cooking Mama. Thank you all for watching. By the way, if you're watching this later on in the video form, make sure you slam that like button and subscribe to the channel because we'd love to have you back in the future. Thanks for supporting me, my lovely imps. Let's continue.
And again, if the meatballs come out beforehand, that's fine too. Okie dokie. Time to add the meatballs back into the sauce. And then you just want to simmer this for about another 15 minutes.
Ooh, oh no, that looked like a burnt meatball.
Or so. If you want to go a little longer, that's fine too. But at least 15 minutes. And then
I can't see it.
At some point,
Ooh,
10
that
minutes
really
before
looked
you
like
want...
a burnt one. These look like turds in a punch bowl. I'm not gonna lie, the consistency of his sauce looks like shit, personally.
Serve it. Cooked spaghetti. Okay, we've got our spaghetti cooked al dente and beautiful. Normally, I always add the sauce to the pasta. This time, spaghetti and meatballs, you typically don't. Again, it's the only pasta that I do it like this, when it's spaghetti and meatballs. Good, healthy amount of sauce on...
Very oily. The sauce is very oily. But, honestly, the meatballs look okay. The pasta looks like it was done in a microwave, but it's really hard to tell. It's hard to judge pasta over video like this, especially when you have this shit-ass angle.
The top. And then make it ring.
What? Fresh Parmesan? What the fuck is this? He's using fresh Parmesan? What's going on? Bro! He's gone bougie on us.
With the Parmesan cheese. And if you like, a little bit of pepper. And that's pretty much it. So that's spaghetti and meatballs. Done. Okay, I did add a piece of cheese toast to go with it. The recipe for that is butter, mozzarella, and French bread. Now it's done.
All right, honestly, not the worst, okay? Not his worst creation. I was very confused about how much oil went into that sauce and also why the sauce got burnt. But without tasting it, it looked okay at the end, okay? It looked okay. It is very possible that sauce tastes bad because I will say that in that middle stage, it looked pretty rough. But all things considered, that wasn't one of Dave's worst. It was certainly fucking better than his atrocious biscuits and gravy. I would take the spaghetti and meatballs over his shit-ass gravy anytime. Anytime. Yeah, all right. Do the quesadilla next. All right, the quesadilla, the cheesy breakfast quesadilla will be our last one of the night. So let us enjoy Dave's cheesy breakfast quesadilla. Let's do it, let's do it.
Today on Dave's Cooking Show, we have a cheesy breakfast quesadilla. All right, as you can see here, I got about a tablespoon or two of butter that's been all melted up, and I added 3 eggs. Now remember, at this point, do not season the eggs with salt and pepper. Otherwise, you're gonna end up with a crappy, dry, watery piece of shit scrambled egg. And so basically over a generous heat, basically just keep stirring these eggs till they become scrambled eggs. Should be a...
This is not how I do scrambled eggs. I am very particular about how I do scrambled eggs, but this also doesn't look horrible. It looked like a little bit much on the butter, but nothing that was unforgivable.
2-3 minutes, and you kind of want to take it off the heat and put it back on.
IRL Cooking Mama win. IRL Cooking Mama will have to wait until we rearrange our house a little bit, because I do want to do IRL Cooking Mama. I would love to show you guys some of my cool ass recipes, but not right now. I don't have a second camera set up, etc. I don't have a second camera set up, and I also don't have the kitchen set up in such a way that the sound in our kitchen would be basically unworkable at the moment, but maybe in the future. Anyway, let's continue.
Eat every so often. And yeah, just no salt and no pepper until the eggs are done. Okay, next step.
Arachnoid says, these videos are making me feel like a bad cook. These videos are making you feel like a bad cook? I don't want to roast you. I don't want to be mean or anything. But, these videos are supposed to make you feel like a good cook. These are the ones that are supposed to make you feel like a good one. Oh, okay, all right. You're good then. I'm just teasing. Let's go.
Okay, when the eggs are done or just about done, you want to start another pan and get about a couple teaspoons to a tablespoon of vegetable oil heated up. And then you want to add about a half a red pepper.
Yes, that's true. Fortnite points out, see, the difference is that Dave has been running this channel, a channel where he supposedly teaches people how to cook his recipes. He's been doing this for literal years. He's a giant asshole to everyone, and he refuses to learn how to cook better. So, yeah, never feel too bad about it, okay? There you go.
That you diced up.
We roast Dave because he's an asshole.
And a couple of ounces of diced ham. I just eyeballed it.
That seems like way too much oil for how many peppers and ham is going in there. Way too much oil, in my opinion.
I'd say this is about a half a cup. Maybe a little bit more. Just eyeball it. I just took, I think, about half the pack. So, then you want to give this a couple of minutes to fry up. Oh, and these, make sure you salt and pepper them. You do want to be a little bit conservative with the salt because the ham is obviously...
Well, yeah, you bought pre-packaged ham. It's going to be fucking crazy salty.
Kind of salty. But, like I said, be a little more liberal with the pepper. So yeah, give these a couple of minutes to cook up and we'll be ready for the next step. After a couple of minutes, you want to add our scrambled eggs back in, and then you just want to stir these around.
Okay, hold on. The scrambled eggs were already mixed in with a bunch of butter, and now they're going in with the oil. This is going to be very slimy. Also, why would you want to mix the scrambled eggs? They're going to overcook. Scrambled eggs, okay. Eggs are really easy to overcook. One of the most easy mistakes that people make with eggs is that you overcook them. You don't want to put the scrambled eggs back into the heat. The eggs are already done. These eggs are finished. That's why usually when you're making like a breakfast scramble like this, you will add the other stuff in with the eggs as the eggs are cooking, because you get the other stuff all prepped. Then you take them off the heat and you get the eggs going, and then you mix the other stuff in with the eggs so that the eggs don't overcook. this is gonna way overcook the eggs. There's no way the eggs aren't gonna be overcooked.
Until
and the sad thing too is that his eggs actually look good here. These eggs look just fine. But they're gonna way overcook being back on the heat again, and in the oil, they're gonna become really slimy. So they're gonna be rubbery, slimy eggs mixed in with shitty fucking diced, like, packaged ham.
Egg is incorporated with the peppers and ham. Again, you do kind of want to either turn off the heat or kill the heat, because again, you're gonna start cooking the eggs again a little bit, and you're running the risk of them being overcooked.
No, they're definitely gonna overcook, bro.
So again, either very low heat or just kill the heat entirely. All right.
And now they're
this
gonna
is
be
the filling
oily
for
as
our
shit.
quesadilla. Let's start making it.
Oh, and then he's still gonna cook the quesadilla on top of that. So the eggs are gonna get cooked before, then they're getting cooked again and rolled in the oil with the peppers, and then they're gonna get cooked in the quesadilla again, bro. Dude, bro.
As you can see here, I got a 10-inch tortilla shell that I heated up for about a minute in the microwave.
No.
Then you just want to add.
Dude, no. He's gonna eat a fucking just a microwave warm tortilla, and that's supposed to count as a quesadilla? No, come on.
I don't know, about a third of this mix. This recipe made about 3 of these.
Look, you can actually you can see how fucking oily these are. They're leaving oil all over the tortilla. These are disgustingly slimy. This is gonna be the slimiest breakfast you've ever eaten. Just like slurping down fucking dripping oil. Dude, fuck, man.
And then you just want to spread the filling to one side. Remember, it's a quesadilla, so everything to one side.
Konnichiwa 1993 says, are you aware that this guy is a deeply reactionary YouTuber? I've seen his videos. His name is Lord of Patriarchy. Oh, yes. We're very aware. We're very aware of his horrible behavior. That's why we roast him so hard. Because he's not only an asshole on his cooking show, he's also a weird fucking freak who bullies teenagers on the internet. But thank you. And also, welcome to the site chat. Everybody give Konnichiwa 1993 a bunch of hugs. Yes, his name, his primary channel's name is Lord of Patriarchy.
And you can use whatever cheese you like, but I decided to go with the classic mozzarella cheese.
You choose mozzarella for a quesadilla. Really?
And then you want to fold it over and press down the filling, kind of spreading it out a little bit more. All right, we should be ready to go to the griddle. By the way, you should be having your griddle heating up over about medium-high heat. You do want the griddle.
These, okay, again, slimy, rubbery eggs. Basically, this is going to taste like the equivalent of eating like a spare tire on your car wrapped in like a fucking dried out sock is what this is going to taste like. So much fucking oil on the inside. You get the fucking tire lubricant. You get the rubbery ass eggs that have been triplicately overcooked. And then you get this crusty outer layer that doesn't have any flavoring. Incredible.
Fairly hot. Okie dokie, on the griddle, and we're gonna go until both sides are nice, crispy, and golden brown. About a couple of minutes aside. Okay, time for the first flip, and there we go. All right, we'll see it plating. Through the magic of cooking show editing, our quesadilla is done, nice golden brown. Now let's cut this bad boy open. You can make as many slices as you want, but I decided to go with the classic 4. I don't know, maybe because I'm influenced by Taco Bell a little bit. But basically...
My home chef, what were your influences in getting into Iron Chef? I'm very influenced by Taco Bell, Arby's, you know, those are my main influences.
That's what you're looking at. So, That's a cheesy
You
breakfast.
can actually still see the oil in there. But also, notice how the egg pieces look like little pieces of corn? That's because these have, at this point, solidified into little rubbery chunks. It's legitimately, these eggs are so overcooked, they are going to legitimately taste like you are eating little pieces of rubber.
This quesadilla. Done.
All right, that's it, guys. You got it. The rubber tire quesadilla. Congratulations. That is fucking putrid. Pathetic. Pathetic. Fucking bad. Oh no, none of his videos are getting any comments anymore. Do you think he's alienated the last of his audience? Maybe I should feel more bad for him. Oh my god. Wait a minute, his biscuits and gravy video came out 4 hours ago. We were one of the first people in the world to watch his biscuits and gravy video. Yikes. Well, we are one of like 10 people in the world who got to witness him drop a French fry into a cum stain, scoop it back up onto the plate, and tell you it was good. How does that make you feel? Special, honestly. Special. Yeah, we made that video skyrocket. Now remember, everybody, imps only raid with love, so do not interact with the zoo animals, okay? Do not interact with the zoo animals, please, for the love of God. Do not interact with Dave. You will regret it, and so will I. Don't do it. Never do it. Don't. We have no love. We only roast from afar. No tapping on the glass. No throwing treats into the enclosure. Naomi Chance, do you think he actually eats the food he cooks for his videos? Abso-fucking-lutely. This guy is a total fucking slob. I bet he fucking licks up the counter afterwards as well. Fucking Dave is such a slob. It's unbelievable. Again, we've watched in the old days with the bird shit grill. This guy absolutely eats his own slop. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm still trying to understand why biscuits and gravies needs fries on it, because Dave is very dumb. And he heard on the internet that some people eat poutine, you know, like fries with gravy and the cheese curds. And he was like, oh, well, brown gravy is kind of like white gravy, so why not just throw some French fries on top of the white gravy on top of the biscuits, even though that makes like a starch sandwich. My lovely, lovely imps, the time has come for us to wrap up for the night. However, if all of you are still hungry somehow for entertainment, I will be raiding into President Sunday, who is covering the strange rebranding of Lav, a weird TERF who recently had a public meltdown in which she claimed that she was a dog rapist and a pedophile. If that sounds like something that you would like to laugh at, you should go along with the raid into President Sunday. Now, I don't know if she was being serious, but she did indeed tweet that. She did indeed tweet that. So, but yeah, she is definitely a TERF. She hates trans people. It's very, very weird. My lovely imps, thank you all for being here today. I will see you all very soon. And remember, do not fucking die. Stick around if you want to raid into President Sunday. It's going to automatically raid from the chat. And I will see you all very soon. Thank you all for your support. Happy Pride. We got a lot of stuff coming up. I'll see you all very soon. Good night for now. Bye-bye for now.